battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
back and better than ever.
It is time to kick off what is going to be the highest staked day of Apex we have ever seen.
The
Let us
highest
see how
staked
impressive
day.
you truly are.
Oh my word! Oh my god, what is happening?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It all comes down to this.
Oh my word!
Today is gonna be our day.
Let us begin.
TSM farms up and gets themselves 5 KP.
Again.
It's fine. In the corner, spin nades. Burning. They're aping each other. This is free kills.
I'm not sure which of you is more of a headache.
I got it back. Crack one, crack three.
He's not picking me.
Good.
Oh, the base breach right on top, right into the waving arms of Optic Gaming.
Now it's just Yolison. Does he fall or does 4-7? He's just going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Can they do it? No.
Well done. Your skills have proven useful.
Let's get that cracked. D3 Vega flanks wide right and unfortunately will put Elevate to rest here. Great shots, great swing, great plays.
Come on, there's only 10 seconds.
What? And look at the damage from Hardeki.
Nade on top of it. He actually predicted where he was going to be out of that base. That's actually crazy.
Twenty teams representing 5 regions, all in pursuit of one title, the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoff Champions. That is Stockholm, Sweden. This is that trophy, and today Stockholm plays host to an epic journey that lasts 3 days, that has found all of our teams here in this one place vying for that hardware and their chance to win the lion's share of $1 million. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Playoffs, here for split number 2 in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. My name is Kate, and I am joined on the desk alongside some incredible analysts. Of course, you know, Rain Day, you got Killer Pigeon, and you got Bardoff. Bardoff, I'm starting with you. Hype me up right now because things are getting insane today.
Hype me up.
Absolutely, this is going to be a banger. We have an eclectic mix of teams, players, compositions, and plenty of fences as well. This final is going to be like any other final, unlike any other final that we've seen in Apex Legends history, I'm pretty sure. Finally, after 900 plus days, we have an intercontinental LAN final upon us with the players right here.
Right here, just a stone's throw away. Speaking of the players, let's take a look at who is vying for that title here today. And Evan, you can't not spell greatness without the words Optic Gaming here today.
And not just that. You could spell greatness with every team in this lobby. TSM, winners of our previous lands, the most winningest team in all of Apex Legends history, and you've got a representative who was here on Poland with them in Cloud9, TSM Albrelelli. An incredible story that either of them could continue with the same or different orgs, plus the new kid on the block, Optic Gaming. They look just as good as they have looked online at LAN. I know a lot of people were doubting them, but it's a star-studded lobby.
It is a star-studded lobby indeed. And Killer Pigeon, I know it all comes down to the math so often here today. I mean, I'm going to ask the big question. Who is on your mind most as we take a look at that player outlook?
I mean, it's honestly very difficult to gamble against the likes of Optic, right? They've been looking dominant. They've been stacking up, top of the kills, top on placement. The averages are looking phenomenal. Like right now, I'm looking back, I'm like, how does anyone compete? But, you know, the flip side of that is everyone's watching you, right? Everyone's analyzing you first. What if we have to look a little bit further? We can talk about maybe the Cinderella stories of like an Elevate, which melted our hearts. We'd all love to see something like that come out. But I think it's maybe a good idea to keep eyes
show us the damn game.
SSG, GMT, these teams that have remarkable survival times, great improvement, and probably are being looked at less than, say, your Optics and your Sudaraikus.
Certainly.
Absolutely. Well, you know, there's a lot of pressure on the line, certainly. And one of those pressure points has got to be the number and that prize pool here. Let's take a look at what these players are vying for. And Evan, we talk about the pressures of land, the hot lights, the fans, the those of us watching all here. This has to make a difference in the way that you approach the game.
Oh, you could see the passion when we started. You caught that Elevate clip, just what it means to be here. Tears were shed yesterday at the teams qualifying for a chance at this prize pool. $250,000 for first. That is life-changing money, especially when you're talking about intercontinental gamers that are coming here with different opportunities here to showcase, maybe even for the first time. But it's really about what comes along with their journey of winning. And I think that's where they're going to go. If they do what they need to do today, that money will come with it. And I think that's the spirit of the competition we're seeing here.
I love that you use the word journey, Evan, because barred off this, of course, is but a stop on the road to ALGS championships. And we talked about the teams, and we'll get to this in a moment, who have already qualified that are in this room right now. But talk to me a little bit about, I hate to say, the next step, because the pressure doesn't end here.
Absolutely. We are not on the horizon yet. We have further to climb. And many of these teams have made it to the championships already, but there are still some slots to grab. There are three slots to grab. However, if you come in last place today, you are not going to be one of those teams. And you can see a list of the teams who have made it already. Some will join today, but some will be missing and will be in that last chance qualifier to try and make it there as well. Such as Sentinels, who couldn't make it here. Furia, Tech, a man of science. He's not here today. And maybe he'll make it to championships, but as you can see today, these are the teams who will be heading there, and there are 3 more slots to grab.
There are indeed, and of course, we talked about day one was all about points. Guess what? There's a point aspect to this as well, and Killer Pigeon, 500 points is a lot. No question, you have punched your ticket, but 70 points, some of these point totals can absolutely help, certainly, in that road to playoffs.
They can, but they're kind of creepy and worrying detail, actually. It's like there's 3 teams that, if they come last, they aren't going to be like guaranteed that slot straight away.
Right.
And surprisingly enough, it's not the teams you'd expect. 100 Thieves, Luminosity, and 4-7 all in a situation where if they finish last, it'll actually be Team Suave from South America that gets that slot instead, who aren't even here.
Aren't even here, exactly. And of course, a great regionality aspect to that. There's so much on the line. We'll find out how those teams will respond. Well, one way for you to get the most out of today's action, all the drama, all the action, is to head over to our multi-view. What is multi-view, you may ask? Well, I'm about to tell you. In fact, I'm showing you right now. That is multi-view. Head on over to the Command Center button, which is right by the follow button on our Twitch page. And that is where you are going to be able to make yourself the pro viewer we know, we love. You can watch all your favorite team POVs and listen to in-game comms. Is there a better way to hear how to update and upgrade your own gameplay than from the horse's mouth to the pros themselves? I can't think of one. Consider them your coaches. Let that be your multi-view. And remember, we've got a bunch of things we've added to that multi-view, including a stats sub-stream, which is going to give you up-to-the-moment stats, up to the second stats. You are going to basically be as informed as we are all the time on the desk here.
More informed, I think.
I think so.
We can...
Speaking of being informed, excuse me, Rain Day,
no, go
interrupting you. I forgot to mention Exo Clan from Thailand, the APAC South qualifier, last chance qualifier as well. That would be some huge representation. Thanks to the guys in the back for informing me on that team. I would love to see some tight representation from Exo Clan at the championships as well.
Love that. Our regions have been throwing down, and I cannot wait to get an additional aspect. Yes, Exo, let's do this. Something else I know you can't wait for is Twitch drops. There you see it. All you need to claim these rewards is to connect your Twitch and EA accounts, and you can start earning 4 different Twitch drops to commemorate this very occasion. Oh, man. I'll tell you, Randy, she looks gorgeous.
Yeah, she looks good. Horizon main stand up. You'll see a little bit of her being played today as well, I expect. And that Glory Within charm, I think, that's the biggest one to get. I think you have to spend a little bit more time watching to get that one. So it will be a little more rare for those who care about stuff like that.
There it is, exactly. Just you know what? All you gotta do, just keep it here.
Just keep watching.
Stay.
Won't be hard.
We're gonna be here. Come party with us. Enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy it. Trust me. Something else I know you will enjoy. I'm just gonna tease a teaser. That's all I'm going to say. There's some gameplay tease to a teaser. It's going to be teasing, and we're going to.
What kind of gameplay, Kate?
Boy, I wish I could tell you.
What are you talking about, Kate?
I wish I could tell you, but I think all of you may know a little bit something of what I'm talking about. I'm being appropriately vague so that you'll stay here and come and watch us a little bit later in the show, where we'll reveal a sneak peek of a teaser. Teaser, sneak peek, teaser.
Sneezer.
Yeah. That's not what we do here, but that's fair. I like it all very much. Okay, so the storylines, the wins, the losses, the X factors. Boy, there are a lot of teams to keep your eyes on, but which ones do you want to keep that focus on? Which ones keep in your multi-view? Our analysts are here to answer just that. Oh, and excuse me, before we get to that, I will say if you want to be a part of the Monster MVP energy, if you want to be a part of this discussion, if you want to name yourself a Monster MVP on this very show, take your cameras out, screen grab this now, because what you're going to want to do is head over to either the YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter chats. Use the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's ALGS Monster Energy MVP, and that hashtag there of your favorite player. Look at, here we are, second screen. And you can spam all you want, be a part of our discussion, be a part of this choosing team to choose the Monster Energy MVP.
Spam the Watsons. Spam the Watsons. You know who they are.
Proud.
Everybody else is irrelevant.
Bardo really, really wants
And that's biased, James.
Oh, okay, fine. We'll add Maggie in there from Empire.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. We're being fair now.
Balanced it now.
Let's just shake it on up. Speaking of shaking it up, as I mentioned before, we've got some teams to keep your eyes on. And one way to do that is to have our analysts do all the work for you. They've done the data. They've looked through the scrims. They're going to tell us right now who to keep your eyes on.
Well, it has got to be Sutoraiku.
Oh, yes, it does indeed. You are so excited. You are.
He has to throw. And then we talk. It's okay. He's new. Don't worry about it.
You know what? He's excited. He's done the math. Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Let me talk about Sutoraiku. I mean, this team, they come out of nowhere. They adapt midday. They are looking on fire right now. They are the ones to watch. Yes, they're in people's sights, but what I love is flexibility. I think that's what's going to make champions. Not just the ability to pop off and enable the Fragger, Waltzy, who's got some phenomenal stats. It's the fact that they are always able to adjust mid-flight, like they've done on day one, as they continue to do, improving on day two. This is a team I'm looking to watch.
Definitely looking like a great team. I'm going to raise you one, though, and that's going to be raised to #1. The #1 team heading into this. And, of course, at the top of this lobby, it is Optic Gaming. Duplex, Noct, Skittle Cakes. You can't
like
count
Noct, he's
out
good.
Ever. They're
Why not?
so good at consistently
Skittle
executing
Cakes,
the
yeah.
final circle. And that's what makes them so lethal. They get there, and they know how to play it. From the moment I saw Skittle Cakes on my plane to now, he has been all business, baby. And I think that's going to continue today.
Well, you guys talking about numbers, but I think I know a team that might just break your abacus. That's going to be Team Empire, baby. These 3 teams in total, they've all got the same amount of wins, and they're leading in that respect here at our LAN playoffs. But this is a team who, you know, they have been somewhat inconsistent, it has to be said, at this tournament. But what we've seen on them, what we know they're capable of, is utter dominance with whatever composition they like. We've seen them play Seer at these LAN finals. They do outrageous things, and they deliver. They get the W's, and they might get the big W today.
100%. 3 teams, 3 deliveries, certainly 3 storylines that could lead to that trophy being hoisted. I'll tell you what, hoisting that trophy today, there is palpable pressure right now, Rain Day. You can hear it, which is so much fun because, of course, we're on land for the first time in a very long time. And you can hear these players getting amped, getting psyched, just doing all the things that we are sitting here holding back, trying not to do on the desk, and they are popping off.
And it's amazing to see how each player handles this pressure differently. Some go up to bed early and they get in their pajamas at 7 p.m. Some stay up all night thinking about it, planning it. And I think that's the great thing about LAN, exposing us to how their personalities not only play within the game, but outside of the game as well, taking it to that personal level. Nasky has his dad here.
He does.
That's like me. I have my dad come to a lot of these events as well. Everybody behind the scenes knows him. I think sometimes, you always have something that makes you feel comfortable and gets you in the flow. We're getting to see that today. It's pretty exciting.
We are indeed. Something else we're getting to see today, match point, match point, match point, match point.
Woo!
If you don't know what I'm talking about or why I'm wearing this smile,
Match
got a video
point, boys, girls.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 Playoffs. With the teams in seed set, the Split 2 playoffs will begin. Scoring in playoffs will follow the match point format. In the match point format, there is no limit to the amount of rounds that can be played. Instead, teams battle to reach 50 match points, which are earned by kills, placing high in the match legion. Once a team earns a total of 50 points, the next match becomes match point eligible for that team. The first team to win a match after they are match point eligible will be declared the Split 2 playoffs champion.
That's the magic number, 50. 50 and a W. That's how we play today. Bardoff, I know we talk about match point a lot in this elevated air. It definitely can change the strat for a team here on this land.
Swiftly to 50, one must make their way. Man, you know what? Winning here would be so special, and there's so much money on the line and so on. But to me, it's about making an indelible mark in history of Apex Legends, writing your own legacy. And this is one of many chapters to come as well. But what a chapter it's going to be to happen in a live environment with all your opponents and your friends and your enemies around you. We're all friends at the end of the day, but in that server, it's going to be a very different affair. And this is a type of pressure they just haven't seen before. So if you can get to that 50 and deliver that win afterwards, you are in for one of the greatest moments in your life, I think. Yep.
Certainly is. Yeah, Killer Pigeon, you look like you're ready to say something.
Yeah, Pigeon.
I mean, we said at the start of the Tuki. We said at the start of the broadcast, right? Like, it was 957 days, 959 days now, right? This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to. There's been people, maybe they had moments of doubts as they built up to this. They've been waiting so long. It's all been holding up until now. And the incredible part is just how many young, inspirational players we've got that haven't even had that LAN experience yet.
Right.
This is what's so remarkable to me, is how many of them aren't even cracking under that pressure, regardless if they don't have a coach, an analytical team, or time to break down what their opponents are doing. They're reacting and they're delivering.
And I will say, Evan, one thing that I keep reminding myself of, from all the teams throughout our entire playoff, only 2 do not have org representation. Only 2. And I believe Sutoraiku is one of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's teams here from all walks of life. I think, first time going internationally, represented or not, getting represented basically at the event with Optic coming in. There's all kinds of stories, and I think, it's hard to predict where this is going to go, Kate. I've been struggling with my mind and my heart and my gut, and those 3 things telling me different teams that I'm looking out for today. Ultimately, I think you're going to have to execute, though, and that's a different metric. You didn't have to win games yesterday and the day before. You have to win today.
Absolutely do. And let's find out which maps and when these teams will have to win. Bardoff, we're starting on World's Edge, but then we go 2 maps and 2 maps and 2 maps and 2 maps until we get a winner.
There are quite a few dynamics at play here. There's something for everyone in terms of viewership. But again, if these teams are to, let's say, contest each other on the drop,
why not do one more map? 4 times World's Edge, why?
Again. So there's a lot of potential variance that we can have here. We know that a team like Optic, they don't care about any of this. They will engage in any kind of contest that anybody wants from them. But for other teams, there may be some fear in that, maybe some hesitation, maybe trying to limit that variance sends you to a place with worse loot and the entire game. It can have a colossal effect on how things happen in the long run. And these are decisions you have to take very, very quickly indeed. These have to be snap decisions. You can't dwell, because if you dwell, you might die.
Well, you might die. Somebody put that on a t-shirt and attribute it to Bardoff as we take a look at GMT. They've got to be in great spirits here, Killer Pigeon. These teams, some come in with momentum, and some, as Rainday mentioned earlier, are coming in having had a nice break.
Yeah, and honestly, GMT didn't have like great time for that break after performance day one, right? They had to turn it around quickly. I mean, I remember Twinaski is really enthusiastic about the turnaround. I remember him saying that they went to bed tilted, frustrated, completely angry at how day one had gone. Despite the fact they got one decent performance, they wanted to improve, and they've done exactly that. Coming into day two, delivering time and time again. Of course, Unite were the ones that took it overall in that final bracket, but I feel like it was really tight. I think they were 1 point behind, right? And GMT, remarkable, right? I think if their performance day one was up to the standard day two, we'd be talking about them at the top of these stats charts right now.
Absolutely. And actually, Bardoff, I'm noticing that you see Sweet with that sweet smile. It seems like maybe he's got his confidence. Maybe he is looking around going, we could actually do this tier today.
Yeah, we've been looking for that all weekend. And the important thing is to understand that even if you had a hard time making it to this point, waking up today is a reset. You're pressing that reset button and everything is a completely clean state. Doesn't matter how you got here. What's important though is that you gained experience, maybe versus some unfamiliar foes. Maybe you're playing to an expectation of a certain approach, but a region will play differently and so on. So a team might be playing a little unorthodox, and that's something that maybe there was a struggle with. But now there's more information on the teams that remain in this tournament, and that's something that people can have confidence in. So it's nice to see NRG smiling. And I have to mention that somebody had one of those hot hands on their eyeballs. Wouldn't recommend that. Probably not recommended on the back of the pack. So let's just be careful about where we put our hot hands.
That is a PSA from Bardoff to those who are watching. Please do not put the pack on your eyes. That's also a pro tip, of course. And of course, as we mentioned, there's so many teams that have proved themselves to be here. My gosh, today's talent predictions are going to be of epic proportions. It's going to come down to that gut feeling in my mind, so let's find out who our talent picked. Roll that graphic. Evan, I want you to tell me about your pick right away as soon as we take a look at who it is the rest of us have. I know.
I think that these picks have been so hard to come by. I mean, when we have that option to choose who to pick, I'll go through my mind, my head, heart thing kind of situation, my gut. My gut's telling me Optic is going to win. I mean, they've been so consistent. They've been running that story, and they have proven that they're not just an online team. That was the big question mark about them. Can they do what they're doing, which is dominating, and do it here on land because they're young and they haven't been seen? But honestly, I think that TSM is still here, and that means they can still win. And Sudaraiku needs more really credibility in this scene right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked a little bit about Sudaraiku already and how right now I think they're only one of 3 teams that have 4 wins. No one being Optic, of course, and I think it was Empire as well. The cool thing about like Sudaraiku, to kind of big up the Aussie boys here, is the way they play around Waltzy, right? They enable him so well. They're assisting him all the time. He's definitely a star player, and I love this composition they run. They have a tight formation. They have great patience for a team coming in like this. And also, we have to remember that Bullet, he's one of only 7 players to attend all 3 major Apex LANs.
Yes. There it is. And Bardoff, you were a Sudaraiku fan. You have obviously put them as your fan prediction, your talent prediction. End us off on this desk here today with a little bit of a...
Sure. To put it real quick, I think that today is the day of the underdog. The big names haven't delivered, and I think that these have been some of the more consistent guys. I think they can do it.
They can.
You hear them?
And you can hear them, and that confidence rings throughout this arena in Stockholm. And that means it's about time to get started with game number 1. And for that, we head over to our casters, Fallout and Vicky Kitty. Here we go, guys.
It's about time indeed, Caton. Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready for history to be made for the first LAN competition in 3 years.
Kitty. I'm so excited. You hear the energy of the players. You hear the energy of my voice. It's just been nonstop action all weekend. I mean, you may as well call me Vicky Wig out here because our voices have just transcended across the spectrum, and I love it. Look at that trophy. I love it.
I was about to say, the energy in your voice or the lack of energy in your voice based on energy in your voice based on energy yesterday. The broadcast yesterday. For those that missed the broadcast yesterday, you missed something remarkable, and I want to start with Elevate. The desk didn't have him. No one had him in their predictions. Well, I don't blame them, but at the end of the day, this team right here is representing more than themselves. They're representing a country. It's Brazil, coached by Coffee, none other than Ben, Sleep, and Nelas here far right. It's his birthday today. He'd like nothing more than to win this competition. Can Elevate do it for South America, Vicky?
What a way to celebrate your birthday here in Sweden. I mean, what a way to even be in the this competition, the final teams in this final lobby after such a long, grueling weekend for a lot of these teams, playing through so many games just to be sitting behind these setups.
Well, here we go.
The format is really stupid, though. It's like
my honor,
2 maps World's Edge,
welcome you to World's
2 maps
Edge
Storm
for game
Point,
number
2 maps
1
World's Edge
of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs live from Stockholm, Sweden. And we are going to kick off with none other than hopefully TSM. You know what I'm saying? I got a little bias. I got a little bias.
I saw you in the talent predictions, Fallout. Trust me, I saw it. But we can't ignore consistency, and that is what we're going to be looking for today in the match point format. $1 million prize pool on the line. $250,000 for first place. We have to reiterate this. This is insane. So much money here. All our players in this lobby have just been so talented.
The production team disrespects me like that by putting Optic on the screen.
Green wall, green wall, green wall. Welcome to Apex Legends. Optic Gaming. They're going to be landing at their usual spot, Big Mod. But let's ramp this up a little bit here, Fallout. Optic Gaming, what's their story been like here?
Oh, absolutely. Their story has been quite the journey for the last 1.5 to 2 years. Skittlecakes grinded, was an amateur player. Not many people put respect on his name. He played with Protectful and others, dropped Fragment East, tried contesting TSM way back when. Well, people say it was the emergence of Valkyrie that really rose him to the map. He's the best shot caller in the game when it comes to Valk rotations. Optic Gaming is a team we got to keep an eye on.
Valkyrie, wow.
100 Thieves, also a rags to riches story alongside Sutraiku.
I love 100 Thieves. I love to see
it's
their
crazy.
progress.
I don't know if you know this. Valkyrie is now more meta than Gibraltar in the pros.
Luminosity Gaming.
Oh, really?
Another
I'm
team.
not surprised.
People will go without Gibraltar, but they never go out without Valkyrie.
Making sure that they were able to pull up from the
I think our pick rate right now on teams is like 98%, and Jibby's 88.
Absolutely. And then you have the black and white as TSM. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fan of the CEO of Apex Legends, Imperial Hal, blow it up in the chat right now because we have none other than the GOAT, the greatest player, the Tom Brady, the Michael Jordan, the Cristiano Ronaldo of Apex Legends.
And they're hyping all the players
Imperial
right
Hal
now.
looking to cement his history in the Hall of Fame.
It's a lot of pressure here, Follow. We know where the circle is going to be pulling now. You see that's pulling all the way north, and we've seen these circles before. Now predicting where we could expect that next circle to go after that small circle, we sometimes see it pull all the way north a little bit by Skyhook, or even that sniper tower that's south of the tunnel from Skyhook.
Yeah, great breakdown here. And look, I actually see Verholz putting some shots. Shout out to our EA team, our engineering team that actually shows us live reactions and feeds. People are shooting as we have a fight going down right now near landslide. TSM was also fighting in Fragment West. I'm interested to see how TSM plays this. They got a really, really close zone here, Vicky. That's a great start for them. But AD Raccoon, the Koreans, find themselves in a fight with GMT.
Let's look at GMT Esports position. What's the sniper tower that we were highlighting?
Yeah.
Talk about wasting no time. And GMT running the Loba, their goal here with this composition is to hold final circle positioning, put down that black market, and loot up. And funny enough, I was actually talking to the team coach of GMT Esports last night. He looked at me, he says, you know what, those team preds, I absolutely respect it. You better put GMT up there again, but it's just too much competition. It's too crazy. Space Station already in an early game fight themselves. So much Loba to expect actually within this World's Edge lobby. I'm looking at Team Liquid to utilize that Loba as we move on to Storm Point after these first 2 games, but you have to pay attention to these compositions because they vary per region.
Yeah, it's a great point. For those that are maybe watching for the first time, maybe you watch a lot of North America or EMEA Apex. Welcome to AD Raccoon. Let me tell you about them. It's Parka, it's Obli,
testing
it's none
alpha
other than
for a while.
Kanpu, who's substituting for Selly, arguably the best player in Korea, had an injury before this competition, but Kanpu is also arguably a top 3 player in Korea. He helped this team propel to greatness in the Split 1 playoffs. He did not compete the last few months, but is showing up this weekend, Vicky, and not just showing up, but Kanpu is in the top 7 in total damage done. I've been so impressed by his performance.
Such heavy hitters in this lobby. Look at the positioning of a lot of our teams. C9 already taking control over this building where we sometimes see a beacon on the high ground, but looking at their composition, looking at the Caustic, they're going to be bunkering down, and they're going to have the option to see where the circle is going to be pulling. Is it going to pull towards GMT? Are they going to have the 50-50 prediction where they want to actually isolate themselves or rotate around the edge of the circle? Right now, they're sandwiched between 2 squads. It could be tricky here, so 100 Thieves, they don't want to overextend because they know that there could be a team coming away from Epicenter that could actually pinch them.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves on Mu. Ash, the IGL, the humility for this team. I have been so impressed by Onmu's emergence to the Apex Legends scene despite all the glory. Joining 100 Thieves, arguably one of the most entertaining.
Are you watching too?
Biggest steel orgs to join. Stays so humble.
Yeah,
man from Illinois, the Midwest roots always stand true. He won a
I'm watching
championship
from your stream,
with
so a little
the
bit delayed.
Kungarna
Yeah,
banner.
it's not bad.
Got picked up by 100 Thieves and just has stayed great since then. He's currently in 7th place overall of all players in damage done.
The only thing that I'm blocking with my
25K
webcam
in
is
damage.
their show of
Insane.
player
On the flip
webcams.
side, we have Nocturnal. A similar story, but Nocturnal's been
more
doing it for a
important.
very long time. The IGL Team Liquid, the only original member of Team Liquid, Flanker,
Better
and
looking
Co,
male.
no more. Let's go ahead and listen to some insights, some words.
Best
we had
looking
with
males on
Nocturnal.
the webcam, you know.
We're catching a stride right now. I think we're carrying a lot of momentum and confidence in. I don't think we're gonna, go overzealous with that confidence. I think we are definitely just gonna take away a solid placing. We kept it really low. No social posts during Pro League. We kind of just.
I think it's
laid
crazy.
extremely
There's
low,
always
focused on the
someone
grind,
on their
focused on getting
team
better
that's like
individually, and
running like
towards the end of the
close
week,
range
we showed up.
weapons.
Like, that was the hard work of months and months of work, and
This guy
honestly,
using a car
it was just a
peacekeeper?
very
Oof.
low key and solid journey. I don't think anyone's really even playing field here. I think everyone's got their own problems and their own worries and their own nerves. So I think the people that have been in previous lands will definitely have an edge. But at the end of the day, you're still going to be nervous.
And look at the confidence and
Good
the words
advice.
that have never been so true from Team Liquid. We're really catching our stride at the right time. That is spot on. I was so critical of this team on Friday, Vicky. I roasted them, to be honest, with the Pro League performance. They were the lowest in North America in average placement. They were the lowest in average kills.
Have any investment
They
in a
have
pro team,
showed
honey?
up this weekend.
And I like how he highlighted that there's nerves on the line here for a lot of their teams. Some of these players have never performed on land before, and they're under the heavy, hot, big lights on this big stage. Team Empire, they love this position in the tunnel. This only team running the Mad Maggie, incorporating this into their team composition throughout the entire weekend.
Look, they're using Maggie
you know what they
though,
also
honey.
love?
Look at this Team
Into
Empire.
griefing, flying at people and not caring what they think. This team are absolute lunatics, formerly known as the Major Pushers, plus Maliwan joining them from the Magicians, a combination of two great teams that were really good, maybe above average, but not great. Ever since Maliwan joined this team, he's been the X factor. He's performed so well, and this squad is the #1 team in EMEA for a reason.
Now talking about #1 squads here,
baby.
#1 NA Optic Gaming, who have been so consistent within the Pro League, going in for the quick rotation. Look at the loot that they were able to get, not only off of Big Mod, but off of Lava City as
I want
well.
to point out, look how late they're rotating. Wise decision. They recognize it's a northern zone. They're going to take their time looting. They drop Lava City, which is so advantageous. They get all of that, all of Big Mod. No one wants to fight them. If you go Big Mod, they will push you with a Caustic ulti instantly. That's how aggressive they are. And that's their play style. So Optic Gaming well rotated. Meanwhile, Team Empire, they drop Harvester, and they work their way. They love playing through this choke, through this tunnel, and they love pushing any fight that they can. But maybe not some nerves necessarily, but not the wisest decision to push. Don't expect this team to be nervous at all. They have confidence. I was talking to Maliwan yesterday. He said, hey, we have fun when we play. That's the difference. You saw him hugging. You saw him huddling before the competition. This team is a brotherhood.
You could tell. You could just tell off of their attitude, the way that they laugh in the player cams after they get a knock, or just entering a game with their team composition. They hold this tunnel because they have the Caustic composition. They have the barrels out to control some of that space, leaving Harvester. But they have to look out.
Sometimes when I'm bored, I read
they're trying to
like
contest them over by landslide right
the
now.
Apex Legends Discord.
Apex
My
South,
God.
known to run the Gibby and Caustic team
can't be
comp that
very
Reignite
smart,
popularized. Of course,
Yeah, there's some
not
things
playing
in
this competition,
discussion,
compete, but they decided
especially
to switch
like
it up and actually run
it's
Crypto.
kind of like it gets kind of
This weekend was
pervy for
so
like no
interesting.
reason.
Bullet on Crypto, the only player from Apex
I was
South
just reading
that
this.
competed in every LAN
I
competition
caught the end
since
of this
the X Games in
conversation. They were talking about
2019. Let's go ahead
Valkyrie,
and listen in for
and
our
then
first
the
listening
conversation
of the
slowly turns
playoffs
into
finals
Valk's
with
hot. I
Sutra
wish he
Rising.
would step all over me. It's like, oh my God.
I'm gonna craft bats too.
Crafted an extra bat.
And then when you're done, swap
Team
with
back
me and then
ulting in.
These poor guys
I'm
need to
gonna
get
get on
laid.
before that team takes it off us.
Yeah, good idea.
Kind of fucked.
I got no cells. They're getting shot at.
We're good. I took height.
Oh my God, he's missing every fucking
I
shot.
think they're gonna land out in the
Yikes.
field. I might be able to get enough here, depending. We'll see. No, they're going down here.
It's funny, like when
Down
people are
to
flying through the
6-0.
air.
Can you come hold this,
I
pussy?
appreciate the
Yeah.
attempt
Don't
at
need to
hooking
come.
them, but man, most people just miss terribly. Probably just the stream. It probably looks worse than their in-game.
Crafting now.
I've got one
Yeah,
bat.
when you're in
How many
game,
bats
it's
did you get
probably
off
like,
that
oh yeah, I'm
craft
definitely
pussy?
gonna hit this bit.
6, but I got
Yeah,
0
you look
cells.
probably closer,
Are you
but this
holding
is all
the
fucked.
tunnel?
Like
Yeah.
because the lag and
think
the
that guy's
delay
shit at
looks
me.
so different.
You okay?
Yeah. They're in the tunnel still.
Can you
can
turn
hear
your
them?
mic a little bit?
Yeah.
Trying to.
Good insights and perspective from the Aussies. The boys down under. Fussy and Waltzy on controller. Bullet on keyboard and mouse. The Greek,
turned it up. Is that
Australian.
better?
Yeah, that's much better.
We're going to jump on board with Alliance momentarily. We got to show some love to Alliance. Dominant on group stages. They completely decimated the entire lobby. Every lobby. Alliance looked so good. And guess what? They are in the top 3 overall in total kills.
Shit.
They are playing so well. Hockey's with 47. Yuki with 45. They're playing out of their minds.
The only team to also hit 200 points during the group stages, which is actually insane and should highlight how frag heavy Alliance has been. You can see them now. Hearing a lot of the action going on above them. 80 Raccoon, not too sure if they know what's happening. That's going to happen soon. The third party is trying to roll in. Team Liquid is the one fighting 80 Raccoon.
When are you going,
if they're
pro?
not careful. Team Liquid not trying to make their way forward. They have to redeploy, but the moment they see trouble,
Never. Well, not in this game.
That's right.
There's not enough money
Gillerson's on
incentive.
Caustic.
What's the point?
Gillerson's arguably the best 1v1 player in the world. The controller player from North Carolina, 18 years old. Still in
This
high
game's
school,
fun
by
to
the way,
play,
right
but
now.
if
It's
you
gonna be Gillerson's
like
pushing up.
competitive
He's
games,
gonna
I don't know
break
why
ice
anyone
against
plays this
Barca.
game.
What a
There's
shot
like
from Gilderson.
no tournaments.
The young man is still alive. Look at the wide right flank. Gilderson is playing out of his mind.
I feel like you not only want to play a game that has a lot of tournaments, just like in involved in competitiveness. This game is like it's chaotic. It's a BR. It's not really competitive.
Wow. Gilderson's.
You still get third party
I was
randomly.
talking to Hodsick
I don't know.
yesterday. We all were in the green room.
Die
before
by
our analyst
looking
test
at some
segment.
other
He said,
team a lot of times,
this
you know?
was the impact we needed to fight. I felt so nervous with our previous roster with Flanker
You know what
and
game
Co
still
on it that
doesn't
we could
happen?
not
Like
fight
any other
at
game.
all. Anytime we'd get in a fight, I'd be scared.
I don't
and have
get how this
anxiety.
is
Now I don't
considered
worry at all,
competitive.
'cause we have Gilderson's on our team. He doesn't
But
have any
I
shots.
enjoy
He's
watching it,
a
don't get me
player.
wrong,
This
but
guy
you can
lives in
definitely tell the
firing
aim
range.
difference and
He's
shit like that.
1v1 Up 4-2. He's never lost a 1v1 to anybody. He's insane.
Gotta highlight the coaches here in the Apex Legends community. Hot Six so strong here for Team Liquid. Understanding Caustic so strong on World's Edge for a reason. You have a lot of those close quarter battles inside of these buildings. Moving on to Stormpoint.
But I mean, like the average winner is only like 1,000 damage, 3 or 4 kills. It's just like, ooh.
GMT holding onto that sniper tower where they predict the circle is going to be pulling.
There's never like big games in this type of way, so it doesn't really like excite you to play it more, you know?
I gotta also point out, just a real quick note, we had 3 or
Never
4
see a
talented
game where a
talented
whole
games,
team
rightfully
drops
so.
like
Smart pick, the safe
half
pick,
the lobby and hella damages, you know? That doesn't happen on competitive, so it's like, what's the point? You can't see the peak of this game, ever.
I was there in Poland.
You're never going to see like a 4K badge 20 bomb.
Champions. I would love to manifest the story of them doing it again, but I pick Team Liquid or 100 Thieves. That'd be my pick. In my eyes, Team Liquid has been the most adaptable team, the best coached team, and they have come to play this weekend, Vicky.
This is the hardest team.
I just like it more so with a sense that if you had to play competitive and make it focused and more organized, it is a little bit more fun to watch, but they obviously have balancing problems. Gibraltar, Valkyrie.
The team playing off of the high ground is scary.
If Noct falls there, that might be it for Optic. Noct is able to survive. Good movement from the Valk, and he's going to be able to heal back up. But here comes the pressure. The Arc Star is going to drop from above. Teams are absolutely focusing on Optic right now, and this is the thing. I was talking to Hal. They are not the most comfortable being comfortable team. They're the best game planned and prepped team. But if they can't run their game plan, will they succeed is the question Hal asked. Right now, they got to find a way to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
This is the team at first right now. They're getting
fucked! Why do you go dance around the wall? You gotta dance around the wall. You have to utilize this cover right here, or else you're gonna be in the line of sight of not just one squad, 2 squads. Space Station Gaming, R2, there's 6 on the high ground. This is the second time they put down their dough in the same spot because they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, that 24 seconds.
Okay.
Flashed by. I don't know how they got their
No. Oh. Okay, watch this guy get mowed down through the air.
Versus APAC North.
That is like, it doesn't look anything right on the
They like this
spectate.
push, but they got to be careful. The third party's nearby.
EMP coming in too, waited for the EMP, so he still has his dome to close in that gap. So Raipu now moving in, Bullet waiting for the opportunity. Oh, Fussy though, he was the one holding onto the door. He gets the first one to get taken down, and Jasana's now gone.
But the biggest thing here is going to be the ability to block grenades here for Watson. That is why that pylon, that is why Watson is so helpful. Without the pylon there, they are toast.
I understand why a lot more teams are picking pylon in other regions. Grenades are fucking bullshit. Every other region depends on them.
He wants to fuss
Well, now
Asian countries are like, nah, we'll just play Watson, no grenades.
Raikou down to 2.
We have 2 squads now down to 2.
They have a
Actually
different
insane.
meta.
FSV
Yeah, way different. Like, you see these Watson shits?
Exactly
where they
with the
just
fucking crypto?
He's got the gold backpack too, just in
Wow.
case Sungjoon needs any sort of help. You see Sungjoon now moving in, hopefully trying to see if they can get the
That's
the
like
res
addicted to
going,
like
but it
setting
looks
up.
Like
Like, that's a
the
good
first one to
setup
get the
comp.
res and actually deny them the ability to get their own teammate in this
Crypto's
lobby.
cool because it's like, to me, a better version of Wraith, especially in the competitive level. Like, you get someone that can push without dying.
The crypto allows them to recover
Choose the drone.
banner,
Just
but
not get all your
still find
answers.
themselves in this spot. How are they going to play it here? I'm so interested. Let's jump into our first listening of the playoff finals with the green wall. It's Optic Gaming.
Left here. Keep moving forward. Look behind us occasion.
No, I'm not gonna swing that road.
We're good. Nobody behind us yet.
We're not in here.
Keep moving forward.
I'm getting tried right on my ass. Yep. It's from top countdown. That back.
I cracked one right
I
here.
have to bat real quick. I have to bat.
Oh.
I think we have to play. He's in the corner. He's in the corner on my red ping. I think it's a solo. Safe on me. Safe on me. Safe. These guys are swinging behind us.
I got bat.
We need to swing right to this rock.
I ulted them.
Bat up, and I think we have to ult. Valko, I think. No, just swing right to the rock. It's like a solo Watson in the corner over here.
Yeah, they know.
I don't know where she is right now.
I got
I'm
a bat.
the block.
These
guys are gonna fucking. I'm batting. Grenade. I have the bat. Give me ult on us.
Keep swinging. Kill the
Oh.
solo.
Locked on here.
I got you.
And Optic Gaming is eliminated from game number 1. How you feel about that, Vic?
You know what? We'll wrap it back around that after.
That's a tough situation.
That is, I mean, at that point, they already used Dome. Where do you go? Even trying to option coverage with the Nox grenade all over by the other side, but they got pinged in every single direction.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. These guys are so good at recognizing, like, when a team uses Dome, you're just dead.
Profits here. They get all of the loot. I think they may have gotten a couple of kill points as well. SSG eliminated from the lobby. FOR7 also eliminated from the lobby. 4-7 and SSG and Optic Gaming, a lot of heavy hitters, and 80 Raccoon all out.
Can we highlight the fact that Team Liquid right now has 6
kills?
Oh
my God.
6 kills. They literally booted everybody out of Countdown. They were pressuring Space Station Gaming. Now they have the high ground. Yeah, it's not the sniper tower that we were talking about before from GMT that was running the Loba, even controlling that space around that area, because look at where the circle's pulling. And a lot of our APAC North squads with the crypto that gets the scan on the beacon understand where it's already going to be pulling.
And if I remember correctly, it's exactly where GMT rotated to, and there they are. Nasky, one of the smartest players in Apex, one of the best IGLs, makes the right call for where this zone is going to go. Coming from Landslide, gets Sniper Tower, and well positioned here is GMT. We'll keep an eye on them. V3 Vega, the Japanese squad here. See what they can do. Watson fences out.
What I also really like is the fact that they gave up some of that high ground because they know that they're early rotated, overlooked a lot of the action, and now have taken real estate inside.
Man, a lot of
the
people
truck
running
that's
this
off to the
big boy
right of the
comp,
sniper tower,
Valk, and then
because
just
with
the
a lot
two
of these
biggest
cryptos here
players.
in this lobby, you have to worry about those EMPs.
That's a great point. Now we're on board
I guess
with
it makes
TSM.
sense.
This is
Like,
such a hard
I'm telling you that
rotation, bad
take
loot.
the 15%
Fragment
less
East got
damage shit is
nerfed
huge.
by Respawn twice.
Okay.
And the loot is awful in Fragment East now, so that's why TSM has not been doing so well. It's a big part of why the loot that they get, the gray shields that they leave with, not good enough. As we are now on board with Reignite. They find themselves in a fight nearby. JMW going to get some good shots in. 0, and V3 Vega gets taken out. Reignite's playing so well.
Reignite is actually out of control. They also were able to pressure out Team Empire. They clean up V3 Vega. They're getting taken out. TSM down 2. Hal gone. Rev's gone. It's only up to Verholz from this team.
That's it. Verholz last up. Down to 20 HP.
Oh my God.
Caustic difference. Speaking of Caustic, Hal is on Caustic, and everyone here needs to know they have no practice with Hal on Caustic. They made that audible yesterday out of nowhere because they needed to do something, and they're rolling with it. Again,
Yeah, this ring blows, dude. Like, there's no cover for this last spot. This is just a shit show.
He said, if my teammates want me to run Caustic, I don't know.
This tower isn't even going to be in cover. It's going to end in the middle of a fucking field. Yikes.
It looks like they feel like they have to adapt.
Well, Verholz is still alive here, and that's really good.
And this is what I mean. Like, I don't see this game. To me, is hard to be competitive with shit like this.
Look at where the circle is going to be pulling, though.
Like, it's fun as fuck to play, but when money's on the line and you get a shit ring, I mean, fuck. One team was standing there the whole time. What is they get, you know, just fortunate because they have a good landing area.
5 assists and 3 kills, 9 kills for
That seems lucky, not competitive.
Farming. Team Liquid is here to play.
They're knocking on your doors. They're knocking inside of this truck. They're exiting out of the dome so that way they
Especially dumb shit, getting POIs with purple armors and starting at purple and all that crap.
Oh my God!
Where do you go? Where do you hide?
Fun, you are an animal. The best fuse in the world, in my opinion. Now rocking Gibraltar and impacting this team. He was a content creator first. So underrated. I saw him for the first time in the Lulu Lovely Throwdown play out of his mind. I said he needs to get picked up by a team. Team Liquid picks him up, and look at the impact he's had. And Hodzik was saying Gilderson's and his desire to be great has helped elevate Fun to also want to be great.
Did you see hit the fucking Valkyrie mode in the middle, dropping batteries? That's funny.
In the pockets of Team Liquid. They have 100 Thieves in their sights. 2 members of 100 Thieves playing by the edge of the fence. Team Liquid playing so well, but they have to inch their way into that next circle, because this truck isn't going to be in this.
Reignite still alive. Burger just got knocked by Game with.
Damn, this dirty fucking charge rifle user, though.
Very, very subpar this weekend. Barely qualified in 6th or 7th place, but they are here, and that's what matters, and there's no difference.
Is that a Mozambique?
First in yesterday's lobby. 100 Thieves down to 2. Game with down to 2, maybe 3.
Here you go.
Tops are still alive. Here we go.
So many teams just died right here.
With Legetta, one of the best players in Japan, on board of them now. Legetta, you gotta go big as Crypto.
Team Unite, though, they lost out on one of their teammates. They could potentially get this res here. They have the Watson fence to set up the Nox grenade, though, going inside the mouth of the tunnel.
This side angle
are coming to show up. They need to. They have something to prove here, and now they're looking to close in that gap.
7 kills for NRG, 10 kills for Team Liquid. NA on top as the USA is dominating. They are frying. Nocturnal, Team Liquid, NRG can't be stopped. 16k damage for the young man Nathan.
Okay, these jump shots,
yikes.
yikes.
Are dancing around this fence, landing these shots, making another one. Can somebody stop Nathan? Rocker was taken down, and Sweet is still alive. They need to play off this Kree, because they still need to worry about 5 other squads.
This man's looking like Kobe with the jumper there. Nathan connected, can't miss, can't be
See what I mean, though? It's just like, as soon as you make a move, someone else comes around and kills you. Like, the team that just destroyed that other team gets destroyed by someone else rotating.
Gateway, they heard you fall up. They heard
It's about
you
making like the last move. It's not really about skill. Just
they got sent back to
fuckery.
The 100 Thieves also now in some trouble as Scurry's the last one alive.
But look who it is. APAC South, Australia. Jen Burton, stand up for your boys right now as Reignite is alive. Team Unite from APAC North in game with.
A lot of bigger players, especially streamer players that are pros, got like COVID for whatever reason. That's so strange to me.
Now you see Alliance only with Hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey's got called out though.
Like as soon as they get to the land, they tested, and then if they tested once, they were like asked to just leave. They can't come back.
You gotta be kidding me. And I actually saw the analyst predictions
and
the teams to watch.
Fucking,
over Reignite. Are y'all crazy?
No hotel.
Is the best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a
okay, look at these Watsons.
UK,
shit.
they are here
well,
to
maybe
play.
Watson is better than people saying, man. This shit's crazy.
Big controversial decision to drop Temple.
You're playing like a late game. This Watson shit's annoying as fuck.
They've been absolutely frying within these lobbies.
You're gonna take the time to mow down like those little fences. You know what I mean?
Look at the Watson setup. It's a work of art here. Call it Picasso. Game win. Now we're gonna be
especially if you can hide a pylon behind a wall and then just fence it.
And the zone is
like
pulling
absorbing
right
all those grenades right there was huge.
Watson impact the fences in the late game here. Significant. Unite just needs some cover. Game with Unite, Reignite, 3 squads left. Melstera gonna try and get some shots, but the Mirage is gonna come through.
You can now play off the side, losing out on the shields.
I like
the
it.
Forced to call out. Hopefully, being able
2
to
Asian
teams
in the final.
Now called in. Look at Unite's position though. They have such a good spot. Like you said, everybody needs to go into the line of sight, into those Watson fences.
It's a penitentiary right now on screen as you see fence on fence. Game with farming. Nice shots with the PK. Flatline comes out. He's got ammo for days. Yuka F frags and fries and game with it a 1v1.
Oh, but his team is garbage.
Reignite does it. Reignite is your champion of game number 1.
Wow.
Australia.
That was a good ending.
Stand up, mates. What a start from the boys down under.
You love to see APAC South coming through game number 1, taking World's Edge. What a strong start for our teams. And
Reignite, the Australian team.
This is Reignite. This is the best team in the APAC South region, and they are showing up already with such a strong start to our
like it's cool smaller regions winning. The last 3 teams were all small regions.
Sutaraigo, the number 1 team in APAC South over these guys. I don't care if Jen Burton isn't here. But boy, if he was. Boy, if he was arguably the best controller player in the world.
This motherfucker, dude, cracks me up. He's at like a fucking $200 mouse, $200 controller,
former competitive Halo player
$120
on Xbox,
keyboard.
over to
It's got the most expensive accessories.
And has
still uses a controller.
Been dominating for Kingarna. This Kingarna roster.
Like if I was a controller player, I wouldn't even like. Come on, man. I'm using like a Dell Inspiron keyboard. Get the fuck out of here.
Filled a team's role in Hell
and I would do that for the memes. I think that's hilarious. Show up to a LAN with a Dell Inspiron keyboard. I don't use this.
There were so many teams with double-digit KP already to set themselves up for those 50 points for a match point.
That's a great point. And on top of that, we got to break down what we saw there. I mean, how did Reignite win that game? They were coming from low ground into fences, and they had no
look at them
heals.
pound that monster,
Zero,
Amber.
No shields. They were getting double teamed.
Respect.
And somehow they win
Riding
that
caffeine
3v3
high.
v3. It was like a game of control, except the one
He's used to
team
getting
all playing
chased around by
against each
fucking
other.
koalas
9
in
players the
Aussie land. Now
lobby.
he's fucking just
Reignite
pounding
with only
monster
like
in Sweden.
250 effective HP as a team, and somehow they come out on top. That's the difference that Australia has.
This chick
They
cracks
are
me up.
fraggers. They're mechanically talented, and it shows.
Why is she dressed all like elegantly and then 2 chains, gold chain?
Having to look at all the action happening in front of them with the Watson fences, and they were not standing down there.
It just cracks me up. The blouse from Ann Taylor White House Black Market.
The
chain
really
is
came
from
to show up not
a
only with their
downtown
positioning,
jeweler.
but also wiping out a lot of our NA teams.
That's a great point. Game with Team
the teams
Unite
a bit much.
and none other than Reignite. APAC North, APAC North, APAC South. For everyone that's looking at the overall.
Like she could wear a chunky
stage of
necklace. The
this
fact that
and
she
says, hey,
chooses
there's
a
8
rapper
North
necklace is funny.
American teams, 80% of North America qualify for this lobby. NA on top. Think again here as APAC North and APAC South showing that they came to play this weekend, and truly we have a global competition.
I feel like you fueled them. You fueled them, Fallout. They heard you. They said, I got something to prove out here. Reignite. 10 kills exactly, double digits, 22 points. But so did GameWith. They didn't get the dub. They didn't get those 12 extra points. But with that 9 placement points and the 13 KP, they tie themselves already up with Reignite. Talk about racking up as many points as you possibly can. Also, we have to highlight the way the Energy Team Liquid did with also their double-digit KP.
Chad is so desperate. It's so sad.
I have to reiterate again, and you can see
there's people saying like because there's the girl broadcaster. She keeps eye fucking me and she won't stop.
There's
Oh
this
my
little
god!
country surrounded by a lot of water called Japan.
Literally looking into a camera, you
is
skis.
huge in Japan. It is life, it is culture. Their version of Times Square lit up with Apex Legends.
Are you playing Overwatch too?
That's how big it is.
I
they
was
have
looking
some of the largest
at
streamers, and guess which country represented the top 3 there? Well,
don't they have like a
6 of the 9
practice
players,
range? Just fuck around.
Japanese, Matsutasu, and the rest of them. Legetta,
About that
the
Doom
best
fist.
Japanese player in the world, showing up in game number 1.
And that's
Amber
the
the
beauty of
Doom
this
main.
We have players from all around the world competing here in person, and I love it, Fallout.
I hope. I mean, the thing that I don't understand about their open beta, what they should do to tease the game,
it's amazing. Now,
is like by the end of the year they should come out with just the free PvP part.
Over 1,000 damage across the board, minus JMW, who played a much more passive role, creating a lot of that space with the Caustic Barrels and the Nox Grenade.
The biggest thing I have to point out here, Vicky, is Sharky 3415.
Kind of like how Halo's doing. They like decided later on we'll add shit, just do it forward right now and get all the kinks out and get all the annoying balancing things that are in the way that people hate.
Content creator for Reignite. Why? Even though he was great, even though
Because
they
it's
were
like
great,
if it's closed
it wasn't a
off and it's like they're
Gibraltar
doing
main.
their
He was
own
kind of forced
testing
into that Gibraltar
internally,
role 'cause all 3 of
dude,
them
they
are just
get
fraggers.
the
They said, you know
same
what?
shitty game
It's a
every
tough decision
time,
to
man.
walk away from someone when they are that dominant, when we are that
I kind of like
dominant
the
as a
idea of
team.
like
But if we
open
wanna win on
development
this
as
stage,
you has
this
like
stage
as long as you
behind
have a
right
base
here,
game to
You
play.
need a Gibby main, and Sharky was that main. Zero competing.
Dude, I'm
with
still gonna
Sharky
do it.
early
I'm gonna
on
do a
alongside
Reddit post
MC
about
way
these
back
fans, yo.
In the early days of Apex Legends, and let me tell you, Sharky reunited with his duo in Zero is showing up. 1,700 damage as a Gibraltar is insane. But oh my goodness, what a start. Listen, it's a shame that we casted game 1 because we got to invite the Australians up here to cast game 2. I know they're going to be hyped for Reignite. We're going to jump to a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Kitty. This is the ALGS playoffs, baby. Spread the word. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to go in game number 2. We'll be right back right after this.
How'd you feel about game 1, Amber? Great.
Monster Energy, the official energy
Sponsored by
drink
Monster,
of the
your
Apex
favorite,
Legends
so
Global
you know it's
Series.
real.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
This is how legends are made.
Oh, I forgot. You should open up the, if you want, you should open up the mainstream and like mute it and put it like on a low quality because you get drops while watching this.
Oh.
Like open up a second tab of the actual mainstream. Mute it, low quality settings, just background. I'll send you a link in Discord if you want to do it.
Okay.
Someone said this guy on the screen right now, Hal, looks like Sheldon. Kind of funny. Kind of does.
Reignite taking match 1 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. The guys from down
at this rate, I just hope it's a non-streamer that wins at this point, especially if it's from a smaller region. That would be really cool. I feel like this game is like people have this weird idea where they think that's the best and it has nothing to do with being the best.
American teams, but they went out pretty early.
Yeah, we have that listen-in with Optic. We see them drop TSM, eliminated by Reignite. Look,
who's got the light on them today? That's what it's all about.
Team Liquid had a huge game 1, racking up kills there. We saw them take out GMT, who I think were really playing in Godspot in that caravan when you get that circle. But, oh man, Reignite, they played that so well. You saw they were probably 1 or 2 seconds
kind of annoying though. They're like timing out all the good copy pastas.
Absolutely gone.
So unless you have a good Twitch chat add-on, you can't see all these funny ass messages.
On the top, on top of those APAC North teams.
Not the only team to sort of touch on from that game to game with, finishing in 2nd place. 13 kills. One of the stats, our lovely friend Alfish, of course, in the green room, he put together a compilation of the amount of teams who have won games here so far.
Some people are just cheering people that are like not even streaming the event, that don't even play Apex, like cheering on Forsen, who's a popular streamer. But it's like, what? Forsen doesn't play this shit.
Championship, that would be massive.
It would be, wouldn't it? I'd love to see it. The other team I love to see there, right on your screens, Reignite. They're feeling happy. It's a good start to the day for them. I was having a little bit of a chat with them on stage just before they jumped into the lobby, Xenox, and they were telling me here on World's Edge,
do you have my chat open?
They've got Lava, Siphon. I think they're splitting it with one.
Okay, there's this guy. Someone gifted me a sub when I was randomly watching an Overwatch stream, and his name's Witwix, and he was an Overwatch streamer. He's got the funniest funniest Blastoise
A lot of the other teams
based emojis.
they've actually dropped by the wayside. And
I'm gonna
now
send you a
they've got this,
couple of them.
one
They're
the
just
most
fucking funny.
premier drop spots in the entire World's Edge to themselves, and that's helping them to a win in this first game.
Speaking on Premier, we just saw that very Premier-looking trophy fly on by as we head into World's Edge Match 2. Here for the finals, Genome. Again, no team really in that match point position just yet. Still relatively early days, but boy, you know, you look at Reignite.
You see my Twitch chat?
All 20-point plus now.
Yeah.
These fucking things, dude. The stripper Blastoise, though, right?
Yeah. Like, why?
Teams. We've got such.
I think it's funny whoever did like the creepy ass Blastoise though for him. That shit's fucking goofy. Especially the one on the end.
Kill
mentally challenged Blastoise. He had a bad evolution.
Race to the top here, as we keep talking about match point, they need to get to that 50 before they get the win. So those teams picking up big amounts
They
of
should
kills.
touch on that during Pokemon, like have fucked up evolutions where someone doesn't evolve all the way because of pre-existing conditions.
When it's your day, it is your day, Genome. Will it be Reignite? Could they pull off a
oh, purple gold bag, purple armor, dude. You are equipped, my guy.
JMW comes in. Nice. We weren't quite sure what to make of Reignite, but right now that #1 positions is theirs. Will it be at the end of the day? We'll have to wait and see. Into match 2, we'll have a look at the map. We are going down towards the southern side of World's Edge here for match 2.
Lava Siphon was actually the hot zone here. That's part of the reason why we were seeing the gold, the purple loot come there for Reignite. You can see, yeah, it was Team Unite that is sort of splitting a little bit of the loot there, but honestly, you know, it's mostly that sort of budget Siphon loot up the top. It does look like this circle is going all the way down south. Remember, we had that segment yesterday where I was sort of talking through a very, very similar circle to this. So we are expecting Rig to probably go all the way over the top of Elevate there, right down to the south side of Dome. A lot of teams do like playing on that cliff side, on the southeast side of Dome. There's a lot of little pockets there that you can sit in, and especially if you're a caustic like JMW, you can sort of set yourself up there, and it's very hard for other people to land on you.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to touch on here is starting well early, especially when you've got the match point rule, right? So you want to be doing well early, getting to that position.
I'm pretty sure they are going to move out soon.
50 points. Once you do so, then of course you're going to find the win. But what we've seen so far throughout the entire tournament is those that start well typically end well.
They're getting. I think they're getting rid of some stuff.
Yeah, from
and
Team
then just
Unite, they
buying
were
new
taking some
stuff.
shots there. Just a quick redeploy after taking.
Are they trying
down,
to give you things? Is that why you suspect
the
this?
flying cargo
What's that?
bot there. So
are they trying to give you anything? Or
yeah, they're trying to give me a bed and shit right now.
Armor on the way. This is an incredible start for Reignite.
Yeah, it's like we don't. Well, because they want us to give us basically like whatever's in the guest room essentially.
Yeah.
I'm like, we don't really have.
So the meta in APAC North right now is mostly Crypto Watson, and they're very passive. APAC South is normally known as the most aggressive region, so we play Caustic and Gibby to counter that. Caustic has great defensive utility.
We're anti-social. We don't really have friends
players
to
are quite
invite
aggressive
over.
as well. EU is
I mean, like I said, we could have people over, but I just
Team Burger is quite
ever since COVID, I've been over like, especially now that I'm older too. Everything's aligning coincidentally. I just don't like people in my house. Period.
TSM and NRG. I definitely think
like when I was 20-something, I liked the house party. You know.
Oh, okay. They don't stream. He obviously
now that we're 30, I just feel like it's kind of old and sad.
One of our favorite streamers from Team Burger. Absolutely check him out for all the good looks and the amazing Apex.
What are we gonna do? Invite people over on a Saturday night and play beer pong? Like, ugh.
Have made their way over. And now we'll get a look at some of the other teams.
At 30, yikes.
Yeah. 33.
Interesting
Jesus, we're mid-30s, still doing the same shit. That's why it's like, at least if we go to a bar, it's like, okay, we went to a bar, right?
Adaptability and last
Even no matter how divey and shitty it is and how close it is to our house, we went to a bar.
A little unpracticed
drinking in a bedroom
on some of these compositions they're trying to bring out here with the Caustic, and now we've got Team Empire going Wraith, Caustic, Maggie.
I mean, yeah, I think Team Empire has highlighted.
Plus, I think it's easier to have parties like that. It's like when you have coworkers and shit, you know.
Compositions throughout this entire weekend, you know, back from day 1, then day 2, now here as well.
And like I said, it's just kind of like I lost touch to a lot of my friends during COVID because we weren't allowed to hang out. So I'd have to rekindle so many friendships to get people over, and it's just like,
yeah, they're sitting in the vault tunnel.
Oh, Burger stole it.
right now.
I've kind of liked not talking to people.
Onto reps. Either way, TSM not going to be happy.
It's like I said, this whole COVID thing screwed me over. Like, I went from like being a social person to I don't like it at all anymore.
So maybe something to be salvaged here.
Like, I don't mind if it's like something that's like something that I would already do, but if it's something I don't want to do, I feel like it's a chore and shit like that. I don't have fun.
Towards the southern end of World's Edge, we saw Team Burger in the kill feed. They did pick up that down, I believe. Now,
a cranky old man.
For these guys. In fact, I think you ended up predicting them as well, Gino, right? For Team Burger, especially considering how well Reignite.
I like how they just came up with the name Team Burger. Oh shit! Look at this TSM push right there.
Teams as they continue to push closer towards TSM, Luminosity. These three teams all sort of huddled together at the moment.
Luminosity, they use a bubble to back off there with the Caustic. That's a safe play, right? The traps are in place. They come back inside where Caustic
would you like a little top off for the
very much
action
at home.
pops off?
TSM.
Yes.
Might have even committed their bubble as well. Either way, they can't do too much because Burger was pressuring them at the same time. You gotta remember, they were a duo at this point. They don't really want to be taking fights, and Imperial Hal has gone down to an Arcstar, leaving just Valhalla alive.
Yeah, TSM just kind of got caught in the middle there between Luminosity and Team Burger. They lose Hal. They've already lost reps. Remember that from earlier. So down to just one player remaining. The Thermite from MT will finish off Hal. So for TSM, this is a disaster to start match 2. In fact, when you take into account basically match 1 as well, they finished 9th, no kills. Not the quickest start here for the finals for TSM. In fact, they are gone. Last place here in match 2.
20th spot. We haven't even finished the first round. Xenox, they've barely managed to get through it, and they're going to have to stew in that for a little while. They don't get to talk to their coach. They've got to wait until the break between games for that.
You don't get rewarded for losing.
Absolutely not.
You got to do a little bit better, and especially in between breaks, that's where you're going to have to turn things around. For TSM, though, 5 points from the first 2 matches. They have to get to 50 points, so 45 more points still to be acquired for TSM. And obviously, you don't want to be leaving it to the last second. By that point, you're going to have a lot of teams that will already be on that match point status, so they will need to get a wriggle on going into match 3. For now, we've still got 19 squads here remaining, all 57 players as well alive going into round 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see where this circle shifts, right? I mean, it could go all the way down. That wouldn't be surprised. I feel at the moment, actually sitting inside the dome buildings is probably the safe play. Burger out here in the rocks, there's a lot of places where teams can Valk ult in and take some space away from them. So it is a little bit risky. I mean, they're a good team at creating space around them, but there's a lot of other good teams in this lobby, Xenox.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams that are really taking their time. One of them being Cloud9, kind of highlight them here at the moment. Another one is also Team Liquid, just a little bit south of them, just inside of the circle. You got Game With, who finished 2nd in the last game, over towards the Geysers. So a couple of teams still not making their way too quickly down towards the circle. Happy to just sit out in the zone for the time being as we see that minimap expand, blow up, and have a look and see where everyone roughly is. Still a couple of teams over towards Lava Siphon, so still a lot of room to move here. It's not really going to be crunch time just yet.
Cloud9 taking their time in the circle, going for that replicator and just trying to craft some meds as they make their way in. Kind of late here. You've got Albrolele, of course, one of the winners of the
a dab during the mid-break.
Invitational before switching teams.
Oh, like later?
It's like after game 3 they take a break. It's like right in the middle of it because it's 6 maps.
It will be fascinating to see how much of that transfers across to Storm Point. I think as the season went on for Apex South, at least for us, Xenox, you know, we saw more of that happening at the end. At the start, people trying to figure out what was going to work. There was a lot of Ash happening. You know, people were worried about the high ground and the instant, you know, phase breach use, and they wanted things like that, but now they've tended to prefer that defensive and sometimes also offensive utility the Caustic provides.
Well, for Cloud9, they've got a bit of work to do, of course, to find their way into the circle. Some decisions to be made, so let's go and have a listen in.
Oh, you take that one? Okay, that's fine. Let's go.
Oh, you want it?
No. We're now at this point we're starting to spend too much time in this zone.
You're right. All right, since we're not sure exactly how we want to play it out, we just need to get into the zone for now, and we scope things out, and we figure things out from there. We're all super stacked to fight, correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. I think our best bet is working the balloon on the west side.
Yes. Okay. Well, then we start by getting into Lava Siphon, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay.
Okay. How would you approach us?
I would get one more beacon, so I would probably go Lava Siphon.
I like that. Okay. I like that actually.
Because there's no reason for us to, when we can't get in, to just try to get in and it pulls the fuck off of us.
Okay.
So we just need to play this slow, disciplined, and then if we have to take a fight, we'll run through them, and then we decide what to do next.
All right. There should be a zone where a lot of teams die.
100% they will.
Just gotta live, baby.
We just gotta make sure we're not walking in on a side, or like if we see too many teams around us, that like we don't start a fight when there's like 5 teams around us. That's it.
SDK eliminated.
Yeah, that's super good.
Who was the first team to die? Did you guys see?
No.
I know it wasn't a team.
I wish they had the points. See,
it
this
was
is what I
one
don't
guy who
like
got
that they
30
do in the
59
final
for a long
round
time,
versus
unless
the other
somebody
rounds.
crashed.
Group rounds, they always have the points, like when a
Alright,
team's
sounds like
talking, you can see where they're
Cloud9
standing
paying a
at.
little more attention to the kill feed there. They might have seen their
They're in the
NA
finals, they just
rivals
leave it all
TSM
fucking
falling
guessing.
out first, but V3 Vega, they're trying to get someone else out of this lobby.
Get those fences up, Jig, and get those fences up in time to try and salvage this one against Team Liquid. No, they can't. Gilderson's too quick and clean. Now, they lost Nocturnal. That's okay, though. They did pick up those kills. Good points for Team Liquid, who started well, of course, in match 1 as well. They had 10 kills from that game, too. So 2 players up. Team Liquid continue to get some points here. Good start to the finals for them.
They've got a great position here, but at what cost does it come, Xenox? At least the Caustic is still alive, I will say that. Now that they're established inside the building, even as a duo, can be not that hard to hold as a Caustic, right? You have so much power when people come inside and try and deal with the gas traps and the gas grenade. SSG on the outside, plenty of ammo ready here for the charge rifle. Of course, it is dropped. Frex is playing the Loba.
So round 2 comes to a close. Black Market opened up. Space Station will take their time. We are pushing down towards the dome here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Lobas in this lobby today. I think the other one might be GMT as well.
See the points leaderboards as well on the right-hand side of your screen. That will be flashed multiple times today, Genome, of course, to kind of keep up to date with where teams stand. Get the 50 points from there. Then you've got to find that win if you want to be the champions here of the finals.
Damn. Okay, I hope you're really watching
They've got a couple of points to their name on at least the right side of the leaderboard.
I hope you're watching the main stream because you get a flatline skin, a Horizon skin, a weapon charm, and a hollow
spray. A little bit up and down, but they're here, and we know what they're capable of as well.
So yeah, make sure you're watching that the primary stream on low quality or whatever in the background.
Walking away as the champions here.
They are a team to be feared when it's
those are hella drops. It's actually kind of cool. Usually it's just like a they'll give you like a loading screen, maybe a weapon charm, you know, hollow spray stuff that's like global, not actually like flatline and Horizon skin.
But honestly, you've made it to the final day. You can put all of that behind you right now and focus.
The other thing to take note of course, you know, pushing down towards the dome in terms of this point of interest, Genome, you're going to have a lot of teams that can really fit inside of that area. But what we've seen at the playoffs so far is I think the best teams have been able to play the edge really, really well, rack up kills, be able to clean and sweep the top end and push in late game. If you continue to do that, you can still here, you get those points, get closer to that 50-point margin. That's
just the originals though, none of these new fucking Gen Z
Empire. A couple of fights really starting to kick off here in this third round. We've still got 17 squads and of course running out of space on the map.
Okay, it looks like they might be
I love
Shocked
Pikachu. I should have Shocked
like
Pikachu
he was about
as an
to pull the
emote.
trigger on that EMP. It's Space Station Gaming in the trailer that they're looking to take. EMP goes out,
dude, you know what would be funny is Shocked Pikachu, but you put an actual anime face on him, like Shocked. Like he looks like an anime person.
That's a third one as well. AD Raccoon from APAC North deal with Space Station rather
Holy
easily
shit, that was a good cleanup
the
by
EMP
Raccoon.
proving to be a difference maker there from Parker. You mentioned it. He's onto red armor now, and AD Raccoon looking good here in match 2.
In a lot of these circles, this caravan would actually be it'd probably be a safe spot for another 2 zones maybe. But we did get a glimpse there of where the circle's shifting, and it's actually, it is the dome.
Yep.
It's the dome and only
just
the dome. So if you have one of those spots inside, like we saw before, Team Liquid, the other spots are currently occupied by Reignite. We've got Elevate as well as the North American team there, Unity, and Team Unite, sorry.
Team Unite.
And they are all...
North American? It's APAC North, man.
Yes, that's the one. One of the Norths. Team Unite, they're all wrapped up in the dome right now. So those guys have great positions, and everyone's going to start taking that away from them now that they know where the next zone is going.
What an angle found here by Duplex. Gets the knockdown onto Higak of 4-7.
People talking shit in the mainstream chat. North America region, as in near the airport.
Those APAC North teams, they got in through the winners bracket for 4-7. We'll see if they can continue to have a decent event. For now, though, Optic Gaming,
the shit talking, like weird copy passes always crack me up. Like that's a bad one. With the near the airport, how bad. Oh, these grenades, Amber.
Oh. Speaking of Skittles, is he going to go down as well? There goes Luminosity as well, and the kill feed. Gamewith are just piling on the pressure.
So many grenades in there, and somehow no one's going down.
I don't get it.
Optic Gaming, they did get one knock. Okay, there's the second one. Finally,
gone.
Optic Gaming are gone, and it didn't matter what chair they hid, but they hit.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, this Gamewith team, this fucking weird Asian team is killing it. Like they were struggling yesterday to qualify. Second loser bracket, lives on the line. They get 10th. They end dead last to qualify. Here they are today, game fucking 2, sitting in third. Killing the fucking favorites.
About a minute or so down into the 4th round, and now
Man.
to the dome. Like we said before, Genome,
they got over. I feel like it was probably nerves the first day, then, huh?
And this is going to allow a lot of teams, though, at least a bit of safety.
Just understanding how they should play. Like
Xenox, but it's,
no one else is playing
even further
Gibraltar or Watson, so this shit is like cool to me.
They're not going to get that information until the next ring closes, and they're going to have to make a move.
It's definitely starting to feel like
it's C9.
These movement-based characters really don't matter if you have a good team.
And
you just play your strategy.
Yuka has to fall back, though, get that bat off. Jen is up and now.
It's like nice refresh from just pubbing because
so
everyone just fucking
Octane
Raid. Pathfinder, I can move fast. That's all I need.
Of a precarious position. Can they
people actually using their abilities to get a win is fun.
Them in this position.
Got some work to do here, but they don't feel like they're under too much pressure. However, they don't
okay,
like
this
the
Valk
spot.
fly though,
Skyward Dive
dangerous.
Comes out.
I don't like these late game Valk flies. They always feel so fucking like, hey, we're gonna be right here. Throw grenades.
Whether the inside or the outside of that ring will be playable space.
Holy
Either way,
shit.
We're seeing a team, and then just barely beat to the high ground there. They pull in. Can we get into this room? No, there's a fence there. They have to tank the damage from that security.
Big fight for GMT. Let's listen in with them and see how they handle this one.
One guy close right, careful.
I think he's shooting door frame. I'm batting. Holding. Look the door frame, look the door frame.
We're clipped.
Coming. I'm healing.
We gotta watch your back too.
Yeah, there's a team on the roof.
We're gonna try to share the building. Miguel, I want you to be playing over here, okay? We're gonna share the building.
He's in the door frame.
Nades made in.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Make sure you have bats as well.
Should you have nades and bats from Loba's shop?
No, we're gonna need a new low bolt. Here you go.
Come loot. Okay.
I'm holding you, okay, Del?
I will go loot after my ult.
They're
joining the might EMP.
We're gonna play this building split. We're gonna prioritize our side, okay? No, wait. Can we clear?
We should prioritize the backside.
Yes. And we walk it in. Can we clear?
No, there's a GB on the roof.
We're gonna play backside and we're gonna clear. Let them play
Talking about giving Loba a new tactical. She throws
we gotta play
an old pair of her panties on the ground.
Outside.
And if it's a male character, they get taunted by it and they smell it. If it's Valkyrie, same effect, but any other woman is repelled by it and they run away in fear.
Back up.
But it's like used as like a taunt totem now instead of just like swinging around with your bracelet.
In the door frames.
You're right. Yeah.
Should be good.
Where we have cover.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Get a low ball ASAP.
They're gonna keep playing roof. They shouldn't do anything dumb.
One team is gonna come in here for sure, okay? We're gonna nades stack those guys when they do it. Save nades. We're not wasting nades right now, okay?
GMT there, deciding to prioritize the back
pretty
side
good
of the
calls on
building.
this
That's
team.
because of how this circle is shifting. if they can lock that down for now and just take this next 30 seconds
I hate
to
when you
solidify
have
that position, it's going to be very hard.
go
They'll
into
probably
comms
only
for like
have
a
the
team,
one
and
angle
especially
to worry
one that
about.
you know they've been a team for a little bit longer,
Cover,
and they still kind of like there's too many opinions.
They did have
you know?
a route on the outside, but forced back in.
You really just let one or two people call, and then that's it, right? If you're sitting there arguing about what you should do, I feel like
punish anyone on the outside. This instance, it's
it just gets all
Reignite, our
fucked.
winners from match 1. Now Sharky is down.
It's the Gibraltar. They can't
get mad
get
at
the
each
bubble
other
to
for
get
no
this
reason.
res, so they're just trying to put down
Both calls are probably
caustic
shitty
traps to make
anyways.
just a skerrick of cover here to get them back alive and get that third back up and running.
Big EMP just exploding there over the top as well. Let's see what is going to happen here. Now into the 6th round. This is where it's going to be really congested, really tight. Game with still on that high ground. Of course, they don't want to overstep this position. If there's lines of sight looking up towards them, they could get punished here. They could get down rather easily. The fences aren't going to do as much, especially here in this instance.
Other teams now trying to take up position on the top of the silo. You can see damage being traded from those teams across, elevate down the bottom. It's almost like playing that arena map, Xenox. You love to be a Valk and just go up the top there. It's a fantastic position to play. Wow, damage coming out quickly. I think they might have even eliminated that interception pylon, so that's some free shields gone.
Well, once that bubble dissipates,
That's the only gun I'm
be
surprised I don't see a lot during this
9
tournament.
squads
Is
still
more
remaining. We have so much at stake here in match 2.
Rampage.
So many points up for grabs.
Rig have managed to
They have
stabilize
so
a
many
little bit
encounters where
there,
they have
but
to
you
run
can
through a
see they're
door
still
and
taking
shit. Why not
damage
just
from
mow down the
either
rampage,
side. Alliance go out
Don't
in
have to waste
9th
the
now,
actual
and we're
grenade
still watching
and
these
still mow
teams up
someone
the
down
top who
afterward.
don't have to move yet.
Elevate on the low ground. They've got double purple. Sleep still on white. Doesn't matter. They'll get the job done. Abraleli goes down. So does Cloud9. Game with have been eliminated. 7 squads remaining. Team Liquid now.
Damn,
they need to get a move on as well. The silos have been cleared. No one up there. Look at AD Raccoon though. GMT, Reignite, all so close to each other. You got Sweet still alive as well for NRG. There goes Cloud9. Courtesy of Team Liquid.
Oh man, GMT. They are in a fantastic spot. I'm glad we had that listen in with them before just to see how they were feeling about that and how they managed to wrangle it. It's going to be very good from here as the circle continues to close. ADR on top of them, and Rig know that they need to eliminate them to create that space for themselves.
Triple red here for AD Raccoon. Now, high ground advantage as well. Can they get some damage? Can they get some knocked here? Try and just at least clear out some of the space and moving forward. 6 squads left. We are getting down to the final minute here of match 2. We need to see what's going to happen here because Team Liquid, 35 points. If they can find victory, they could be so close.
Oh my god, fuck!
Gilderson pushes in, gets it out of GMT. Sweet, the solo player for NRG goes down to Karompu. Liquid though, now they feel the pressure too. Gilderson loses all of his armor, goes down as well. Can they fight back though?
I thought he was the clutch player for them. It's going to be tough without him. Maybe this is a 2v2 now against GMT. Team Liquid in the blink of an eye. All of them have gone down. 4 squads left alive. Now here's the fight between Rig and ADR. Elevate from the high ground.
Previous
Come
team
in.
that won last
Elevate,
game
they
just
made
died.
it in on the final match of day 2. Could they find victory as well here in match 2 of the finals? It
Looking
is
like a
getting
GMT
down to the
win,
final
but we'll see.
seconds
Maybe
here.
Elevate. They got the
double red
high
high
ground.
ground as well. They found victory yesterday. They should just about do so again today in the finals. Elevate from here. They'll be the winners. No doubt about it. Match 2.
They were in the right position.
Elevate champions.
Okay.
Elevate
the same thing. They were that one of those last teams that came through the last game just to qualify. Here they are today, winning game first place. This is awesome.
At home something to cheer about.
It's
all the emotional scenes last night.
They're so fucking good at this
in that
game.
final game, and they're
Look who's
still
showing
running
up.
hot.
Smaller,
and running
hungry
high on
teams that have no
adrenaline.
money.
It's only
Imagine
match 2,
that.
but
This is what I'm
being
saying.
able to win in this
Like
lobby
North American
against
teams
this
are just, they're lucky. They're just
competition, the day
streamers
that
and shit.
we
They
saw
make
from
money.
Elevate yesterday, now coming into the
Imagine
finals
you
today,
play a video
they're
game and
proving
you
that they
don't
are
make a
running
lot
on
of money.
pure
This is your
adrenaline
chance.
genome, that they've got the capabilities to find victory.
I was hoping
find
more teams like
success.
this would
They didn't
kind of
get
show
too
up at the
many points
tournaments.
from match 1, but they're going to get a whole heap of points
TSM,
in
NRG,
match 2,
Team
no
Liquid,
doubt
these are
about
all
it.
like
Elevate,
rich brands. They
bleeding
make
red
money.
at the
They don't-
moment. They are looking good.
They don't need a Apex payday.
Fantastic effort by them, and well, I mean, Reignite though, probably should touch on them, Xenox, because it was a 3rd place, so that's at least 7 placement points from them, as well as a couple of KP, I'm sure,
That's
in
true,
there.
that's true.
Here we go.
19.
Amazingly quick stats here coming in through from the production team. 5 kills as well on top of that, so 12 points. That's going to put Reignite in a fantastic spot. GMT and Elevate, of course. AD Raccoon, Team Liquid, though, that might put them up to #1 overall.
Exactly, and like you kind of said at the start of this game, match 1, a little bit top-heavy. Match 2, once again, rather top-heavy. 15 points for Liquid, 15 points for AD Raccoon, 12 for Reignite, of course, back fresh off of their win from match 1. GMT, a big game. We had, obviously, a big follow-on of them too, but Elevate, you can't look past them. What a result.
Yeah, and look, just something I want to quickly touch on here as we look at the bottom 10 results from our second match here, just a smattering of points for those teams, is that we do have anonymous mode running.
So like
for anyone who doesn't
250,000 is, I think, his first place prize.
Unlike in a normal game
convert
of Apex,
that to Brazilian money, 1.2
who
million.
they're taking down. They can't see, you know, who they're going up against in terms of the kill feed. So you might be able to tell from skins.
It's kind of sad though when you do it
There's other ways to kind of work around it a little bit.
When you reverse 250K, it's only
once we get to that
50K out
match
here.
point, you won't be able to just focus on a team and take them down that quickly, that easily, unless you know their
that's a lot of money
rotations.
for a Brazilian
it's
person.
a tricky thing to do, but Elevate, our team here that's made a big splash in Game 2.
Yeah, our champion squad for match 2, they felt like champions last night, late into the night too, in the final game to even be here, to find victory now to start the day for match 2. Says a lot for this team, their ambitions and their ability to do well in this particular lobby group of these 20 teams. They go up to 20 points now, up 14 place positions. Of course, it's all about sort of the race to 50 points. From there, you then need to be able to find a win, but you got to get to those 50 points first and quickly.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, you need to give yourself as many chances
So
as
cartoony
possible. So the quicker you can get
Yeah,
to
the
50,
graphics are hard
easy
to...
winning a game with the 20
That's what I think a lot of
best
people didn't like about it.
teams in the
They use
world.
like a weird
Exactly.
smooth
Reignite,
3D models.
38 points, Team Liquid,
Yeah,
36
it
points.
looks like
Definitely
weirdly
those
kiddish,
two
and yet at the
teams
same
we
time
have our
they do
eyes on
kind of
moving
sexy
forward,
things with some of the
especially soon
characters.
into
They really,
match 3.
I
They
find
are
it kind
very
of
close
off-putting.
to that cutoff point.
Yeah, it's
They
kind
could
of
very well
strange,
be our
their art
first
style
teams
for
to
that
get
game in
to that
particular.
match point status for
Doesn't
these
match
teams,
any
though,
other
Gino.
game that they have.
Well,
It's usually
they
just
need
3D
to be
models they
able
use,
to
you know?
find some points in the next couple of games. Otherwise, they may run out of opportunities.
Only 11 here for Alliance, and then going down from there, that's at least 40 points away. That is at at least 2 games of solid play to get your way to match points. So these guys aren't going to see an opportunity to take out that $250,000 first prize until at least probably game 4 or game 5, unless someone like Reignite or Team Liquid steals it away before then.
Exactly. What a start here for the ALGS split 2 playoffs. Our first 2 matches done. World's Edge done for a little bit of time. For now, we go over to Storm Point. We're going to head off the desk as well. Vollout and Vicky will be on the other side.
Is that the second or third game?
That is the second game. During the third game, they're going to take a long break. We'll do a dab then. So next we got Storm Point in about a minute.
Outside.
And then from there, we'll take a break.
What lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside.
I just think it's strange, the makeup of the tournament, because it's like, if they're going to do 2 games each map, why do 2 games of Storm Point and then go back to World's Edge? Like, it's so weird to me. Just do 3 and 3.
Lenovo doing gaming lab.
Like 4 games on World's Edge, 2 on Storm Point is just weird. How many kills does this guy average in the playoffs? 9. Yeah, fucking right. No one gets 9 kills per game.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 of the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. I'm Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty. The boys just killed it, my Aussie brothers. Great job on the cast there as we get ready to switch gears here onto Storm Point, Vicky.
Yeah, Storm Point. What is that going to bring for us, Fallout? What compositions are we going to see swap over onto Storm Point? We're seeing so much Caustic on World's Edge, but are we going to see something similar now as we move on to a different map?
Yeah, a couple examples for everyone watching right now. Again, maybe you're new to competitive Apex. Maybe you're new to North American Apex watching from Japan. Konnichiwa from all of those watching from Japan. But Team Liquid is a good example. They switched their play style. They switched their team comp on Storm Point. They actually run Loba, drop center map, and early rotate, which you brought up a great point.
Yes.
Maybe TSM should be doing the same thing on World's Edge, Vicky. They're leaving Fragment East. I've been critical. I just tweeted it out as well. We got to make sure that Respawn knows we got to buff Fragment East, all right? But with that said, they leave Fragment East TSM with no loot, gray shields. Maybe they run Loba.
So I love theory crafting, and while we were in the green room looking at the map and looking at a lot of our teams in that game number 2, since it was the last game on the World's Edge for right now, like you mentioned, TSM, yeah, they rotate out of Fraggies, but this is the team that also quickly rotates all the time. Since they're denied loot because of the lackluster loot that is in Fraggies, they should run the Loba, at least try it out. But at the moment, I feel like they're not comfortable doing that because they didn't practice that. Yeah. Just like the Caustic situation with them running Caustic. I know, but it's Caustic, Fallout.
But it's Caustic. So take a look at the screen right now, though. Back to Team Liquid. That's where we got to be focusing. They're at number 2 overall with 36 points. And guess what? It's because of largely that man right there. Fun FPS. The Gibraltar comparison between Sharky, arguably the best Gibraltar in Australia, and Fun, arguably one of the best Gibraltars in North America. I know a couple players would have a word with that, but Fun's been performing undoubtedly. You see the side-by-side there, and Team Liquid will be running Loba again
when you've been feeling
Point.
the itch to stream.
The coach of this team, former pro player for the Pittsburgh Knights, former ALGS caster actually with our team. He actually devised this entire strategy himself.
Love it.
That's a big part of the discussion here, Vicky. The teams, I'm going to change gear. You want to make a comment on Loba first, and I'm going to change gears a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the coach situation here, when it comes to the competitive,
well, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, you see, that's why we are synergized here. We are on the same level, Fallout. That's why I know you would always follow up with me if I get a crack on somebody out here on Apex. But you know, when it comes to the coaches here in the competitive Apex Legends space, I think it's actually so important, and Hotstick is a really good example of this, coming up with these game plans, not only swapping where they're going to be landing on Storm Point, but their team compositions, like you mentioned.
That's spot on. And a discussion for another time is also, well, TSM doesn't have a coach. NRG doesn't have a coach. And if you talk to Sweet and Hal, they say, we don't need one. I'm the coach of my team. But at the end of the day, I disagree wholeheartedly. Look at the teams that have found success this weekend. with Cloud9 as a coach, a great one at that in Fun FPS. Team Liquid, Hotsick as their coach, both former pro players, and they're the teams that are showing up in an international competition. You need a coach who can help you with the prep for all of these regions. It's critical, and in my eyes, that's a big, big loss for TSM and NRG.
Love this, though, Follow. Looking at the map, looking at Storm Point. The first time we get to see Storm Point, by the way, within this finals day. Elevate, they take over Lightning Rod, and we have a full North Circle. What does that mean for our Southern squads, though? That means it's going to be difficult to Valkyrie redeploy.
Last time the circle ended over here by Lightning Rod,
like
you
yesterday,
have
high to
it's
low
fucking
ground
intense.
differentiation here, where the northern part of this map has that high ground
it's very
elevation,
like,
and those
like
squads
sunken
that are
and
moving from
risen
the south
kind of deal.
have a bit more trouble kind of gaining that distance with the Valkyrie redeploy since they don't have the terrain in their favor.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Meanwhile, we'd be remiss to cycle through any teams on Storm Point if we're not cycling through Optic Gaming, dropping in the mill, the most dominant mill team. They will fight anyone who drops here, undoubtedly. On screen right now is Skittle Cakes, and if for some reason you've been living under a rock, you haven't heard of him, or maybe you're from Japan or elsewhere, so he is arguably the best player in the world. So much speculation. Is he an online warrior? Is he this? Is he that? He's proven everyone wrong. He's shown up big time, rocking Horizon here, and he is the soft-spoken IGL of this team, co-IGL with Duplex, but he's so good at rotations.
I love how they have that synergy together, too, and you could see that going on. As
and lately, you know what's been really disturbing me, too, is like on Reddit, you see a lot of these posts where people go to invite each other to a party or come over and hang out, and then they make a bunch of food and then no one shows up. I don't want to be like that.
Up right now, they're trying to progress here.
You revisiting the let's never do parties thing?
At the moment, yeah.
No, it's usually under like, well, that sucks.
Teams that have been performing after these first two games,
and it's like this guy he was going to play MTG with his friends, and no one showed up, and he made a hell of a spread.
The IGL Alliance.
I would have played MTG.
Well, you better
right? That's what I was saying. I'm like, MTG and free snackies? Yep, put him in there.
Same approach, how he leads his team with direction. He's so talented, so good at the game, man. Just to
Someone was like, I'll bring a
damage,
goblin deck, and then I'll start gobbling those
shrimp.
shrimp.
Killed with 47. He's number 2 in total damage this weekend with 26.7k damage, and number 4 in assists.
I think it's funny when people like they certain especially seafood.
I think there's gonna be a lot of
like they just want to just like shrimp, like everything seafood small related. It's all like, you know, you eat a million of them, right?
The teams with most experience is probably gonna pull through. Our
biggest rival basically committing like fucking genocide, and then it's just no big deal.
Dropping on the same spot, and we're most likely contesting this weekend. Top 3 teams going.
You don't eat 30 cows at once, kind of deal. You know what I mean?
It's very hard to say since we have a lot of subs on a lot of teams, but. I'm gonna say Alliance, TSM, NRG, CCA. Confidence, communication, and awareness. That is our motto. That's how we know how to play the game.
Always great to get perspective from Hawkes. You heard about his top 3 teams in his opinion. You heard about his rivals. Well, the rival's not here. G2 not qualifying. Big storyline here. And of course, the bigger storyline is Designful and his tweet sharing that he will be retiring from competitive Apex Legends. And I shared it on broadcast. I shared it on Twitter. I'll say it again. I hope that was just a decision in the moment and he reconsiders, because Designful, of course, is so talented. If we take a look at a replay here, Nasky on screen. This young man, so kind, so talented. And here we go. Hawkes finds himself in a fight. Look at the ultimate. Such a brilliant ult from Hawkes. Wow. The black hole comes through and he shreds Graceful. Graceful can't do nothing.
That was a good ult.
He breaks down the doors with that black hole too. He cleans up Graceful. I also saw earlier on in the kill feed, NRG are grieving these teams with the charge rifle, not just on World's Edge, but on Storm Point as well. Such a powerful weapon that we heard the coaches just yesterday actually.
After watching this tournament, I'm starting to value definitely like legends that have like good abilities are catching people off guard. Like, the Horizon picks and shit.
Absolutely. Alliance, arguably the best team in EMEA over
like
time.
After you get past guns, like having a good abilities is actually huge.
Yeah.
MK Artico could not make it.
And it doesn't have to be just like Valk and Gibraltar
either. Yeah.
Of course,
these random fill in, like when we play, we don't see this many caustic anymore, especially since it's nerfed to his barrels, but there's a lot of caustic and it's working.
They pride themselves in a brilliant Storm Point play, and of 1 of 2 Storm Point games, they're out already.
Watching these Horizons get crazy ults, and it's like, I think it's cool because it's like, I would have never thought to use it, but maybe I should start using it. They'll just waste an ult to kill 1 person. Like, that's how big it is, right? Why not?
Storm Point is insane. C9.
Yeah, because it'll, I mean,
manages to get
your
away,
ult recharges.
Right. right? But you only get one life, so if you don't use it, you wasted it, right?
Yeah.
Never really thought about it like that.
Right now for Stay Naughty, see Legetta getting taken down by Unite. So Unite being over by the side, it's going to be something to note as so many other teams are taking up this real estate.
And they got the banner and the res on Graceful. That is huge. You heard the listen in last game for C9.
Especially if you have a longer ult, like make the sacrifice of one item in your inventory and just carry an ult accelerate, you know? It's actually worth it. Oh, watch this Valk take off. Watch this Valk take off.
Wow.
Oh, that was so dirty. Oh.
And that's their Valkyrie, by the way. Are you joking? What a play from NRG to take out the #1 team in the lobby. We missed that. But
Yeah, that was against the #1 team trying to take off in the air. Oh, man, they fucked up.
Love the highlights. Love more of these redeploys being unleashed. Cloud9 moving in. Going to be able
It's
to delete some of
so
those
awkward when your Valk dies on a deploy and you're just stuck falling to the ground like that. Looks like you're on the worst roller coaster ride ever.
But you get blasted in the
Wow.
face by PK. And V3 Vega, they come out on top.
Wow.
V3 Vega, this team that just wiped Alliance, yikes. They're an underdog for sure, wiping a favorite.
How epic. Legendary. Shut up, one tap. Shut up, V3 Vega. Taking out Alliance. That's a big, big kill. And right there, we have Reignite, we have Team Liquid, we have Alliance, we have SSG all eliminated.
Oh, watch this pick off.
Point, Vicky. In North America, we're used to it being slow. 7 squads left, and this man's getting absolutely thrown by a Prowler.
Holy shit, that Valk.
Pepperonis.
It's just gotta cut right through them too. Team Empire, another team that we have to talk about because we always talk about these compositions. They're rocking the Bangalore and Bloodhound. Their goal, to smoke into the Bloodhound between the Scan and the Beast of the Hunt. It's gonna be lethal. You want to take your eyes on that. Legetta's still down here as Team Unite managed to rotate off to the side. They may actually have to leave Legetta behind. Let's see here, which is crucial because that's the crypto on their team, and that's gonna be the safety net to try to obtain those banners and get the beacon scans too.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, Team Unite in 11th place with 13 points, but what you saw on the first page is it might flip back over in a second.
Well, that's good. Hopefully my parents, because I think they made the mistake last time too. They moved with too much stuff, man.
If you are rooting for another 11-game series like we had in Krakow, Poland, at the
like all the stuff we saved
like
in the garage has been sitting in the garage for like, God, 2 to 3 houses now. Like, just throw it away, right?
How many games you want it to be? I personally am hoping.
No,
give us 10. Give us 12. I'm in for the long haul. I don't care if I lose my voice. I want Apex hype with this match point format.
I may not have a voice by the end of today. I mean, that's going to be absolutely crazy. If we go all the way up to the 20th game, I may have to take another day here in Sweden. But you know what? I'm not complaining. All the Apex action
because it has that specific look around that color base instead of their stupid blue teal color they got now.
50+ days.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to take a look at Game With here. This is a remarkable story. They got 10th place, barely qualified, and they were crying.
I mean, at least they'll be saving a lot of rent money. That's kind of crazy, going from 2,100 to 16, right?
As Game With barely
they found because it's like that. It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, definitely a lot cheaper.
Yeah, that's good.
Result 27 points.
I told you when we were looking at rent prices the other day, there's a few houses that are like woven in that are just cheap because, like I said, they've got to be having issues.
Yeah.
Getting renters. Like.
No, I feel like normal people who might have rental properties are probably like
that's such an important thing to highlight too.
Potentially have more reasonable prices.
Performing earlier on in the winners bracket, Team Optics starting off with those 10 points too. NRG unfortunately not starting with those points, but still turning up in these lobbies. They have 3 KP.
Because I mean, it's like if you just price over 2K, it's like there's 5 other houses on your block at 2K. So what are you gonna do, right?
Redeploy to get out to the high end there, since it looks like they're getting
one house has got to be a cheap one.
I love NRG's rotations here. Brilliant calls.
They're still like living kind of like in the ghetto, right?
One of the best
they are, yes.
In Apex Legends, rivals Imperial Hal, Hawkus, Hardeki, and others, and we have a chance to listen.
But they like those older style homes for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Oh, this is all vertical clearance.
They're gonna shoot it. Yeah, but
both are where the cheaper places
are, we'll have it.
Whether or not that's a good thing.
Where are we going?
I don't know yet. I got Fred in there.
Landing here.
Kind of cool little cave. Wow. The second Valkyrie almost a die right here in the air. They're getting really good at that air shit.
Hold this right here. You're good. You're good. Go back to the building. There's an arc on my door. I can't make it to the building. I can't give you ult. Did you caustic ult, Nate? No, I did not. Can you throw your caustic ult here for LOS? I'll do it, yeah. Throwing it. Backing up. They didn't push, though.
Alright, I know. We're good. Right. I'm not fucking with that.
It's funny. I guess if you play ranked, it's
get across.
trying to
These kids are controlling this whole side of the
get
map.
that down.
We need to wait for next bub and then cross it all together.
I think the next cool legend would be is someone who has an ability that
Should I give you this or should I pop it?
homing air missile or something.
It's gonna suck because we need Costical for when we land.
They're Gibby ulting.
Yeah, we could look at this.
Here, take it.
I'm gonna make it.
Wow, I love that listen in. Biggest thing there is, can you caustic ult for LOS? What that means is, can you caustic ult for line of sight? Basically as a smoke screen. It's not just Bangalore who provides it, caustic as well. And that's why caustic, in my opinion, a little overpowered, a little broken. Not gonna lie, I wish we did see some caustic reworks here because it's really uncounterable. The guy has smokes like Bangalore and gas that murders you. It's a little crazy. That's why we're seeing a lot of
That's kind of true. I don't know if you heard the broadcast.
No one wants to sit next to him because he smells. But anyways, Optic Gaming with the rotation. They're not rocking the Caustic instead of front play. You see a lot more
he gets Bangalore gas, it actually kills you. What?
Between the horizon,
like you can use it for cover as much as you can use it for killing people.
With this reposition, they know where this next circle is going to be, but they don't feel comfortable where their spot was.
I think it's not as much of a benefit though, like
in the middle of that redeploy. And as we heard in Energy's comms,
game mode as a whole, more just so in ranked.
What's so interesting about AD Raccoon, about Apex North, their play style, for those that aren't aware, they like to early rotate, and they play really defensive. They like to bunker it. They play very similar to how Apex was played in Season 2, Season 3 with Path, Watson, and Wraith. Here's a big fight. Luminosity Gaming, Mexico, stand up,
His abilities, I think, are even
spear.
more
He's top 3
popular
in damage
in
overall
that
this
sense, because
weekend,
it's like
and he's
they attack
trying
your
to show why,
HP.
but enemy go, his duo, trying to do what he can here. They play on default Xbox controllers.
So the average player wanted to be a laner. Like I said, it's just everyone has their eyes on movement players because they watch their favorite streamer do something crazy on
NRG pinging them from afar with the
but
charge
they don't
rifle?
realize how
Are you kidding me?
annoying the game would be if there was a Caustic on every team.
There too, as game
Holy shit, it'd be fuckery.
Where do you go? You're trying to get the res on here, but you
that
don't
they'd rather have a
have
Wraith on every team, which is kind of useless at this point because no one can exploit guns that well. That's why I think it's fun to watch in these ranked. It's like they're already all good with guns. The abilities is the extra cherry on top that sometimes can make a difference.
His fellow EMEA compadres, as they're rocking Bang and Blood, my two favorite legends to watch here in terms of just action, high octane, and ranches.
This Empire team, man, they use some random comps.
In EMEA, showing why.
It's about diving
the
all
Maggie
in
using
from those
team. Now they're
smokes,
using
having
Bloodhound,
the intel, all those scans in those
Bangalore?
late circles where you don't have the other teams actually having the same
information.
Oh,
this team that's doing all the weird.
Ultimate accelerators being popped as a priority. EMP though, Empire, they're creeping up on TSM.
Non-meta.
It's funny because Hal was saying yesterday that Empire typically respects TSM and does not push them in situations where they know it's TSM. Well, right now, obviously, in Dominus mode design, I don't know if Empire has any idea. I don't know if they're going to respect anyone in this lobby anyways. The major pushers are so aggressive.
Today the final, or?
Here comes the push with Bloodhound for the intel, with Bangalore for the smoke screens, TSM on the defense, and Imperial Hal is back on Ash.
This is the final, but it's just best. I think it's like best of 6. You have to reach a. Sometimes it's like you have to reach a certain point threshold and then win a game. So we'll see how they're going to play it out this time.
Yesterday, we see the Ash instead.
Sometimes it's just best score after 6.
But he still just wants to wait it out. But the Bangalore smoke denies him that line of sight.
Does that's a nice Bang smoke.
I kind of like the idea where you have to win the tournament with a win.
The answer is the latter. Team Empire doesn't like what they see there, but they're gonna have to move eventually.
It's kind of stupid to me, like play best of 6, best points. It's like okay.
Through TSM,
I think it should be like once you reach, usually it's like 50, 70 points, whatever it is. You have to win a game from there, and then once you win a game, you win the whole thing. And then placement follows from behind. Like if you had the second most amount of points, you got second for the tournament, whatever.
Meta here, competitive Apex.
And with this redeploy, they note that there's so many other teams right above them with the Valkyrie passive here. NRG in trouble though. Sweet gets taken down. Rocker still's got the charge rifle in his hands. He's trying to get that quick res with the Gibby Dome as they're just trying to cover each and every angle. They got to knock themselves here. And it's going to be Bullet, the legend that you were talking about earlier.
Absolutely. STK, 2 down for them. The last one's going to be Waltzy, forced to survive if he can. Tsutaraiku, striker in Japanese, the #2 team from Apex South. Not the best start for them in the first 3 games here.
No, but Team Empire in some trouble as well. They landed on the bottom here after that redeploy. They're able to shield up safely as V3 Vega, they're right above them. C9, understanding that they have to share this real estate. Something in terms of different playstyles that we see across the board, across the different
Turn off all your
regions.
piracy
Impact
blockers.
is
I want that
with
viewer.
sharing real estate. And though they're not so comfortable with that, they have to fully dive in on some of these teams.
Yeah, that's right. On board
Think it's privacy. I think it's just they're trying to control for botting or something. Because it's the same for me on Chrome and on Brave.
And either one, it doesn't matter. It doesn't give me the viewer.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I wonder why when you're using the Apex app, it would do it though, you know?
Yeah, it probably doesn't. It's probably recording data differently.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Now we got
Probably why they might be why they're like not continuing to support the desktop app too, because you can make a lot of remote
Speaking of controller wingman dominating
like
with a knock here on
virtual
Saku.
environments for desktop and probably boot up the app and
as he got knocked,
bot
I'm wondering,
massively
was
that
he in
way.
the air because he
Right,
fell
maybe
off
that's
the
what
map
they.
after he
Because
got
weren't they
knocked
talking
there.
about too,
So
like
playing by
removing, like
the
if you're
edge
watching
of
from
the
a
map,
console, it doesn't count as a
lethal,
viewer anymore.
because what does that mean about his
Yeah, I think
placement in
so.
terms
So
of
maybe
his
that's
death
what they're
box?
trying
Can his
to
teammates even get there?
get rid of the botters like that.
We have TSM
Yeah, trying to tighten
having
that
a
up.
pretty tough rotation, and of course they have Ash. Maybe a phase breach. Let's jump into our first listening of the tournament with TSM.
Chow these guys.
A lot of these things
No,
too,
that's
they're
fair
kind
enough.
of
I think we
running
have to
into
stop
issues where they
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
sell
Wait, don't peek.
data
I'm
as
3-1.
much anymore, or they won't be able to. Like Twitch
1-2.
probably does
There's-
sell
we either
people's
gonna go
data,
zip
and they're
line,
probably
we're gonna
like
go
dealing
this
with the
here on
fact
my
that the
ping
Europe,
unless they patched it.
EU
I
is
don't-
like coming
remember
down on
that
that
spot
kind of
I'm talking
stuff, and that the US will
We've
probably
ran
come
the
down
custom.
on it
Yes or
eventually.
no? You guys
I don't
remember?
know.
No, I don't.
No.
It's off the wall, below the wall. It's like literally
Oh, in
just
the corner?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
And we could TP up later.
Okay.
We could TP up like south or something and just like third party if we really wanted
Now
to.
they're trying to like make more money.
Right?
Are we gonna Valkyrie?
We want to go for zip
I
line
like
though.
more
That's our
money.
spot that we want to grab.
Everyone.
All right.
So don't get third. Don't. We gotta sit it here. Yeah. Do it. Get away from it, Jordan. So you can fucking pop it. Let's do it now.
There's a team's bottom zip, I think.
Yeah, there is. We have to go to the spot. I think that.
Can
I
we
was
survive in
thinking.
that corner?
I think we go for the spot that I was thinking about.
Okay,
boys.
okay, I'm going for it. I'm going for
On
it.
my red ping, red ping.
I'm on it. I'm safe
We're
in it.
chilling.
Just hide,
We're
just hide. Can we
yeah,
just
we're
hide?
chilling.
Don't
Yeah,
make
we're
any
chilling.
noise. Do nothing.
I'm 3-1. I have TP, so we can.
Oh my God, was that the most tactical listening we've ever had in ALGS history?
What?
Hal says, do you remember the spot we went over in customs? This is the hours and hours of prep they put in off stream. They said, no, we don't. And then they landed there anyways. And the spot is in. They're going to be hiding for the rest of this game.
Oh, but not NRG because they got scooted and booted into the lobby. Optic Gaming coming through now, taking control over this building, cleaning up the rest of NRG as multiple squads are taking some shots at them, taking chunks. Game with now having to play off the back of that knockdown. Actually crazy, the utilizations that we're seeing from TSM, from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it's an Apex sandwich right now. Team Burger and AD Raccoon sandwiching game with Matsutasu currently knocked on board with MT. Former member of EXO Clan alongside Zero and Sharky, the dominant Australian team that competed early on in Apex, playing with Jaro on Team Burger alongside Pricey.
Who do you
on board
think is gonna
Obli
win?
now, Obli, Kanpu, and Parka are just watching and waiting to fry their peers in APAC North here. It's game with Japanese.
See
They're
the
gonna
intel that
do
the
like a
crypto
zoom
does
out again
provide
and
here
see all
from
the
AD
teams.
Raccoon. They're shooting at them from afar. Yes, they're not in circle,
Like
but they
this
have to get
map or the whole
moving
thing?
soon. Less than 30 seconds before the circle starts closing in. Now they're going to be able to fully
I
dive in,
want
but they're
this.
playing this
I kind of want this
surprisingly. They know
Raccoon
they're
team to
trying
win, or
hey,
that
but
other
we're getting
Asian
surprised
team.
off the wingman.
Parka's not
Unite or
missing.
something.
He's in the top 5 in assists, and that's why. Does such good damage. Burger Pricey's going to actually get the knock here on Yuka. That's going to be a kill point for them. Pricey with a red Evo shield. Jaro going to get knocked
This is
down
as long
to
as it's not
75
like
HP.
as much as I
ECO
like the
back
North
up
American
on
teams and I
board
watch
with
them
Pricey,
daily.
the
It's
caustic,
just
the nades. Pricey is
after watching this whole
trying.
tournament, I
Oh,
just
and he's
definitely don't
still
think they're the
going.
best.
All these grenades, make it 3.
Like they
Another
think they
grenade
are.
on top of that. Did that just bounce back here? Team Burger actually giving some respect,
Something a little
backing
different.
up a little bit, but they were able to get so much KP.
Yeah,
in the middle of that
this
fight
team,
far
I like
away.
this
That's
team,
the
game
risk
with.
that you have when you rotate late into the next circle.
Krabby Patty. Krabby Patty.
Krabby Patty.
Krabby Patty. Team Burger, baby. Let's eat. Nom nom noms as you're watching the free
That is funny,
agent
the Team
boys
Burger,
from
they have- I think it's a
Australia.
Krabby Patty
Jaro
icon.
connects. Game with is out, and the team with a literal burger as their logo
A team with a little burger as their logo wins.
Unpopular opinion. Extra pickles. Anyways, no worse. C9
That's
now
funny.
moving away. The Nox Gas actually controlling a lot of the space inside of this dome. They're just trying to elevate themselves through these crates, but they know that there's a team right above them, another team playing underneath them. They want to get some KP, but they already have 5 to their name. Team Empire, though, they have amazing height over a lot of these teams.
Branches is ready to feast. He's on high ground, and he's ready to melt, but it's going to be forced to back out and reset. Maliwan going to defend him. Cleave with the support from the high ground here. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from Empire. So well played. He's going to keep scanning and give them all the intel and let his teammates dominate.
Optic Gaming also getting a bunch of knocks in the kill feed here. They have such a good position. Team Empire still putting down some bullets, putting down some pressure. Optic Gaming, note that they are right above them. They hear the fighting after they were able to clean up that squad that was right next to them. They're playing this so patiently. They're right next to the circle. They move out. They utilize that dome so that way they can see what's happening on the other side by the walls.
And look at TSM still in the same spot, ratting.
Wow.
Usually it's with one player left. All 3 members of TSM will just eat up these placement points like their burgers, like their sandwiches. They're just putting cookies in their mouth right now, getting point after point after point. F-Chan last alive for Team Unite.
F-Chan seeing the bombardment says, this is not my business, I don't care. I got the Watson pylon, I got the difference in composition here with this team. Pig does manage to get the banner, could potentially go for the shield swap as well here, just in case. The shield drop on purpose, in case their shield gets broken, they can just pick that up.
We got number 1 in EMEA, number 1 in North America and TSM, number 1 in maybe your hearts. On left in this game, Team Empire, the EMEA superstar team, the rising stars of EMEA, looking so well poised to win this game. Cleave,
Empire's looking good though, right here.
smokes everywhere, but guess what? They have scans.
Exactly, that's exactly what we saw.
Oh, they landed on top of him though.
Oh, hello. Never mind. Here
Oh, they got deleted instantly.
They had a plan, and it was not executed.
And that was actually
watch this team land on this other team. Oh man,
it's about to come up. Everyone else turned and focused them. They got 5th place. So close to a big game from TSM, but instead they have no kill points really, and not a great placement points. Burger.
Holy
left.
shit, this is
Gaming gonna
madness.
jump on board with Duplex, Big Dupe, King Dupe on the streets. What you got?
The C, he's got to heal up. He's got the gold Evo shield. Team Unite is still alive.
Wow.
F-Chan has been alive for so long. Has been able to avoid the bombardment pressure. Optic Gaming get another knock here onto Team Burger. Team Burger under a lot of duress.
They get the knock
like
and
that's
the
like just so crazy to me. These plays are just so.
This is why they're such a good duo. And guess what? It's a 3v3v1. So Optic Gaming is gonna.
He doesn't shoot anybody. He has a devotion in the last ring. Just mows down everyone with devotion.
You better believe it. Green Wall, easy dubs. Game number 3. Optic Gaming are your champions.
Coming out on top on Storm Point on top of it all. That's what I like to see, Fallout. My Team Preds coming alive.
Yeah, I said they were going to dance, but they're not dancing. In fact, they're not even
No,
celebrating.
you know what? They're just looking like it's another day at work for them. And that's
In fact, they look pissed. They look actually angry. They're like, they look like they got 20th place with 0 points. Wow. Ice in their veins. Duplex. Skittle Case. Knocked.
All right, you want to do a dab?
God gets dropped from Cloud 9. Replaced with Alberlelli, joins this team for Verhulst, leaving them for TSM, and now Optic Gaming enters Apex Legends for the very first time and picks up the best team in North America and arguably, potentially the best team in the world.
It's actually crazy to look at them and look at the difference of energy between some of the teams that we've seen win some of these games and how Optic looks. They are here for business. They are professionals. They're wearing these jerseys, but they may as well be wearing suit and ties out here because it's just another day at work for them.
That's right. Listen, I said it very vocally. Whichever organization picks up this team will not regret it. This is a team with the most discipline, the best preparation, the best execution that we have seen for the last 6 to 8 months, arguably consistently in North America, the most competitive region in Apex Legends. That's right, I said it.
You know what? I have to agree with you here, Fallout, because they are number 1 in NA for a reason. But highlighting how heavily aggressive we saw right now from all of our teams on Storm Point. Optic Gaming, they close it out with not just a double, with 9 kills in their pocket. Team Unite followed up with the fact that F-Chan was a solo for the end half of that game. on the Watson. That's absolutely huge because we were highlighting Team Burger. They redeployed for the high ground. Yeah, they cleaned up so many kills, but Team Empire, they were in that god spot for so long on the high ground with their team comp.
Game With gets 7 kills and 10 points as well. So Team Unite and Game With, top 3 teams from game number 1, also performing in game number 3. I'm excited for the overall standings. V3 Vega gets 4 points. Team Liquid gets 2 kills, but a quiet game from our teams that performed in game number 2. It's Elevate, Team Liquid, and a few others. Obviously, Reignite as well. Not able to do it here on Storm Point. They'll have one more chance as we take a look at the stats here for Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming held down that points for so long in that building. Skittle Cakes cleaned up right after Duplex. Look at the synergy that this entire team has together. Some damage here, it may not be over 1,000, but it's the fact that their positioning was amazing that allowed them to get that dub.
And I'm just going to say shout out to the dude, I'm so sorry I'm blanking on your names, from the Competitive Apex Reddit that put together that photoshopped edit of Duke on main stage as Gibraltar. And then he added me in there as Mirage. It was the most fantastic thing I've ever seen. I just tweeted it out.
Accurate.
It's amazing. If you didn't see it, go look at it. It's great. Big, big shot to all of our community members in Apex. Of course, Drovich in the German stream watching right now. My man Nicewig above us. And the watch party going on. And of course, every single one of y'all watch partying at home. My girl, hey girl, and the rest of y'all. Thank you so much for supporting Apex. Touche. I love you, buddy. That's going to be it for us here for a moment. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to break down all the action. Kate, James, Rain Day, and Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Fallout and Vicky Kitty, of course, both of our casters there. Really incredible stuff. And Rain Day, Vicky just said something very interesting. Optic Gaming were wearing jerseys, but they might as well have been wearing suits because today is just another day at the office.
Business as usual. I like to say job's not done. I'm a Kobe fan. Rest in peace, one of my idols and mentors in the competitive space. But I think in general, these guys represent what it means to show up and just play for the sake of winning. There is no laughter from Skittle Cake's face. You saw that man stare. We thought they didn't realize the game was over. We were like, they know they're not playing anymore, right? That's the level of focus that they've got, and I think that's why they've been so successful. It looks odd, but it's because it's special.
That is special, and let's take a look at how that special math has come to fruition with our leaderboards. And James, I'm looking over at you here for a moment. We are seeing some interesting change-ups, but we're not yet seeing that all-important 5-0 number.
Yeah, the way Team Liquid especially have been racing in these matches, you thought that maybe they would be talking, we would be talking about match point earlier, but we saw a lot of casualties in that game 3, which we'll get to later on. So indeed, it is getting busier towards the top of the table now as we see Optic move up 6 places. Same can be said for Team Burger, who got a lot of kills in that last game, and Unite are creeping forward as well. And sometimes these Watson teams can, I feel like, be gatekeepers when it comes to actually winning. Some are threatening, though, to get towards that match point territory, as we see with Game With on 36 points. But if they are to make it there, then there are other questions to ask after that.
Well, there's a lot of questions to ask, KP. A lot of those questions are definitely directed towards the second page of our leaderboard.
Yeah, there's some big surprises, right? Like TSM, there's kind of that will they, won't they? This is the kind of undisputed champions when we get to lands. Not looking on form. I did love that switch up in the final game, though, right? That tight spot. A lot of us like, what the hell are they doing down here? What's the tone on this? They were playing with zero vision, zero info all game long. I do like that they're actually surviving along. Yeah. Speaking of survivors that aren't making it Space Station, you know, I was bigging these guys up. Longest average survival time, and they keep ending up first out despite getting what looks like good positions. So something definitely has to change there.
Something definitely should change there. But let's take a look at what has changed and start with those highlights. Game number 1, Evan, we saw Rig, my pick, coming in for the real thing, but listen, they did not have an easy roundabout.
No, this all started, I mean, there's tension in the air. You start playing and you find out early on that everything matters more than usual. And Liquid looking really, really strong off the gate. Gilbertson finds himself a nice pick there. Reignite start and end the conversation, but in a way we didn't expect because it was Game Win actually facing off against Unite for most of the prime position towards the end of the game. The two Watson teams that are representing and steadily climbing up, showcasing themselves not only in third with Game Win, but also in third in terms of these circles, staying alive. But what clutch play from JMW, Zero, and Sharky. JMW, a great story too, subbing in, part of that Kangarna team that has gone to C9, that has helped go to GMT and now Rig. They're all performing so well.
Absolutely. Speaking of great performances, if Motivation and Momentum has a face, it looks like the 3 faces of Elevate here, KP, bringing in match number 2.
Yeah, and it fits perfectly. Unite and Rig contested them in the first game, gave them a 17th place to bum them out early. What do Elevate do? They switch up so quickly, completely changing the map drop, and they get the pristine one down at Dome where it finishes. And what I love is the way they shoot Patience. They were actually scouting out a lot of the early information, weren't afraid to frag, but they weren't being overly aggressive. They understood that all attention could be coming to them, and while some people had finite amounts of information, they, at the end of the day, knew everyone that was going to need that final circle.
Big brain for sure. And James, we changed up the map here for match number 3, and that's the response I'm going for.
My God, Kate, we lost teams in spectacular fashion. We had highlights from start to finish. We had big names in the body bags early. Reignite got wrecked as we saw there at the beginning, and there's more crazy frags to come. 100 Thieves out 19th, Elevate 18th, GMT 17th. All these teams that are really looking to get that first place, missing in action. And it didn't stop there. It got even crazier when we carried on later on. We saw some teams like Empire finally turn up. They got a bunch of kills here once they got an elevated position. We saw that late rotation from TSM once they got onto the rock, but they didn't have enough space in the zone to stay up there and fight properly, so they didn't last very long up the top. Moving down to the last 3 squads now, it just continues to be absolutely crazy. And of course, the big boys, the monsters in the lobby, Optic, doing what they need to be done from above, just keeping everybody's heads underwater.
Ooh, underwater, and there it is. Cool, calm, and collected.
A little different than Elevate when they win, right?
I mean,
it's like polar opposites. We've got all of the spectrum of reaction there. But I just, Kate, you know, to piggyback off what we've seen with James and the Watson fences and talking about that meta, I think Watson generally is an undervalued legend because when she got out of the meta, people just forgot a lot about her. They said, we need buffs. We need to continually get this character more supported within the game. But they didn't.
Here's the plan for
me,
today.
that always working in game dev and finding that out.
I'm going to order
probably something statistically
a party-size taco box from Sharky's. We will pick it up.
Okay.
And we're seeing it
And
now.
we will get high and eat said taco
showing
box
up
all
and being
day.
able to compete in the highest of levels.
Okay.
A small hitbox as well, one of the smallest in the game, does help. But I think we're
no
going to see more
objection.
transitions to different legends coming out as the tournament elongates.
Would you really do that with me? That actually sounds
Hey,
fun.
bring it in. I know you want to.
I mean,
You
I
know
love
I'm
you bringing
down
up
for
Watson,
all
'cause I think
bullshit,
some of that maybe doesn't get talked about enough.
Maybe we'll
It's
get
more
like a
not just someone
six-packer?
denial,
Yeah.
but information feedback,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Even if you don't block an opponent,
That could be
some
instantly, even if they
cervezas
take out your
while we
fences, it's actually a throwback
lounge.
information to you. Something
Maybe get a
that you utilize
pool.
to your advantage. Am I being flanked? Am
Maybe
I
get a
not?
pool,
And when
yeah.
we see these teams that split up and play a little bit too wide on these buildings and get caught off guard because of it, I think that's a situation where Watson is an advantage.
Yeah.
You don't have to posture someone so far away from their team that they can't be backed up.
Exactly.
And here it is. That is exactly what we talk about here on the analyst desk. Something else we talk about is your pick for the Monster MVP, and that means it's time for you to take a screenshot, take a picture on your phone. Here's what you're going to want to do. You can vote for your favorite player on our Monster Energy MVP using the hashtag of that chosen player. You see it's right here on the screen. Isn't that amazing? And then also hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP.
There's
That's the hashtag of the chosen player. And then hashtag
I'm reading
ALGS
this
Monster
thread.
Energy MVP.
Someone on
Use
like
that
someone
in the
posted a
YouTube
TikTok
live chat.
of
Use
their
that in
Tesla's
Twitch. Use it on
like
Twitch.
display
In that
thing
Twitch chat, you're gonna want
literally
to be a part
melting
of
because
this
he's in
historic
Arizona and
Monster
it's like, you know,
MVP vote.
100
That
plus
is
degrees.
Certainly the way to
And
do
it's just
it.
funny because
And you
the
know what
reason
else?
it's melting is
Something
because
you
it's
may have
not an
seen
automotive
throughout our
grade
split
grade.
playoffs here is a fabulous chair
So
that
it's
we've been
because, like, it's bad
showcasing.
design,
And listen,
and
we
yet
gotta say a huge thank you to
people
Herman
who
Miller
buy
Gaming,
Teslas still
because their
defend
products
that
are
kind
on
of stuff.
sale
I
for
don't know.
50% off
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now through May 9th.
just
And
bad
it's all
design.
like,
code APEX5.
yeah, no, and it's all
that's
liquefied under the screen because of the melting. It's like,
off. Evan, I'm not
yeah,
great at
it's like
math, but that
disturbing
feels like
almost.
a great deal.
It's a great deal. And I'll tell you what, guys, I actually have that chair.
Did you see that
Before
chart
we
I
were
had
sponsored
up?
for the event. So Herman Miller, I know a lot of the casters would like that chair.
Oh.
I've
Look at this.
experienced it myself. It is very comfortable.
yeah.
And you can too. Anyway, let's talk about something you can
For model
also
sizes,
do.
'cause I was
We've
curious.
been teasing this gameplay trailer, and it's coming.
When is it coming, Kate?
I'm glad you asked, James.
I'm waiting, Kate.
That's fair, but you know
Oh.
what? Before we get to it, we got a sneak
That was
peek
2
of
years
it,
ago.
because it's
Damn, how
coming
much
a
has it
little bit
changed?
later, and by that I mean tomorrow. Take a look.
Oh, hell yeah, mate.
Think you can break through my defenses? Real heroes, get back up.
Show the hitbox legends.
Okay. James, as you were talking, you were excited. we saw a little, just a little taster. There's a little taster of perhaps what we're going to see tomorrow.
I saw the word monstrous.
It's fact. That is in fact
I'm very
correct.
curious, Kate.
Oh,
I'm color me interested.
I'm glad you asked, because there is if I read my notes correctly, a monstrous map update to Stormpoint. Perhaps a little reloading of ranked. You saw Battle Pass is obviously going to be updated. We're going to see so many things, including Newcastle, that heroic new legend that Bangalore may have something to say about. Either way, there's a lot going on certainly there. You're going to want to make sure you are on our YouTube page, youtube.com/playapex, and that is going to be dropping tomorrow, May 2nd, and I believe it's 8 a.m. Pacific. I don't know what that is in other time zones because my math is terrible, but you're definitely going to want to be there for that. And I will say, Evan, reaction to that real quick sneak peek. I know it's a lot to ask because there was very little.
Yeah, I mean, I think Newcastle is great. Looks like another defensive style legend. I think this, if you have seen in Apex Legends competitive, defense kind of wins the show.
Yeah, that's super annoying. So yeah, they used to do hitbox charts
so another one could be
with like every update of every hero and shit like that.
As we take a look at this,
they haven't done that shit in a while, and all of like
I know you were hyped.
the information is super old essentially.
As we go into Stormpoint again.
More of the same, and we're going to get that because honestly, the way people we saw some Deathstroke Valkyries.
This is a better example.
People like 10 meters away. I don't recommend that
because it's seem like it measured by pixels.
They turned into boxes real quick and didn't really have much forward movement, just up and then straight back down, and they came down harder than they went up. So
fucking Revenant has almost as much as a bigger character, and he's a small dude. He's just tall.
Yeah. Really, James?
You know, the worst part is, all I wanted to say was he speaks for the group. Either way, something we can also speak to is your chance to win a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop. The winner is going to be announced on this very program a little bit later in the show. Head over to Twitter.
They've probably changed it since this even. Like, that's the crazy thing. But
it's fantastic, and so are you.
Interesting to see how small some people are, like caustic.
Game. Don't worry.
And he still gets
the drama is just unfolding here at the ALGS Pro League playoffs, and we'll be right back.
Where's the other team?
I got it here.
Meanwhile, Gibraltar's actually big and needs that
We need kills.
15%.
Right.
I'm batting. Hey, you should ult it. He's behind the gym. Got them all. Last dude. On you.
Good, boys.
Let's go. That felt not like a real game. Yeah.
I ain't complaining. I think I
at least like 10. We got at least 10 off of that.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Savage inside.
What?
Oh, I wanted to check that Herman Miller.
Oh yeah.
Let's see on this website right now.
Hair.
Herman Miller. Okay, this is the one they're looking at right now. Oh! So to use the one they're using on land right now, $1,500.
That's crazy.
Because they're doing the 15% off during this tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice looking chair, I'm not gonna lie. It actually looks good too, but I like it with that blue. I'd get it with that blue. Oh, it's like a Logitech chair too. That looks cozy.
You look cozy.
Interesting, interesting.
Matches done now for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We've got more to come, though still no teams have reached that magical 50 just yet, Gino, but maybe at the conclusion of match 4 coming up very shortly.
Yeah, the teams that were performing at the start of the day slowed down a little bit. We saw them getting taken out very early on, and we have to wonder, Xenox. Now, we talked before about anonymous mode, but these teams, they know where each other are landing. Right. So does that mean we had some teams deciding to take it upon themselves and slow the lobby down, slow those top teams' progression to 50 points by taking them on at their own POIs early on in the game? We saw that footage of Reignite being taken out of the sky there by the charge rifle, and unfortunately timed Skyward Dive means they met their demise a little bit earlier than perhaps they would have liked. Team Liquid only managed to scrape through 2 kills. That puts them equal in the lead, but still not the kind of game 3 they might have liked.
Getting skins,
well, when me and you were last here
Horizon,
at the conclusion of round 2, it was Team Liquid and it was Reignite that had a bit of a buffer going into match number 3. Now that buffer is completely gone. Game with 36 points, Optic 34 points, fresh off of their win as well. A 9-kill win too from match 3. NRG, Cloud9, and Team Burger all around the mid-20s as well. So we've gone from what I felt like was rather top-heavy to now a little bit more of a spread. But still, those teams that are 30-plus points, they go and have a big game here. Who knows? They might be able to get over that magical 50-point barrier.
Still a little way for them to go. Teams like NRG, they're kind of through the middle of the pack there. Well, I mean, 5th at the moment. But, you know, with 26 points, sorry, maybe, you know, halfway to getting to match point is a better way to put it. Some consistency from NRG. You got to remember they were one of the teams who pulled out the double-digit KP in game number 1, 10 kills to them.
Now, we wouldn't be doing our job if we also didn't sort of touch on maybe some of the teams towards the bottom end of the standings, the ones that have started slow over the first couple of games, as we are heading over to Storm Point once again. No more bigger than maybe Space Station Gaming, only the 4 points through the first 3 matches. But what about Sudaraku, Gino? This was a team that has won 4 games coming into the finals today. Only the 8 points so far, 19th, 19th, and 12th. It's been a rough start for them.
It has been, and you know, they've got Xeno Caves all to themselves. Talking to them about that this morning, they were so happy about it. In some of the other lobbies they played here in the playoffs, they've had to, you know, just scrape some loot together from in between Mill and Xeno. They've got plenty of Trident options. And look, yeah, I really hope they can have a better performance here for all the APAC South fans, for all of the talent that predicted them.
That's true,
and certainly,
exactly.
For themselves.
A couple of other teams.
Come on, boys.
Did really, really well back on day 1, day 2. The likes of 4-7, TSM, 100 Thieves, Alliance even, all with a lot of work to do as we head into match number 4 here for the finals.
I fucked around with some Discord stuff. Does my mic start to sound better now?
9-kill win in match 3. They're on 34 points now overall, 16 points away.
You know what it
from
is
the magical
too?
50.
It's actually
Gaming,
Discord's stupid ass software trying to digitize my
putting
voice.
Sentinels out of contention by doing that, and
I have to
now
turn off all that crap
as a
for
result,
Minecraft to
all the
work.
way into the final day of our Split 2 playoffs. Xenox, that means they get it to themselves.
Well, I think it's annoying because I think when the app updates, it changes it back to default.
This is what Sudaraku need to find some form.
And when I say getting it to themselves, you know, there's an
stupid
island in the middle. We just talked about
like,
Sudaraku.
They work
being
well
down
for
at
USB
Xeno
mics,
Caves,
and that's
there
it.
are
They
some
don't
sort of,
really work with
how
these
would you put it,
analog mics.
contested islands in the middle there, some disputed territory perhaps. It looks like these two teams are fighting over that at the moment.
Well, right now, though, they do back away. Bullet Owl not wanting to over-aggress or overstep their boundary here. Sudaraku will fall back. They're a team that obviously really garnered our attention off the back of day 2. They had 4 wins. They were able to make their way into the finals through that winners bracket.
This
is a team that I think has a lot of potential in being able to win out the entire event. Hence why we saw so much talent really predicting them as Space Station, Denial, down onto Reps.
Oh my God.
Finals is again continuing to go quite pear-shaped.
This is an insanely early rotation from Space Station Gaming, and TSM just don't expect it at all.
really?
You can see being caught off guard, and some great shots from mid-range with a car. I mean, you know, no attachments on that, not even a sight to help them rain those bullets in. But
Space
TSM
Station is
are in a world
a
of
good
trouble
North
now.
American team, but TSM was favored definitely to win it all. Like, this is one of those higher-paid teams,
only being
TSM.
1 kill throughout the entire 3 matches played thus far. 10 points for TSM. They cannot afford another game where they go out early or they don't collect that many points. They lose reps early again. Multiple times we've seen that now as AD Raccoon, bit of a high ground. Nice crack as well.
But it's funny because it's just an early rotation caught them off guard, and that's what I'm kind of talking about. It's like these guys play such a passive style, and then all of a sudden that little thing changes up their whole tournament fate.
Will finish him off too. Team Burger in a world of hurt.
Like, it's this game's really not about being
okay
good.
there for Burger at the start of that fight, but
If
Oakley
that's all it
just
takes,
sticks
3
his
off
head
per
over the
game, 1 random
rampart,
rotation.
and all of a sudden it's down to 2 for Team Burger. You can see Parker's quite split from the rest of the team there. Karen Pugo actually going to go up the zip line.
I want to see a rat win
ultimate
one
high
of these
ground
games.
essentially for
Like,
them
his team's down and out early, and he just fucking hides till the very,
quick
very end.
things really did play out in match 3 on Storm Point, right? Really wanting to bring that up because we're seeing a bit of action here early on as well.
Yeah, and it's because these teams are just rotating so early. The same thing is happening exactly here in Game 4 on Storm Point. Very different to World's Edge. These teams are just rotating super, super early. We saw that over at Antenna with TSM and Space Station, and now we're seeing it with Burger coming down
probably
from Jurassic
rotating
Park
early because
to
it's
take
like
on
they get their
AD
loot
Raccoon.
fast.
And we
Sometimes
also
they don't
just
get
had a
that shit
glimpse of
fast.
V3 Vega. They've made their way over too. Now, I don't think they're going to get too overzealous or too aggressive. AD Raccoon probably can be feeling quite safe for the time being. Now, Reps is back, fortunately, for the TSM fans. They've been able to bring him back into the picture. Hopefully, for his sake, can get re-equipped as well for Team Solo Mid.
It's going to be an interesting circle and to see how this one plays out. Xenox, at the moment, it's covering sort of, it's both Antenna, it's got a little bit of Barometer in there, and Jurassic Park. Now, we don't see circles generally pull to Jurassic Park, so it probably will be one of those southern ones. At the moment, the teams are kind of split on where that's going to go. We see a lot of them, you know, Jurassic Park absolutely not occupied right now, okay? They understand that these teams have done their research. They know that is a spot where the circle will not finish, so they have just piled into these buildings like you can see. Sturaiku, they've actually managed to get all 3 over here to Barometer, but for how long?
Early bubble, Fussy got cracked and taken low on health as well. We'll be able to heal back up in that dome. AD Raccoon still on this high ground. Not only were they putting pressure onto Burger, now onto Sudaraku as well. So it's a bit of an all APAC roll fiesta currently. Sudaraku now, Bullet gets the crack. Can he get anything more as well? Gas Barrel's going to be popped as well. Now Fussy's still low on health, so Sudaraku's got to be careful that they don't get too over aggressive in this situation. They really need to maybe fall back for a bit. Now remember though, Team Burger only have Pricey and Jarrow.
They're going to blob a lot of grenades, lots of ordnance going down there onto the bottom floor, and they have to do that. They have to make themselves known and have that presence so that Sturaiku don't push up the stairs. I don't imagine the Team Burger are going to push onto them. I think they just want to hold their ground for the moment.
That's not going to be easy, though. Fortunately, they've still got Pricey up on the core stick. Can be a bit annoying to push into that 100 Thieves. Now, they make their way over as well, so suddenly it's getting quite congested with the amount of teams pushing over to this position. You can see Luminosity Gaming as well in the background. Same with even the likes of Empire even further away up towards the north. 2 minutes until we head into round 2. Sudaraku, I think, are more than comfortable just playing a little down below now. They know that they've got some neighbors up above them. That's fine with them. They'll just sit here.
Yeah, a little update for the NA fans out there. Looks like TSM did manage to get out of that icky situation they were in earlier, and they've gone over to Launchpad just to try and resupply. Straiku and Burger still holding each other at range here. SSG that we saw earlier on, they decided, you know, the kills weren't worth it. They wanted early positioning in the ring and kept going through. Luminosity kind of caught out in the open here. Just a couple of rocks to hide behind, and that's a defensive bombardment coming their way.
100 Thieves doing a great job to keep the pressure onto Luminosity. Defensive bombardment thrown out as well. Now, Niesel has a little bit of health, a little bit of armor. They lose most of it, though. In fact, they're losing quite a lot. In fact, I think they're getting third party as well. Vaxor gets so aggressive, gets right in there, seeing if he can maybe put more pain onto Luminosity.
I'm surprised they survived that defensive bombardment, to be honest. And now
oh my
they
God,
are being bombarded by multiple
holy
squads.
Shit.
The missile swarms come in from both directions. The gas grenade finishes them off. That was about 3 tacticals, 3 ultimates, and as we saw, they did not have a bubble to play behind.
AD Raccoon, 100 Thieves, compounding the pressure onto Luminosity, and they could not hold on any longer. They fall. First team out in match 4.
A lot of fights early on Xenox, but not necessarily a lot of teams finished off. As you say, only the one taken down thus far.
Yeah, still 19 squads. For reference, we lost 6 squads inside of the first round in match 3. So that was very much that sort of fast-paced, frenetic kind of game, especially for the first match of Storm Point. This now being the second one, it has slowed down just a little bit. But for the most part, compared to our World's Edge matches, we have still seen the pace really pick up.
Yeah, still lots of teams rotating past each other. I guess they've maybe picked up on that a little bit since Game 3. And as a result, they're able to weave their way through and make those rotations, you know, maybe not safely, but certainly with most of their team members alive, a little bit better than they did in the game before. But, I mean, this is match point format. Xenox, there's not that many games to play with. We're already in round 4. I mean, how many are we expecting it to go to? 7, 8, that's about the average you see out of these, so...
Well, you say that. Certain regions, though, got into the double digits back a little while ago, especially in the Split 1 playoffs. I know, at least in APAC North, I think we got to about 11 matches, for example. So it's never a given. You kind of want to err onto the side of caution, though, don't you? You do not want to predict and say, oh, it's going to go 12, 13 matches. You want to almost think we've only got maybe 6, 7, or 8 matches. For example, you know, you look at some of the top teams that we've got at the moment, Team Liquid, Reignite, Game With, they're not that far away from that 50-point status. So you do not want to rely on playing.
I'm surprised
better
more people aren't using 30-30.
You really want to start well.
Versus the Wingman.
Really want to be putting those numbers up early. Alliance, absolutely a team.
I mean, the Wingman's really fast. That's sometimes
tournament.
Yeah, the fire rate is a little bit better.
They were on top of the leaderboards for damage and kills. And that
man,
was
like, if you have to like aim down sights, especially
here,
people like Gibraltar,
you know, through the lower brackets,
you're actually trying to poke.
These guys are doing it, and when
like 30-30
against
like
the world's
these
best,
fucking long-range pokes, you could just be standing there forever. Clack, clack, clack.
Just hanging out on the edge of Antenna.
Even more accurate than a Wingman, though, because like the long distance has like no drop off.
You can see number 2 on the leaderboard, technically tied number 1.
Compared to the Wingman. The Wingman drops a lot.
Inside of the zone, taking their time. Definitely, in my eyes, probably the most consistent team so far. No,
like it feels like after 70 meters, that gun's going straight down. That's why the close range gun fights always feel better with that gun.
Games on World's Edge. So a really good finish here for match 4 before then going back to World's Edge.
I feel like Wingman has like a weird sweet spot, like right around 50 meters in front of you, like they're just dead. The bullets are just so deadly.
Either one.
Right, Rig did so well on World's Edge, and they've got Lava Siphon, their north pad they have to take in Storm Point, and they're not so happy about that. That's not their home. It's not where they're used to playing from. They haven't had a huge amount of experience doing that. They like to play from Cascade Falls, usually, and it's a little bit tougher from them. There's just too many North American teams who tend to just sit there and honestly, will contest you all day. It doesn't matter if we come out ahead. They need to be rotating early, and that's what they'll prioritize.
And that's why if Team Liquid have a big game here as well, for them, they're only 12 points away from 50 points, and then going into World Edge, they could have 2 matches early on in the day where they could be our champions. Nocturnal finds it down onto Stay Naughty of Cloud9. Pressure now mounting, forcing out that bubble. Now the bat's going to go up for Graceful. That's going to get him back up, full armor, full health. Albrelele, though, just gets cracked as well. Now forced to pop that bat. In fact, the pressure, though, now getting too much, I think, for Cloud9 to handle. Team Liquid, they've been so consistent today. They've got a little high ground position. They've already got rid of Stay Naughty. Graceful's got no health. He's got no chance as well. It's only Albrelele now remaining. Throws out a barrel, but it's a last-ditch effort. That is not going to do anything for him. And there was a little defensive bombardment thrown out by reps of TSM as well, but it's Liquid that do the majority of the damage.
So TSM, they've made that rotate in from launch pad as we mentioned. They picked up 1 kill in the process, and Verhulst getting the information about where the other team is there with the missile swarms. The damage numbers will let him know. Hal's Arc Snare will let them know exactly where Team Liquid are hiding behind this small fence. They've got a black market. However, the loot boxes that TSM would like to be able to loot themselves, all that's going straight to TL right now.
That's true, that's true. Verhulst just trying to get off that bat. Same with reps too. TSM inside of the circle, but just barely closing out here for round 2, going into round 3. They can hold steady for the time being. They will have a Skyward Dive available if need to. Plus they got the Ash too, so Hal now just going to pop some cells, get back to full armor. The pressure maybe not so much on TSM right now. They can take a little time here, loot up, heal up. They'll be fine. They've got a little bit of cover away from Team Liquid, provided Liquid don't get too aggressive and look to push this.
Well, both of these teams are fairly close to the circle, as we can see. It's going to go down south. You know, we were talking about Barometer, Antenna. It looks like we're going to split the difference here and go right in between them. Now, considering how much of the mountain is on the north side of TSM and Team Liquid right now,
TSM have just decided to push in straight onto Liquid. Were they ready for it? It didn't seem like it. The bubble was already up as well.
Oh, this Loba team. Thirsty, we got shut down, bro.
He's got
That's
2.
good.
It's
Watch
only
this fight.
Liquid got 1 player left. No, I don't think they're going to have much of a chance to get much more from this one. TSM have cleaned them up for the most part, but here come Team Empire.
Team Empire, they changed their complete
That's kind of crazy because TSM had that really bad early fight. They lost the team. They just res them.
Different legends to what they played on World's Edge. That was the Wraith the Mad Maggie and the Caustic as well. So it's a completely different look for them, and I'm surprised that we don't see them push right there. I would have expected to see maybe some smoke canisters coming out and then the scan through it.
Yeah, Fun was the rat that still stayed alive for Team Liquid. Throw down the bubble. Surely TSM will get rid of him, and they do. Verhulst makes sure of that, not letting Fun get away. Liquid, in the end, get slaughtered by TSM, who probably had the worst position. Pushed in, got aggressive. Now, we turn our attention, though, to Game With, trying to basically replicate what we saw from TSM do to Team Liquid. Can Game With now do that to them? But here come Alliance as well.
Game With, one of the best performing APAC North teams today. It was a tournament. They made it through here to the top 20. They weren't looking like probably the best APAC North team, I would have said, coming into this, but certainly on the day when it matters, they're showing up right now.
And Team Empire, though, making life difficult for Game With. They can't push in too quickly, too easily. Now stuck inside of the zone as well. Empire, though, when do they maybe turn their attention over to TSM? Game With just kind of get out of here, get out of Dodge. There's too much pressure. They got Empire, they got TSM, but where do you go from here? They're basically going right on top of Alliance. Do they drop on them?
Matsutash almost taken out. If you lose that Valkyrie at the start of this, it's going to be terrible. The Black Hole coming out as well. Now Game With have to immediately pop that bubble to try and keep themselves alive.
Some of these guys are really good at this rotating shit where like they know one of them's about to die.
That defensive
so they fucking,
and that will give them just
like,
a little bit of time to start laying down the perimeter security here and carving out space for themselves.
Even
really
though he could
highlighting
potentially
the strength
die
here
too.
of the Watson
Like, really
Gibraltar, that sort of double defensive setup that Game With do like to run quite often here, but they've just lost Yuka. That was Hackers who gets that down. Alliance, of course, were the ones putting the majority of the pressure onto Game With. As soon as they landed, they've just been throwing everything at them. Now they get the down onto Matsutatsu, and I feel like Alliance smell blood in the water as they push over. They sense 3 KP right in front of them.
Now offenses don't stop bullets, and Alliance just kept poking and prodding.
They close the net around game width, and one by one they go down.
Shotgun fight,
though. There's only one left standing for Alliance. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? No, Yuki saves the day for Alliance. He was the last one standing, and he is able to maybe salvage things for his team, but there's still pressure to come from 100 Thieves looking to clean up Alliance.
Elevate now picking up a couple of kills as well. We see the kill feed start to light up as that ring closes and we head into round 4. Sharky's gone down as well. That's not great for them. We see NRG sweet. So many big teams losing members here. And Elevate, have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Maybe, potentially. Sleep's going to have to pop that back, get back to full armor now. They've got a bit of time, a little bit of a reprieve. Maybe they can now fire back, find a down or two to relieve that pressure. There goes Reignite. They're out. That was JMW. That went down. Bin loses his armor too. They're both cracked. Never mind, gets the shield swap as well. Great timing here from Elevate. Under the pressure, they're playing this so well.
Elevate somehow is still alive.
Oh my god,
he has to come out here because there is just not much left that they can work with when all these other teams are dumping grenades and bullets into them. We can see the stun.
Well, it just waited too long. He had flinched. It was bad.
The last of him, Nasky.
He did it the first time.
That was massive for GMT. Now we switch over to Vaxlon. It's happening everywhere, of course, here. Only 8 squads left remaining. Vaxlon, the last one standing for 100 Thieves. Just get out of here. Try and stay alive. Find another bit of play. It's one right in front of him. Loses the armor. He goes down to half health. On top of the building. Gets away somehow. No, he gets taken down. Frax of Space Station. They now make their way in.
Time to reset Xenox. We've lost so many squads in that last minute or so that the teams now have a little window where they can get into these death boxes and start to think about the next zone. You can see with only 6 squads left alive, some are going to leave it until a little later. GMT all the way on the northwestern side up there, they're starting to rotate in. You know, they had the mountain in between them and the zone, and that's a pretty good cover if you ask me, but it won't last forever.
A little bit chaotic. Let's hear how GMT are handling this chaotic situation.
Bubbling here. We have to fight these guys. I'm bubbling on me. We're gonna play for an Ashley. Oh, we don't have Ashley.
I'm gonna nade them, then we just go.
Yeah, we have to walk up. Stuck one, blood on.
Bucking me, 60.
Blood on low.
I died.
No, we need to go into.
Unfortunately for GMT, that was not too much of a listen in. They can't last too long. Down
they went to go listen in and they just fucking jinxed them. As soon as they do the listen in, the team dies.
He's under pressure too.
Oh, really?
I like the look of TSM here, actually. They're just kind of lurking on the edges. Team Empire with the Bangalore, a very open final circle. This is where the smoke grenades do come in very handy.
Team Unite, though, still not a bad position. F-Chan trying to get back up to full armor. We saw Empire there too. Cleave's being cracked, half health, but it's Ranchers that gets the knock onto Frex. Only 15 players left remaining here in round 5, but there's not much cover. Only terrain, only rocks. And as you said, TSM, their positioning here is quite great. Straight through the Watson Benters. Nice spray from Hal. Maybe another one. Why not? He is feeling bloodthirsty right now for TSM.
They're just... Oh, they're really getting on top of these other squads, aren't they? Xenox with 4 left alive. TSM currently on 21 points. They want to add a bunch to that so that they can perhaps have one more good map and make it to match point.
The green wall, though, Optic Gaming into the final 4 squads remaining. Coming into this match, they had 34 points. Could this be a chance for them to be the first team to crack the magical barrier of 50 points and get onto that match point status?
Well, it's either them, TSM, or Empire, really. I mean, sure, Team Unite has Lieta there in the middle, but I think he's a rat by himself. We'll see if someone spots him out sooner or later.
So 3 full healthy squads, and then Legetta for Team Unite from APAC North. Hal has one right in his face, but Holster's already lost quite a bit of armor as well. It looks like he's popping cells. Where's the bats? They're running out of them. Hal onto purple armor. The pressure, though, they popped that bubble so early in the fight. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time here.
Okay, so TSM and Optic Gaming, they're kind of getting towards each other here. Feels like they might be coming to blows soon. Meanwhile, Empire on the bottom. have all of the space and the circle to themselves.
Extra kill point obtained for TSM. They'll take out the Rat. Now we have a 3 versus 3 versus 3. Optic, TSM, and Empire to close out match 4 here of the finals.
11 kills already for Team Empire. These guys just show up or they don't show up at all.
It is an open field to close things out here on Storm Point of match 4. How he leads
TSM.
the way, the front line. They're the
They had the
proactive
early
team.
wipe.
Optic
Can
Gaming,
they
that might be
save
the
it and win
team
this
that is
game?
going to benefit the most with a third party from a distance away. It's an early bubble for TSM. They're all cracked as well. They've got full health, but they're going for the bats.
The phase breach repositions TSM in this late fight. They realize that they need to be next to one of the fences. That's kind of their only option here. They don't want to be the first ones to start the fight. You never do in one of these Mexican standoff situations. All 3 teams
We got
still
Empire
with
in the final
3
one
members
too, the
alive.
weird
You can
team
see
using
EMP,
off-meta
they
heroes.
don't
Let's go.
necessarily need hard cover playing around the smoke.
Optic,
And then
well,
we
they
have
want to probably
OG.
go
They're
for
already
third
in
party,
first,
but right now
so
EMP,
not a surprise.
Empire and TSM not really fighting each other. In fact, both looking more towards Optic. Skittlecakes is down, so is Ranches though. For Holst, TSM now going to push on to Team Empire.
TSM, they get a knock on either side now, and they're looking fantastic, taking on 2 squads at once.
They're fighting
Hal
2
just
different
goes
squads at
in.
once.
Hal in a 1v1 with Duplex
Confidence.
down. Holst trying to stay alive as well and cleans up Team Empire.
Oh, it was worth it.
Match 4.
They all took a 1v1. They all won. That was sick.
We can hear them
What a
popping
call.
off from here. The energy from TSM is here. The plays from TSM are here. I mean, the knock onto both Optic and Empire at the same time just let them loose. And I mean, it was a risky
That was a good play.
honestly, the way
Yeah,
Hal
very
split
risky.
from his team.
Oh, that was...
And decided to
They
take
all
that
peeled off and did a
1v1 while his
1v1.
team
That's
was dealing
nuts.
with the rest of Empire. You can see Dupe certainly got something to say about that final ring there to his teammates, but TSM couldn't be happier about how they played it.
Glad you mentioned that, Gino. We saw Hal split off from the rest of his team, go for that 1v1 with Duplex, and he comes out on top. So does his team. For TSM, through the first 3 matches, they only had 10 points to their name, but off the back of this result, here in match 4, they've arrived here into the finals now. They are here to play.
Want to do another dab? Kind of feel like doing
Big
now.
result for TSM, as we said, Xenox. If they could pick up a good amount of points here in Game 4, that's probably one more solid performance away from getting to match point. Wow, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to have any teams on match point after this.
Mate, I'm trying to check as quick as I possibly can. I want to know where we're at. But 23 points for TSM, we can say that will put them to about 33 points or so. As I said, gets them right in the race now moving forward. And they soaked up the majority of the points here in this game. Team Empire as well, 18 points to their name. So for 2 teams, Genome, that probably didn't get off to the fastest of starts, at least able to capitalize now here in match 4.
Yeah, Team Empire, they look like 2 completely different teams on these 2 maps, but on Storm Point, certainly, that's the team they want to be. 18 points is a fantastic effort there. Optic Gaming, they were the #1 seed coming in today. They started with 10 points, and now they're adding another 10 in match 4.
Well, we go back to the sort of discussion around the maps. Of course, that's Storm Point now in the back pocket for a little bit. We're going back to World's Edge for 2 matches and 2 teams that played really well in our first 2 matches on World's Edge. Reignite and Team Liquid both struggled a little bit on Storm Point. They weren't able to get too many points, although they now get to go back to World's Edge. We'll see if they can re-find that form there. Though for TSM, they're going to have to find now if they can carry their Storm Point performance over to World's Edge after this. Big damage, big kills, big numbers here for our champion squad of match 4.
The CEO putting up over 2k damage. Incredible scenes there. He didn't need his team at certain points. He was so sure of himself, and he wanted to put the nail in OG's coffin.
And certainly did as well. 2.3k damage, but also really good help from the rest of his team as well. Honestly, a team effort there for TSM, and they needed it. Genome, like I said, didn't have too many points going into that game, but now they go up 9 places into 6th place, 33 points, and still no team has got to the magical 50 yet. Optic Gaming lead the way on 44 points as we head back to World's Edge for the next 2 matches. It's getting really spicy now.
Oh, I mean, even in that top 5, you've got 2 NA, you've got an APAC South, an APAC North, and an EMEA team. The spread here is fantastic, down to Elevate in 8th spot to round out
our global series here. It's so cool to see the teams from all around the world performing, and at this point it's just getting so exciting because we've had no one get over that 50-point limit there to get to get a match point eligible.
Yep.
And it's almost certainly going to happen next game, I would say.
Best news, though, for the teams in the bottom 10 right now is that there's no one necessarily running away with it. It's a nice little spread on that top 10. So for these teams on this side of the graphic genome, it's not all doom and gloom. In fact, when you look at the points, they're all pretty happy, all around that 20-point margin from 11th down to 15th. But when you look at Space Station, 4-7, Tsuraraiku, Luminosity Gaming, and B3 Vega, the good news is that still no one's reached match point status at 50 points, so you've still got a couple of games to really get going.
Yeah, for those bottom 5 teams, they essentially have to hope that the teams above them are going to take a little while to get into this. I think down to 15th, honestly, Xenox, those teams are looking for this, right? I mean, Alliance, 20 points in 15th place. Those guys have been known to play 30-point games here in the ALGS playoffs. They need to win 18 kills. They can do it.
It's been a fascinating start. 4 matches that have delivered the goods so far here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, though, World's Edge on the other side.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Man, some weird dubstep they're playing right here.
There's two down on the right, two down on the right.
Yeah, there's one. Give me solo on the right.
I only have a shotgun.
He's this guy. He's some guy on the right.
I knocked Bangalore left, I knocked Bangalore left.
Wait, kill the Gibby on the right. Kill the Gibby on the right now. He's low. Go, you guys go left. I go right.
I'm going left with you, Evan. Swing with me, Evan. 40 on blood.
Crack the back one.
Nice! Let's go, baby!
Let's
go! God, you guys are nuts! Let's go! Oh, we come back, baby! Let's go, Jordan!
Good.
Good stuff, boys. We were just killing everybody.
Let's go. We're doing it. We're doing it, boys.
Let's go. Let's go.
And that's got to be one of the best listen-ins we've had right there. The confidence, the belief from Imperial Hal. We're doing it, boys. We're doing it.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
This is how legends are made.
Two-man game into a first place 11-point, 23-point finish. TSM is trying to prove that that man right there is not the new chairman. Imperial Hal still is the greatest here. Their coach minus tempo behind them. Reps far left. The most underrated player in terms of the shadow he sometimes lives in under Imperial Hal. Obviously, Hal, such a big name in the scene. And Reps also, he's the Pippin to the Jordan.
You know, just to highlight where our teams are currently sitting in right now, 50 points being the match point before your team needs to take the dub. Optic Gaming is sitting in first place with 44 points. Team Liquid with 40 points. Reignite right behind them with 39 points. All these teams in the top 10 are so close together. This next game could mean everything for game number 6 after that. We are going on to World's Edge now, and I'm excited because Storm Point really shake things up for our competitors.
Absolutely. You see Empire feeling confident. Cleve, Maliwan, and Ranches have been hamming up the camera all weekend long. Unlike Hardeki, who keeps fist pumping the cameraman. I think Hardeki and the camera are hanging out right now. They're probably poolside, enjoying themselves a nice weekend, in the words of my man Rain Day, as you see on screen. Optic Gaming, they are just points away from match point. Vicky, you predicted this team to win. The safe choice, the obvious choice. I'm just saying, I'm throwing a little shade. I was the only one. Nasky did not just get dap on camera, and this man has never been more embarrassed in his life.
Wow, he just left him like that.
In front of 140,000
Look at him, he's upset.
He's pissed. He's so mad. Nady is clearly getting dropped after this tournament. Actually, the joke is obviously he's a substitute.
I love the facepalm, though, from the coach in the back. I love this. I love the sportsmanship between all our players, the raw emotion, the screaming that we get to hear behind us in the caster desk. It's great. This whole stage is painted amazingly to highlight how important this finals here for the ALGS split.
Supposedly they fixed the Overwatch invites. Let's see.
Now, as we get started again on World's Edge, we saw some action earlier on in the day.
Blizzard, you're the best
World's
company
Edge,
ever.
We had Reignite team gate
I take back every mean things I say. You guys actually listen. Look at you.
Really pull through. Elevate coming in from South America,
support ticket,
showing up.
transferred it over.
We got some
yeah, but I
wasn't
wasn't the only person. It happened to like a shit ton of people.
Replicate it again now as we move back onto World's Edge.
That's right, Team
That's
Burger.
good.
The next door neighbors, the TSM dropping in Fragment East and Fragment West respectively. We all know, obviously, a big conversation point. Fragment East.
That's a pretty quick resolution.
Twice, which means that
yeah, I'm
TSM
happy.
On this map, well, they don't necessarily have a great drop spot. They do have a central drop spot, but they will be leaving most likely with at least
I take that any day.
shield or two, and that is a big part of why TSM has not been a dominant in World's Edge as they once were.
What can they do to adapt around this, though? Aside from their quick rotations, they're going to be able to get that beacon, get the next set of information before they move along. But, they had to move away.
Just hear me and bless TSM with the gold shield? Did Respawn just add a gold shield? No, I'm just kidding. Imagine. Jokes aside. Jokes 100% aside. That's insane. A gold shield here already.
Supposedly they nerfed the loot in Fragment.
TSM.
It's not as good anymore.
My words there.
Fragment East turning up.
That's why no one's landing there
I
anymore.
love it. They said, you know what? Just for you, Fallout. Just for you.
I think they nerfed it
TSM,
as far as rarity,
your
so people
prediction,
would stop dropping there.
reignite
Remember,
the team that took
it's crazy how many
game
people actually
number 1
land there.
here. They were feeling confident on World's Edge. They went with 10 kills, too, on top of it all. So they started their day with 22 points, game width right behind them. Even though they got second, they were fragging out on World's Edge. And I love what I'm seeing here in terms of Lou. You highlighted TSM picking up that gold Evo. Well, look at this. Reignite. They have the beacon. They know where the circle's going to be pulling. And we got a Harvester circle. And look how many teams are already quick with their rotation.
Yeah, and here's what's so interesting. I was chatting with JMW this morning. Reignite, well, they've been flexing. They don't have any set drop spots. I mean, they're kind of a pickup team. They're playing, obviously, Jen Burton substituting out for JMW. But they have been just flexing their drop spot, and they realized Players is not in this lobby, Invictus Gaming not in this lobby, etc. Sentinels, obviously, in North America, not here. Lava Siphon's wide open. That's one of the best POIs, former sorting factory in the game. And that's a big part of why Reignite's finding success. They also find themselves in early rotation as well. Reignite looking very well poised here, Vicky.
Yeah, it's crazy. Lava Siphon has such great loot there, too. You have
Back
the
on
beacon
World's
as well.
Edge. Look at this.
Work off of talk about quick rotations on TSM. They're getting paid. They wanted to go inside of this building. Look at all the grenades being tossed out, though. They're forced out to put that down the dome as it's Team Empire that had blocked the
not Empire. Don't kill my Empire.
You gotta be kidding me.
Malone.
Empire, one of the most aggressive teams versus TSM. Hal still on gray Evo, almost up to blue. Maybe he just wanted a little damage to level up that Evo shield. But he's going to call a reset. And look what team comp, of course,
I wonder what's going on with production. Now they've lost their graphics for the team names.
No more Caustic for TSM. They adapted with Caustic yesterday to see if they could find a way to sneak in. They felt like they had to, but they are back on the same team comp that's worked for them. Hal, the best Wraith player in the world, back on Wraith.
And look at the amount of teams that are already taking the real estate up in Harvester. Talk about team compositions. The Caustic is still up and alive for a lot of our squads, but this spot in particular for Alliance could be so tricky. It's going to be difficult. You're going to get pinged in all these different directions from some of these squads that are already taking up the high ground. You're going to expect a lot more Caustics blocking out those doors on the high ground too inside of those buildings, but Alliance are just trying to take an off angle here to see what pressure can they apply to build up their Evo shots.
They're going to knock on drop, so drop gets dropped here from Alliance. Coming from Thermal Station, dropped from West Countdown. And see if they look at the res, they should. Empire now under continued duress. So some way, somehow, obviously they continue to hold on to this choke point, this position, this key POI and
surprised
location.
No one died there,
but
damn.
This time it's just a crypto drone. That's the APAC North poke. That really has shaken up the meta quite a bit. I mean, teams that are so used to getting Godspot, which you can do and get away with in North America and EMEA because there's not many cryptos, well, Godspot is not so godlike anymore. It's pretty vulnerable. There's an Achilles heel there.
And you're going to have a lot more teams get the information even quicker with those crypto drones. You talk about those beacon scans. 4-7 now are making their rotation with the redeploy, passing over TSM that may be actually at this choke point that they're flying right over. TSM maybe not trying to take a much more aggressive approach. I mean, looking at their play in Storm Point on Game 3, we saw that they just wanted to hang out by that cliff instead of taking some of these fights. But look at this now. 4-7 just put themselves in the middle of two teams. We see the Bangalore smoke. We know Team Empire is running that composition. So now they don't even have line of sight of the team that's over there.
That's right. As things slow down for a moment, as I say that, they're going to see an Arc Star fly across the map here. Reignite trying to play aggressive against 4-7. Sweet and NRG farming on Team Burger. That's a top 10 team in the standings. NRG knocking 2. MT, see you later in the kill feed at the top right of your screen.
With the wing dude too, MT getting taken down. We saw Team Burgers were on the other side of Team Empire. I'm wondering what the action's looking like in some of these buildings. You can see NRG, they've taken control over the Spaghetti building here. They're also running the Caustic. Again, a lot of these team compositions really comes down to how these teams have been able to adapt throughout the weekend.
NRG, led by Sweet Dreams, former Rogue, competed under the Rogue banner back in the last LAN competition. Picked up Rocker, Nathan, 2 young fraggers.
I don't know what the fuck my parents are doing. My God.
Years old.
What else are they offering you now?
Well, now they're talking about they're doing a walkthrough of the new house right now.
Yeah.
But then they're like, we have to be out of the old house by August 30th.
You missed out. Sorry, second.
So I'm like, are you
Wait, isn't that quite a
paying
while?
for 2 houses for 3 months? That's weird.
Yeah. Is that really what they're going to do?
It's a lot of pressure.
That's what I'm like, what?
Entire team in general, Team Empire, managing to get ranches right back up.
And that's another big storyline here that we have to talk about is the lack of coach for NRG and TSM.
But I think the main thing is there's a couple things they want to do in the other house before they move into it, which is weird because it's like it's a rental.
Maybe would have expected, but the teams that are the best coached.
Hopefully it's not like too much. Maybe just like small things.
We have PvP, PvP the coach
of Cloud9. And then you have Hodzic, former analyst on the ALGS broadcast team with us, former pro player with the Pittsburgh Knights. He has made such an impact on the likes of Team Liquid, much like PvP has in Cloud9, but TSM, NRG, Sweet Hal, I don't feel like they need a coach, and I got to disagree with them. International competition is different. You might be ready to prepare for all the North American teams that you scrim against on a daily basis, but you don't know what to expect against other regions.
Yeah, you may have had some time in boot camp to try to figure out
Let's see what they want to do at the new house. I'm like, what could you possibly want to do?
TSM has taken a long time.
Maybe if it's an older one, maybe they'd want like shelves in the closet. I could see
Optic
that.
Gaming going to fight themselves, full purple Evo here. They're trying to delete the pylon. They're going to be able
Sometimes
to do
these weird ass houses have like the weirdest fucking
The
closets.
caustic barrel placed to cover. Skittle Cakes looking a little dangerous. He'll be able to heal back up. Bubble's going to be popped here, though. This is pretty dangerous for Optic Gaming right now. The early bubble, a team right above them who will have a late bubble.
But
They
other than that,
advantage
I
to
mean,
the team right
maybe
above
ceiling fans.
Optic.
I could imagine that.
They know they're at a disadvantage, and that's why they're going to burrow themselves up. Smart turtling
But that's
play.
probably
Sky
why the
needs to
rent's so
back
cheap, right?
To help his team.
Yeah.
Secure.
I have a high ground here. Optic Gaming knowing to play a lot more careful.
Caustic.
They have the Caustic. Yeah, you saw that they were able to toss
I
out
hate doing
that Nox
ceiling
gas on
fans,
the
but it's
top
not the end of the
of
world.
roof
It's
just
just
in
annoying
case.
to do by
Another
yourself.
team actually trying to go in from the other side of the building. See game width now. Going to be able to contest them over by the other side. And they get the knock here. It's Optic Gaming. Skittle Cake's knocked down.
Oh, Duplex last alive. He's got to go huge, and he connects for
Oh,
one.
he's got reloads.
Dupe has to reload.
Oh my god. This guy loses on a reload.
Reach match point. The green wall tumbles for now.
19th place for Optic
Wow.
Gaming. Oh my
They were
goodness.
close to getting into
Game
that match
width
point situation that I was
coming
talking
up,
about earlier.
showing up, Actually
And
replacing them
they had
and
such
going
an early
around the other
exit,
side
they're
of
not
that
even going to
building.
get to
Exactly. It was
match point.
Matsutasu, the playmaker.
So they
for
shut
his
him down
team.
for a whole other
And
round.
This
Like,
is one of the
that's
best
huge.
stories we have right now.
Because
Game
if
with
you
barely
win
made it
on,
in, Vicky.
I
10th
think the
place.
weird thing is
Bowling
like
crying
you have to
yesterday
reach the
after
threshold, and then
qualifying
it's the
by
next
a
game that you
hair.
win.
And
So
guess
let's
what,
say you
Vicky?
win
They are
and you get to
now
the threshold of
showing
winning
up,
points. I don't think that
performing,
wins the
and
tournament for you.
potentially just a moment away from
So like I said,
earning
they
match
shut him out for
points.
2
They
whole
had
games if they
37
did it that
points
way.
Coming into this game, they need 13. They just got 3 over Optic Gaming's 44 first place position.
And forcing Optic Gaming to have to play through that 6th game without being on match point 2. We know what happens at match point. You need to take that dub if you want to be the winners. If you want to take home the $250,000 that you would.
So maybe
in
that's
first
why they
place.
did
Now,
the.
Team
They're
Liquid
doing
making their
2 maps,
rotations.
2
You
maps
see
in
the
case
goal
this
lead
gets
over here on
stretched out.
Gilderson's.
Yeah.
Like I guess that kind of makes more sense because now I mean they're more than likely going to do 2 storm points after these 2 World's
Trials
Edges.
position. It's obviously one of the coveted drop spots, best loot, best POI from that perspective, and they've been bowling.
Oh my god, this team just getting wailed on from the sides and
Robin Hood.
fucking bow shit.
Pylon, like 9,000 bows. Imagine shooting a bow and arrow at a pylon.
Oh man, it's
Oh.
where are we? Sci-fi episode out here.
Exactly.
Although they did a lot of damage, but Reignite came and scooped up that kill with the wingman here. 4-7 get taken out. Tough position for them to be in. Even from the very start, Team Empire was putting down so much pressure with the Bangalore smoke.
Yeah, we talked about the trials for Team Liquid, but more importantly, we got to talk about their success so far. Team Liquid currently in 2nd place with 40 points. That's another team in contention for reaching match point. If they can get 10 points here and win next game, it is over. For those that are joining for the first time, maybe watching competitive Apex for the first time, welcome to the ALGS. We have a match point finals, which is the most exciting format in any BR. It solves the scenario where one team, after the 5th game going into the 6th game series, has like 50 points of a lead over the next place team. And it's like, what's the point of even playing game 6? We know who's winning this. It's anticlimactic. Well, no. With match points, you have to earn 50 points to unlock match point, and then you have to win after that to close out the series. We could be here all night, potentially. I don't think it'll happen if teams continue to deny others of match point victories.
That'd be crazy. We all have flights to catch here.
I'm
Space
chilling.
Station.
I will miss my flight gladly for a 12-game
You know,
Poland's record series.
Very respectful here, especially looking at the teams that we have right now on land for the first time ever. Team Liquid 2 managing to back up a little bit. You talk about their loot. They're looking to circle keep some of these teams that are rotating away from Fragment.
That's right. Team Liquid has been the most impressive team in North America this weekend, in my opinion, because obviously you expect in a lot of ways Optic Gaming to perform, but Team Liquid was abysmal, subpar in Pro League, and showed up big time this weekend because of the impact this young man has had, his destiny, his desire to be great. Gilderson's high schooler. He's a senior in high school from North Carolina, fun, much older than him. But Gilderson's has raised him up and made him want to be better. Let's go ahead and listen in with this Team Liquid roster, led by none other than Nocturnal.
Does he have? Wait. Gibby has Diva Wing.
Okay.
Their bubble fight is so weak. There's a Horizon here.
We got zone wrong.
Huh.
Let's check out this way.
What are we feeling?
I'm trying to think. Maybe we go here.
I say we move this way.
Yeah, we can go. We can land there. I doubt there's anyone up there.
After seeing this zone, do you want to go early? You want to go late? 'Cause I think we can go like maybe like a minute.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
This team might move before we have to do anything.
If they move, then it's looking golden for us.
Damn, nice heady. I'm yelling up. Gonna be 5-7. Yeah, Valk moved. No gun shield on Gib.
They're moving?
Yeah, they're all moving. They're all moving.
Okay.
We actually just take the space.
I'm done. Kraber on the map. Crack outside.
They're Valk ulting. 48 on mid.
Heard.
Let's take the space.
Yep. Yeah. We're not even safe here, so.
Yep.
Don't get comfortable.
I mean, we could force our way in.
Let's go here.
Yeah. They went south.
Team on this door.
Heard.
It's SSG. That's SSG.
Rocketing. You want to walk up and take space?
Oh wait, no, it's a bloodhound. I hit a blood 133.
Want to take space?
Yeah, let's take space on them. They,
Okay.
I don't think they have a Gippy.
Kraber.
Oh my god.
That's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's go. Barrel on the right, barrel on the right.
Uh-oh.
Caustic 30.
I'm just blown up. Just heal, just heal, just heal.
Yeah.
I got Kraber. I'm batting.
It's the Kraber on this team. We can take their height. We can take their height. Play it slow. Play it slow. We can take their height. They're popping dog.
I'm pop
There's
dog.
no reason for them to fight us.
I think this is Rances and then
we
if
just
they're
chill.
Bloodhound.
Yeah, yeah.
We chill here.
On the left here.
Right here, safe. Right here, safe.
Swinging,
Swung on me, 100 on him.
Climbing. Right on me.
Come down.
Yeah, ripping a bat. I 100 pump the cost or the blood. I'm going height. We have to take space.
I'm gonna ult their front door.
We're good.
No, chill.
I already use it.
Here, all six to the ground.
70 on caustic.
We're getting shot. Oh, I'm dead.
Fall down.
Oh, and it's looking bleak now for Team Liquid, a team that has an opportunity to secure match point. Gildersons has to go big. He wasted his ultimate, though. I don't know if you saw that, Vicky.
Yeah.
Bit of a misplay.
That was absolutely crazy here, too, on the other side. They're still getting pinged by another team. It's Reignite, and there's a Kraber. Listening to those comms, you know how they're trying to play this safely. Let's take a look at a replay right now after what we're seeing here with game with. It was against TSM. Reps getting taken down. Imperial How getting taken down.
TSM, I think, maybe got eliminated from the lobby from that. We'll wait for confirmation. I did see Reps and TSM get knocked. I don't know if Verholz was able to escape and rat. We know Optic is out. And RG still farming. Team Liquid back to full forces. The revives come through. Not just able to heal up in the bone. Oh, the bubble comes in. The dome shield, perfect timing. They needed some rescue.
Confirmation, Verholz is still alive here.
Oh,
TSM still
that
alive.
30-30
You
shot.
cannot say the same thing as one tappy. T23 Tatsu, he gets taken down.
Speaking of a one tappy getting tapped right into the face by a 30-30 repeater. Fun, showing that 30-30 can get put to work. Tap. He connects, and just like that, V3 Vega out to the hands of some extra kill points for Team Liquid. One by one. Team Liquid gets closer to 50.
All right, Fallout, we tap dance out here. Team Liquid is 1 point even closer to finding themselves with a dub. Verholz gets found out, though. The lone survivor left of TSM. He's got House Banner, but he needs to survive. He gets taken out. It's Reignite, who are farming here still. They are just cleaning up so many kills on this side of the circle.
Now the black and white TSM, nothing but darkness right now. Good night to the boys, as they will have to watch. Not the World's Edge performance they've needed and they were hoping for coming into this competition. So far, they have been irrelevant on World's Edge, not able to find that success. And again, came into this day literally 12 hours ago, Hal saying, I don't know what comp we're going to run tomorrow. We have to adapt. We know that. My teammates want me to play Caustic, but I just don't know if it makes sense to play a new team comp for the first time. But this is Apex. You got to adapt. The teams that adapt will succeed. They decide to go back to Wraith here in this game. And I wouldn't say it's their team comp that hurt them more than was just unfortunate rotation there. But ultimately, TSM needs to step up on World's Edge if they want to win.
It's difficult here with so many teams already taking up the real estate in these final circle positionings, especially with how defensive they've been playing. Talk about defensive game with, who were able to knock TSM out here. You can see Watson on the field with Yuka still, so they can control the building off to their left with those fences. Seeing where the circle's pulling, though, we know where that next circle is going to go, and it's going to be an open field here for a lot of our teams. I was looking at the train tracks here that's not in the circle anymore, but the high ground is going to be key as Team Liquid now with the redeploy are scanning everybody. They're getting all the intel as they move inside of this bunker. Surely there's a team right off to their right. Yes, there is. They have the Cossack, though, and they're willing to block out those double doors with the barrels.
Rotation from Team Liquid, and just like that, they find themselves pretty well positioned here. It's actually impressive, looking like they're channeling their inner optic gaming, but the fact that they're able to earn such good positioning, Sight playing a little more edge focused.
Oh, this Caustic ult.
Players, Alvarelli, TSM's former ranked back-to-back champion himself, gonna actually initiate. What a play from now, as he's gonna connect, and Cloud9 dominates the fight.
The Caustic knocks gas as they landed from the redeploy. NRG gone. Luminosity now moving in for the third party.
Oh my god, the shot from Naughty. He just put Ganjamin down. The Caustic gas comes through, and Luminosity is going to take out Cloud9. Naughty did everything he can, but Caustic is just too strong. You have no counter there. There's nothing you can do there against a Caustic ultimate.
Oh, it is the Caustic. That is what it is. Their space station get taken out. They get booted out of their own spot. But look at this, the EMP into the bombardment combo here. You're hugging against the wall. You have nothing to help you out because now you're getting booted off the high ground. Elevate getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, Team Liquid right in front of them. They are going to take God's spot here and get some kills. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Team Liquid is here to take match point and to take North America and the world by storm.
They are in such a good spot. They have the high ground. Gamewith understands this. They're not the ones running the crypto. The crypto squad is inside. Hello, that is not the view you want to see coming out of those bunker doors. But with the fence out there, it's going to apply extra pressure the moment they have to funnel themselves out of that bunker door.
Vicky, Team Liquid has 40 points coming into this game. Gamewith has 37. Reignite had 39. Optic, of course, had 44, but they are out. Gamewith is still alive. The Japanese dream story barely qualifies, turns up and shows up, trying to do it for Japan. Can they do it? Meanwhile, Mexico, vamos! Luminosity Gaming needs to perform here, down in 18th place. 100 Thieves, one of the most beloved organizations in esports. Nate Shot is watching. You gotta perform,
Oh, Nocturnal with the Graber. We see it on the feed. We see them cleaning more players up. That's TW getting taken out. AD Raccoon eliminated. ADR actually in the line of sight of so many of these players when they were taken, as Team Liquid are just still farming. Like you said, 40 points before entering this game.
Yeah, Nocturnal with Kraber. He loves it in his hands. Great sniper, great use of the Kraber. Loves to hit blindies. Went for one there. My man, we talk about orgs, talk about beloved orgs. FaZe Clan going for some snipes here. 360 no scopes here. My man Nocturnal hitting some blindies live on screen. Put some Breaking Benjamin to it and call it a montage.
That would be beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Back taking a time capsule back from 2007 out here. Reignite now, trying to force his way up onto the high ground. See Sharky.
I can't believe that Reignite's alive. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? The top two teams, three of the top four teams alive with the opportunity to hit match point, which they likely will if they get top three here. Absolutely will. It all comes out of this.
How does Gamewith, specifically Yuka, always stay alive here in this situation? This is the second time we see Yuka in these final circles. Still alive. Sutoraiku now trying to put in some of the pressure. They're playing off of the low ground right here.
And Sutoraiku has a chance to play big-time spoiler for the rest of this lobby. If they can somehow stop Reignite, their Aussie brothers, if they can stop Team Liquid, maybe, just maybe, it'll just be one team at match point instead of 2 or 3. Sutoraiku needs a performance. They are in 18th place with only 8 points. If they win this game, they can do it. Alliance under duress from the hands of Unite, another team in 7th place. Unite with Legetta. Japan.
Dude, look at this flying.
So
what
well
is
right
this?
Reignite now trying to find an opportunity to maybe take some height, but they can't. They see Team Liquid has the height instead. Reignite are landing.
How do you not get melted down by everyone? Oh,
Luminosity
here come the
was in trouble
grenades.
originally. 100 Thieves now. You see Vaxon getting the knock onto Hockey's, getting that knock with the wingman there.
I'm gonna make a bold statement here and say Luminosity Gaming is needing to win this game. Sutoraiku is needing to win this game. This is a must-win, do-or-die scenario for Mexico and for Australia.
Match
Team Unite
point
pushes
for the
and
next
takes out
game, and they
100
could win.
Thieves. That's gonna help them.
Unite, though, is going to get grief. Luminosity Gaming Mexico stands up.
Oh, say hello to my little friend, the Spitfire, mowing them down. They are popping off when they were in such a bad position originally, getting pinched by 2 squads now. They take care of 100 Thieves. They are out of the lobby. 4 squads left.
Man, this girl, poor girl's voice, man.
Proving that he's been one of the best players in the world here. 2 controller
be
players,
chugging
1
honey
mouse
on the breaks or something.
They play with default Xbox
something
controllers,
to, like,
not even
coat.
kidding. No paddles,
That thing's gonna
doesn't
die.
matter. They don't need it, and they still perform. Luminosity, coached by Pistillo. You see the flag around the back of their coach, shaking his head nervously because his team needs to perform here.
Oh my God! This ending circle. Look at it's all on the right.
STK now moving in. You see Rig now trying to take a reposition. Rig now only down to 0.
Reignite, 0 needs to go big.
Oh, he punched him in.
Luminosity Gaming, Cielito Lindo, Mexico.
Let's go, Luminosity! You said it perfectly, Fallout. They needed this, and they came out on top. What a chaotic end right there, too.
Wow.
They dove
Crazy.
all into Team Liquid space.
These small region
saying,
teams
"Hold
winning,
on
it's
here.
awesome."
I need this space,
Mexico.
and they denied it from them.
When did they get internet in Mexico?
Nocturnal, anxiously waiting to see if they got enough points.
They got Apex over
to
there?
unlock match point. Fun feels confident.
Yeah,
He's
Moon to
smiling,
Mexico.
but Luminosity Gaming, talk about the story to get here. This team was unsigned, a team of free agents. There were 2 teams
You
from
might be a
Mexico
plat
in
player
the
there,
Pro
honey.
League. This is one of them. Scary. Unsigned. They were so scary throughout the Pro League. They inched their way in to qualify here, to represent an entire country. Mexico on their back. They get signed by Luminosity Gaming, and now they have a chance to do it, Vicky, to win the championship finals of the ALGS playoff split 2.
There were so many teams that could have hit match point after that game, and so far, with Team Liquid's performance, we could assume right here that they are already beyond those 50-point game. But another team that I wanted to look at was Reignite, who had to come from the east side of Harvester right there, but they were able to farm that entire eastern side of the circle. It was actually insane. So I got my eyes on Reignite right now because they may be joining Team Liquid up there.
25 points!
Oh my
Wow,
God.
that's a huge win.
What
25
a showing
points.
from
Yeah.
Ganjamin, the best slayer in LATAM, undoubtedly. Enemigo and Niazuli playing so well. Team Liquid right behind them with 16, Reignite with 11. Now that's the question. Did Reignite get enough? And the answer is yes. They had 39. Reignite will be at match point alongside Team Liquid here, Vicky.
This is insane Reignite. They had taken game number 1. They had some breathing room, but now this is where it all matters. Since you're situated right next to Team Liquid, you have to take the dub to be your ALGS Split 2 playoff champions.
That's right. Match point unlocked for the first time here. This is a monumental moment for Team Liquid and Reignite, but at the same time, you have to celebrate these 3. Luminosity inching their way back into this. Look at Enemigo and Ganjamin. Look at the damage done from these 2. Are you kidding me? These are some of the best single game performances we have seen. Only 4 kills, but 2.5k in damage. Are you kidding?
What's crazy is I'm not even surprised because we've seen Ganjamin do this time and time again. He is such a heavy fragger, but yes, Enemigo right here following up on the Gibby. You see Nizo out here too with the 5 kills on the Cossack. I love the timing on their engagement right there at the very end. I love it. I love seeing Luminosity shine here, especially after getting picked up right before the playoffs.
Yeah, so
by
yeah,
Luminosity
50
Gaming.
points.
For the first time, we have match point.
Be eligible to win the
team as
tournament at that
indicated by the
point.
target on screen.
So this
They
next
hit
game, if they
the
win
target
it,
spot, hit it right on the nose.
they
and
win.
Now, all they have to do is
those
win
2
a
games,
game.
those 2 teams.
This tournament is over. Team Liquid with a chance
But
to
if game
represent
with, they're at
North
44
America,
points. If
reignite,
they
putting
get
all of Australia
6
on their
points
back.
next game, they still
Game
need to
with
wait
right
till
behind
next
them
game
for
to actually
Japan
win the whole
Optic
thing.
Gaming.
So all they can do is
The
play
heavy favorite
upset.
coming into this one, right behind, rounded out
I
by
think
Team
is how it
Empire,
works.
the number 1 team in Pro League, and in EMEA, the CIS boys.
This is crazy to see the top 10 spots here because you could see Team Empire with 40 points. They could have that 1 pop-off game to be sitting at match points, but then looking at the slight gap between themselves, Team Unite, and then the gap between Luminosity and then the rest of the top 5 here. Even though they won that game, they skyrocket in the overall leaderboards, but I got my eyes on NRG, TSM, Elevate, who had won game number 2, still sitting with 33 points.
Important to note in the discussion of Korea versus Japan and APAC North, Japan is stepping up. Team Unite and game with in the top 10, AD Raccoon in 15th place. The heavy favorites, the winners of Pro League, Parka, Obli, Karanpu, not performing to their standards. We'll see if they can step up here in the next game. GMT Esports, multinational team, the legacy of Nasky and Dell, the duo
not able to play with Strafey this weekend. Nasky, Strafey, Dell, champions from the summer circuit of the ALGS. Such a dominant team back then. They reunited after Strafey left to join Na'Vi for economic opportunity, of course. And now Strafey is watching, and our heart goes out to Strafey in Ukraine from home. We have so much love for you, brother. We'll see if GMT can represent it, can do it for their boy.
Crazy,
They're going to actually give a
these
percentage
people
of the prize
actually
pool to
affected by the
Strafey
war.
if they can, of course, continue
and can't
to
play.
increase the amount of money that they will win. They got to
What a
step
time
up,
to
though.
be
We're gonna
alive.
take a quick break. We have a chance to close this tournament out. Game point, match point reached. Fallout, Vicky Kitty. We'll see ya, hopefully, fingers crossed, in Game 7. If not, we'll see. We'll be right back, everybody.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
This is how legends are made.
Team Liquid and Reignite now on match point status, heading into match number 6 here for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Genome, this is it. This is the busy end now, because at this point, it could all come to a close if we have a winner. In this case, Team Liquid or Reignite.
The two teams have done so well on World's Edge so far, and that has largely given them this boost up above the rest of the lobby. I mean, Game With and OG Empire, sure, they actually all came alive on Storm Point, so perhaps this needs to be the map for Team Liquid and Reignite to close it out before we switch back to another 2 on Storm Point.
Very, very good point, of course, for both Team Liquid and Reignite. Rounds 3 and 4, 16, 17, 20, and 11. Those were their placement finishes on Storm Point, respectively, for our 2 match point status teams. So, realistically speaking, if they don't get the job done here, we could see this really extend out for at least a couple more rounds.
And if I think back to how Rig have played match points in the past, Xenox, there was a time where it was the monkey on their back, right? I mean, they would dominate throughout the season, that consistency, just let them, you know, just dominate APAC South for such a long time. But then sometimes we'd get to the playoffs and they wouldn't show up. Not today. They've started off so well that they are one of the first 2 teams to put themselves on that match point. The last time we saw this, in the Split 1 playoffs, actually, Xenox, they didn't take
match
out.
point.
They had
You
the
think
most
that in
points
this
on the
round,
day.
Amber?
Honestly, if you ask a lot of people, they're probably the best team on the day.
Team Liquid has been like
but they
top
just couldn't
5 a
close it
couple
out.
games,
and that's
so
the
they're
nature of
buzzing.
BR sometimes, honestly. It's
Reignite,
so
besides
hard
winning that one
to
game,
get
they've been
that
playing
win. I
whatever.
mean, there were end circles they played where they pushed through so many teams, 11 kills, still couldn't take it out. So do they have a good chance here? Absolutely. They're playing so well, but isn't guaranteed. Far from it.
Obviously, between our 2 match point status teams, only one of them have found a victory so far, that being Reignite. That was all the way back in match number 1. Of course, we'll have a focus on those 2, but the teams just directly below them, in this instance, Game With, Optic, Empire, all 40
He's
points
cooking,
plus
Amber. Did you see
at
that?
the moment, so
And
they're
then
very,
everyone's
very
eating.
close to joining Team Liquid
Really?
and Reignite. If neither of those 2 find a victory
He was
here,
doing
we
like a
can
stupid hand
obviously
gesture
have
thing.
way more teams on the match point status going into the next couple of games.
It feels
I mean,
it's
we've
funny
already
because it's
touched on
like
the
I think they're
differences
from a
between
different
World's
country,
Edge,
like one
Storm
of those
Point,
weird,
and I think
one of those more
one more thing to
unique
add
countries.
on top of that, Xenox,
And it feels
is
like
the drop spots.
a
We already
meme
talked
that's
about Riggs earlier.
2 years
Lava
too
Cycle,
old,
super happy
but they
about
still think
that.
it's funny.
But if we go over to Team Liquid as well, those guys have had to really struggle throughout the LAN here in Stockholm because often they were restricted to only Trials loot. It does look like here in the final lobby, they are getting the full Skyhook West, you know, the whole section to themselves. So you can do Trials.
Fake. Where's my chat all popped up?
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
This is how legends are made.
Not found a win all weekend. The only team at the event that has not been able to find a win that is in the finals today. They still have a chance to create a little bit of fun history by maybe finding their first win being that match point win.
Oh, that'd be lovely to see, honestly. But it's not going to be this game, Xenox, if that's the storyline you want to roll with it. That's the script you're rolling out in front of us. You know, we've got 2 out of the 20 teams ready to end it here in Game 6. It's not many.
So by next game,
you would have to say
these other
chances
teams
are
that
we've got
placing
plenty
high,
of Apex ahead
it'll
of us
probably be like
here
5,
as teams
6
start to
teams
creep up
ready
those
to win,
point
and then that's where it
totals.
gets
But
crazy.
as we touched on, it feels like this is the one
Because
that
sometimes
benefits
people who are like in
and
last
favors
place
both
might
Team
land on
Liquid
them on
and
purpose,
Reignite.
just to take the 50-50 to shut them down.
Well, you know, aside from Liquid and Reignite, is also the prize pool differential, the playoff point differential. You still want to get points. If you're down in 13th, like I say, a Team Burger on 27 points, and you have a big game here, but say Liquid or Reignite win and it's all over, you can still jump up from like 13th into the top 5 genome, and the prize pool changes for that would be massive, as well as the playoff points as well for the championship later on in the year. Match 6. Let's get into it. 2 teams on match point status. It's Team Liquid. It's Reignite. So far, they have been the absolute best teams, especially on World's Edge. We go there one more time here for match number 6. Do we find our Split 2 playoff champions in this game?
for my sake, Xenox, I kind of hope so. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve here. We've got the Apex South boys running amok in this lobby. And I want to see Rig close it out. I can't lie to you. Team Liquid, also a fantastic team. Got a lot of respect for those guys. Would be fun to see them come through as well. But certainly those two regions are going to be cheering the hardest in Twitch chat all around the world and at home right now.
So many different storylines, and that's obviously something we would have expected coming into the finals today. You mentioned Liquid, you mentioned Reignite, especially from APAC South. Game With, of course, in third at the moment from APAC North. There's so much representation at the top end of the standings right now. Let's have a little overview as to maybe where we're going to be playing here for match 6. And obviously, this is going to be a big one. We've mentioned it. So for everyone in this lobby right now, you cannot put a foot wrong.
Now, as we just talked about, TL, you can see them, Nocturnal is taking down Trials, but if we look where this circle is heading, Xenox, it's probably going to Countdown. There could be a chance, I think. I mean, we saw one around the Caravan that comes, you know, south of that passage through from Skyhook towards Landslide as well. And then, of course, you've got the giant Bloodhound Crow that sits on the southern side of Trials as well. So that's where I'm casting my eye, definitely down towards the southern edge of the mountain range that cuts off Countdown and Skyhook.
And you already mentioned Team Liquid, of course, over towards Trials, not too far away from that circle for Reignite, over towards Lava Siphon. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes on those two teams. You have to match point status, but everyone else in the lobby still so much to play for. You cannot give up in any way, shape, or form. You still need to believe, Genome, that those teams that are on that match point status do not find victory, that you can bring it back the next couple of games, get those points, and join them in that position.
That's funny.
Well,
the Crypto using the bot and fucking Caustic smashed him with a hammer so he gets more inside.
Move him around.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be taking Naski's tips we saw yesterday. The, you know, crouch while you're in the drone, so it's a little bit easier for your teammates to reposition you when you can't move
melee
yourself.
interaction look so fucking hysterical.
Obviously, it's you know,
yeah, they
not
do.
too big of a deal. I'm sure the teams aren't right on their doorstep. That said, we've been seeing a lot of early rotating Ryan Xenox, and certainly teams
gold helmet, gold bag, 2 gold helmets.
Countdown right now.
Player comparison and a very
that's where I would try to land if I could. It's Trials. I think that has the best chance of high
pretty
loot
similar,
at that Bloodhound thing, you know?
Damage dealt. The big one though, probably
where you
total
kill the
match
monsters
wins,
and get all the
2
good
versus
shit.
1. This is obviously quite relevant now. You do need to win, especially for Team Liquid. They haven't done so far
They've got
today
purples,
in
they've
the finals.
got gold.
If they're going
That's
to be
huge.
the champions, they're going to have to do it at some
And
point.
they're on fucking match point.
That are probably in the discussion for that Monster MVP award.
Bojack, seeing a bit of bow and arrow today so far. Nice little shot there from Obley, the Gibraltar for AD Raccoon, the top team from APAC North, who haven't probably got fit and firing so far at this event. They've had issues. Of course, Sally, unfortunately, resigned due to injury. Grompu, former teammate, was part of the roster back in Split 1.
Luminosity Gaming now.
Well. Can they continue on?
That was a good one.
Who knows? The next couple of games, they could still end up being the pride of APAC North. Reignite, though, what have they got in the bag here for this game?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they thought they could perhaps slip through into Landslide through the vault tunnel there. It's a tough rotation for this one coming up from Lava Siphon. I mean, you know, they're going to be amongst probably the last 5 teams to make their way into that circle. That's not the style they like to play, Xenox. It's an unfortunate turn of events here for them. But on the flip side,
gets
TL
banned for saying
super
this.
happy about this.
Why are all
they
these
have,
Mexicans spamming
essentially
that their team won
first
a game
right
of Apex?
to this circle.
It's massive for Team Liquid.
the
Going over
fuck
to
is
Stormpoint,
wrong?
they have not been able to perform that well so far in the finals. This is a
Jesus
massive
Christ,
opportunity.
man.
They've got a good circle. It's on World's Edge. This is where they've been at their best. This is why they're on that match point status. It's all about now closing it out here in match 6 and not allowing, you know, the teams like Optic, like Team Empire to get back into it, to have their own opportunity on Stormpoint to follow. There is that sort of leaderboard on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see how close Game With, Optic, Empire are to basically getting on match point status themselves.
Not too far away for a lot of these teams now. Alliance, they've got a bit of an overlook position here. You can see they're worrying about these craftings. I'm pretty sure that's Reignite that they're
If the team doesn't win this round, I
shots
hope that Team
right
Empire
there.
can get into scoring position
Reignite,
and just win the next
being able
one.
to craft up their armor. Alliance having it
having to do
There's
it
only
the
10
hard
points out.
way.
They just need a good game this game.
Range with the rampage.
hopefully they have
Two
one.
whites certainly not what they need right now. Would want to be
Be sweet they just took it into their own hands, just got 10 points from 10 kills. That'd be nice.
Level.
So 2 minutes until round 2. We've only had one squad eliminated. That was 4-7. We didn't quite get to catch that one. A team that obviously did extremely well in the first 2 days here in the finals, but haven't quite been able to maybe bring that form here to the final day. Right now, though, of course, Cloud9 on the move, 32 points. They too themselves are like many teams that if you go and have a big game, maybe even a win here, you too could be on match point status. And we know Cloud9 certainly capable of finding victory. We've seen that already here at the ALGS 2 Split 2 playoffs.
You can see Team Burger just sitting up the top there. Perhaps laying in wait, but it did feel like Cloud9 heard something. They were throwing out some pings, and now they're going to throw out the barrels as the team lands on top of them. And this does not seem like the best Valk ult.
No down though, right? I think maybe just a crack, and that was about it here onto Alliance. They didn't have much armor. You mentioned it before. They had to do it the hard way, couldn't craft, so it was only whites and blues as well. Yuki now crack, has to just try and find a bit of a rat spot, try and hide out here. The pressure mounting. Vice as well now, having to pop that med kit. Alliance in so much trouble here.
Too.
This rarely works. When you come into countdown this late and you're trying to play underneath these pylons, unless the zone is completely cutting off the goal from you, it's just not a playable spot. Oh man, you can see the kills going to all sorts of people as the teams on the higher level here on countdown just look upon them and say, I pity the fool, basically.
You remember back to sort of day 2, the start, the winners bracket, Alliance 10th place is where they finished, and they were able to sneak into the finals so far. Not really being able to make too much noise, and now they're going to sort of sit back,
rotations are
open
very
pray
ambitious.
that someone doesn't win this game.
Well, it looks like Game with an Optic are actually having a
they
fight
sometimes get,
all
like,
the way
right on top
over,
of
and
people.
guys are right now. Okay, Skittles.
And I think this is where
Thermite
Caustic is actually
and catch
fucking
someone off
broken. If
guard.
someone lands
Big
on
fight
you,
though here, because
him
it's
throwing
Optic
his
and it's
ult,
game with. So
right
one
where
of
they
them
land
loses
always
out. They're
fucks
not
them.
going to be able to reach that match point status. The winner, though, would obviously be able to get those KPs, move a little bit closer to 50 points. Now, of course, now Duplex is down. They can still recover the banner, but Game with surely from here, you can see triple purple. It's only Skittle and Knocked. Game with in a big position to wipe out Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they've got to take out a 2v3 if they want to be the ones to continue throughout this game 6 here and, you know, get themselves that chance to get onto match point. Game with, at this point, they have everything in their favor. You saw they even had the pylon up there that allows them to focus on healing up their health, considering all of these players are currently outside the ring. Optic having to set up barrels in a building this far out. I mean, how many syringes and
like
medkits they have left? Yuka is going to start pushing in.
Well, remember, Game with not running the caustic though, so those barrels are going to be extremely effective here for Optic Gaming, and it might just force Game with away. I mean, the zone's probably going to start doing that too, but a big chance for Game with if they do wipe out Optic Gaming, the kill points that they get a little bit closer to that 50-point margin, of course. But for Game with themselves, you've got to worry about the game as a whole, and I think Optic have been able to escape here.
Okay, they're going to go
My
for the
parents are
Valk
just going to have some
out.
appliance
They do actually
delivered
break the
to the place,
shield,
and then they.
but it's not quite enough to take them
There's
down.
some type of
Did they do enough
storage
flesh
they have
damage to
outside,
knock?
maybe some type of shed. Maybe
you have to
just throwing
immediately
everything
ground
away,
himself
right?
and pop one of those syringes. One of the two
My guess is they
he
did a
has
bunch of
left
repairs
after
on
this.
the
Where's he
house,
going to
and they just have a
go?
bunch of random
Skittle
materials
Cases
or
will be
something.
able to drop him a couple of meds, but I guess the question is, do Game with chase?
I think they should be able to make it in here. It looks as if that definitely will be the case. You're right about Game with. Do you chase directly?
It's
or do you
weird though,
worry
because
about
some of
your
these places that rent like
rotation
that,
into a
especially in
circle?
Vegas, it's like,
looks like
if you
they're
do
sitting
certain
in
things,
Geyser
sometimes
for
they're
the
like, you know,
moment.
oh
We
well,
don't see
there's no moving costs
you
if
know,
you can do
a
this.
quick decision on that front. And the other thing to note, of course, is that Optic Gaming have got
Like, I'm sure they got a break. If there was no appliances in there, they had to get a break.
respawn beacon and be
Massive.
back up to full strength in no time.
A big little moment there for both of those two teams, considering the circumstances around the amount of points that they've already been able to acquire through the first 5 matches.
Okay, now if we look at where Rig here are, outside Lava Fissure, Xenox, it's an interesting spot. We noted that they were very late at rotating into the circle, and at this point, essentially, it looks like they're going to go for a strat where they have to just wait and Valk ult in at the last moment.
We'll see how they play that strat out. Let's get a listen in.
And it's kind of cool, like, even if you do buy your own appliances, because I think that they are going to try to buy a house in the future.
Yeah.
You can just move your brand new appliances
to
match
quiet
your
with
new house.
Reignite.
You know,
I guess not a whole lot happening with them. No worries
Appliances
for
aren't
them.
impossible
Do you think
to
they
move
change up
anymore.
their approach at all, Gino? Now, of course, they're on that match point status. You don't want to be running around putting
It's
Shuman
just about
wrong.
getting the right one that
Absolutely,
lasts
they don't
forever.
need
That
to
shit's
take
hard to
fights.
find nowadays.
You know, they might want to. They might want to
that
take a
is
better
true.
position at some point, but they're certainly not looking
Like
to
when our
hunt down
parents,
other
like it's
people
crazy our
to
parents, like
increase
they
their
had such a
standing
crazy
that
time to
way.
be alive.
Perhaps
Like
if they
things were
saw
meant to
Team
be
Liquid, or at
lasting
least
forever. Like
recognize
nothing was
them,
made
they might
cheaply.
think about that. I mean, actually, one thing I should clarify.
Refunds were
you know,
always
when we
like
talking about
honored
anonymous
because they
vote
knew
before
like it
Xenox,
was a faulty
they do get to
product.
see
They
when a
stood
team
by
is
their
eliminated.
word.
So you
That
might
shit
not
doesn't
know
exist
who you're
anymore.
knocking, but once you have fully eliminated the team, it will show up in the kill feed.
And that's what
Now it
everyone's
has,
hoping
like,
to see
arbitrary
right now in the
time
kill feed
limits,
is Team
even though it's a
Liquid
piece of
eliminated,
shit.
Reignite eliminated, because then they can feel a little
can
bit
design
safer
something to
about
last
maybe
2 months and
continuing
then
on here for
refunds
the
only the
finals and
first
playing
30
some more
days, you know?
matches. Now, Optic Gaming are not into safety yet, just yet. Still deep inside of the zone near Lava Siphon. That med kit is going to be right down to the wire here. Does
But
he get
back
it
in the
off?
day,
One
they were
more
afraid of
second.
bad
No,
word of mouth. You know what I
0.1
mean?
seconds for Skittlecakes.
Nowadays, you have
and
like
you
the
can see why this
craziest,
is
most
happening. So,
berating
I believe
Twitter comments,
I mean, I
and
think he was
doesn't,
trying
you know,
to
they
get
don't
that
blink an
med
eye
kit off,
anymore.
right?
Well,
But
obviously.
sometimes in these early circles, the correct play is actually to go down and let your teammate revive you, because it just gives you a little bit of health back.
That's true, that's true. And then you get that med kit off, so either way, you're just straight winning at that point. Although, they're not really in the best position anyway. Let's go back to Reignite, and let's see this time if they've got much to say.
Wonder where he got. That's a sick wingman skin. It's like a recolor of a popular one.
Yeah.
I have like the red recolor, but I've never seen the blue recolor. That's cool.
Zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do force with everything flat top?
I like that they
Dark,
let them
countdown
use their own
first.
skins in this
It's
competitive.
still
Sometimes
four
they
total.
take off skins,
Yeah.
so it's not confusing.
Force next to office, probably doable as well.
Yeah,
I think it's also crazy right now. Like nothing else is going on Twitch this weekend. They must have timed it on their
I don't know how
event
to check
calendar.
this team on the left side. This team is choke.
Yeah.
I've never seen Apex Legends with such high viewers since like it came
The team
out
you
pretty
won last
much.
game. Told you.
500,000 people watching Apex right now.
Just watching on
Yeah.
North right now.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Pretty sure there's no one on that left side. When we Valk over, I'm just gonna call something.
Okay.
Pretty sure side or office will be the safest, or underneath. Unless we can just farm empty team. Wait, they're not even going
Surprised for not. I mean, teams are landing on it, but you don't see the teams with the mod weapons. You know, they're landing on mod though.
Don't let them walk up.
Oh, up.
Nice. Thank you.
Lesson.
Retake stand roof, look. They're still there.
The Ash team, right?
Yeah. They should have to Valk first, then we Valk after. I'm walking up the flat top, see if it's free.
Yep.
They might make a play on you. It's
Yeah,
not
they have
free.
Ash.
We are Valk ulting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so Rig don't have access to the beacon right now in Lava Fissure because NRG were holding them out. However, Xenox, we've had a crazy shift in the circle, and this could work in Reignite's favor because it's going to go towards Skyhook. It's actually going to be just on the cusp of the north of Countdown, the very southern edge of Skyhook. And because not many teams, including us, read that, they're all sitting in Countdown. Some actually over towards the north of Landslide. This means their spot's open. If Rig Valk ult now, they could actually find a great spot.
And it does mean Team Liquid, who were inside of Countdown essentially from the early moments of this match, are going to have to rotate out, puts them in a little bit more danger than what they may have been with a bit of a countdown circle. Now, Elevate are gone. We saw Cloud9 also get eliminated at the end of that listen-in as TSM feeling a bit of pressure. That's from Optic Gaming now. Skittlecakes, low armor, same with Noct, and Duplex is down again.
Really a struggle for Optic Gaming here, TSM.
Trying to push them out. They've got the Kraber in the hands of Reps. You can see he's actually thinking about just using some bullets to punch through that knockdown shield and confirm the kill. It's going to be the Arc Stars instead. Doesn't quite get there.
Oh, big one right now. Both Game With and Optic Gaming eliminated at the same time. So neither team reached that 50-point status going into match 7, if there is one.
There's actually not that many teams left that can realistically make that, Xenox. I mean, yeah, what? Team Empire, maybe Team Unite.
Oh, big one. The Reignite just lost 2 players. Zenial, Space Station delivering that blow to Zero and Sharky. So JMW now the only one left standing for Reignite. Big, massive, especially for Team Liquid, more so probably for the entire lobby.
They haven't seen that they're gone yet, though. With the 1 member left alive, the rest of the lobby doesn't know. 1 banner grabbed, but JMW, he's a caustic. He can't Valcold out of this. He can't bubble his way to safety. How is he going to play this?
Team Liquid right here as well. Talk about storylines here. JMW just trying to defend the area. I think Liquid, though, are just trying to get out of dodge and get out of countdown. JMW gets the 2nd banner, but can he get them back into the game is the next question.
It's going to be tough. I feel like a mobile respawn beacon is a very likely win condition now for Reignite. Team Liquid, I think we saw them moving past at one point. It was either them or Space Station Gaming.
Liquid.
And it's really, yeah, okay, so we are getting one of those crow circles, Xenox. It's right at that southern end of Trials.
Oh, damn, Empty just with a quick triple kill onto Sudaraku, who are having a tough day of things here in the finals. TSM, they now force their rotation out countdown. That they find someone that maybe they can drop on, get a couple of kills, or at least an empty area that they can hide in for the time being. It will be the latter. 7th place at the moment, 37 points here for TSM. They could be a team that maybe gets that match point status. Now over to Space Station Gaming. Oh, never mind, they're gone.
Sweet's still up at the moment. If NRG can consolidate from this position, we see a GMT up on high and Skyhook, just like we saw them yesterday, doing what they do best, griefing with nades that they can grab from that black market. Reps, still a couple of bullets left in the Kraber. Might be JMW that he's taking the pot shots there at. Okay, here's Team Liquid.
TSM, they have that opportunity. You were talking about maybe squads left, Genome, that can get to 50 points, get to that match point status. They
that dude has
one
28
of the,
fucking
you
cells.
win this game. I know it's maybe a match early, but at least gets you to that match point status, about 12 points away.
You can see that Team Liquid are well within this circle. It's very good for them right now, but they don't have a lot of space to play with. Fun FPS.
Exactly.
He needs to be so precise with his bubbles and just make sure that he's using that at the right time. If he pops it a little bit too early, teams like TSM that are watching like a hawk with this Kraber will come in and remove them from World's Edge.
Deep into round 5, and we've still got 10 squads remaining, 28 players alive. TSM, Hal now goes up to red armor, and Rep still has 3 bullets left in that Kraber. That could be a big turning point later in the game.
A bunch of people are about to die
make their way over just above TSM. You can see Empire further left of all of them as well, near the cliffs. Of course, JMW is still the solo
Fucking
rep
Watson.
for Reignite. Don't count him out. He could pull off something special.
Cracks me up the Watson, how they just set up a little base.
A huge set of fences there set up by Team Unite.
It is, I guess, kind of handy because they sort of make cover.
We'll have to move
even
forward
when
just a little bit. We did see
it's like soft cover.
He's got
It's not
that
hard
rat
cover.
spot there. It's good for the moment. GMT, they want to have a little bit of an
Okay,
play
watch this
here
drop.
as they look to see they
dude,
don't have to go
GMT,
through the
this is a
fences.
huge
Xenox,
drop.
they're going to go over
gonna
the
fall
top
right
of
on top
them.
of the
First
team.
shot misses there from Reps. Another one. There's the crack. There's the down.
Ooh, the
one more
Kravers.
shot with the Kraber. Do you make it count, Reps? I think you might. He should be able to.
Oh, that one
just
didn't hit.
misses that one. Tough shot under the pressure for TSM as Matey goes down for GMT. They too also now in a bit of a pinch. They got Unite next to them. Luminosity Gaming behind them as well.
I knew
10
that.
squads,
So
but
that team
a
that
whole lot
landed
of
on top
open
of that
space,
bird
Gino.
died
You just
instantly.
can't
This is
fit
them.
everyone into this area.
Oh, gold bag, they're going
Oh,
for
they
it,
got
but
fucked.
the Watson is savvy. They come around the corner, and GMT Esports are out of this one. Team Liquid still firmly in it.
Everyone's just forgetting about Team Liquid. They're just killing each other. This is
Yeah,
perfect
this is
for
not
Team
how you
Liquid.
play. This is
Surely they can
stupid.
capitalize from here.
They should be
Luminosity
bullying
now
the team
gone.
that's
7
about to win.
squads left. TSM just down to Verholst. He's got to get this bat off, and maybe he can just at least maybe find a way to influence this game a little further
This
on.
chat,
There is
man.
Team Liquid. They've got NRG behind
They
on
just
top
keep
of
saying,
them.
"Stop
Could this
Asian
be the
hate,
moment? Could
stop,
this be Team Liquid's championship?
I mean, North America, they had the most
Oh,
teams
man, this
coming
is just
into
what?
our final day here. Is Team Liquid going to be the one to make them all proud and take home the split to playoffs?
It could very well happen. 7 squads still left, though. A lot of shenanigans
Liquid's
surely
looking
left
good right
in
here.
this particular match. Into round 6 we go, and JMW
Oh,
still
technically,
alive
Reignite,
for
the second place
Reignite.
team.
Don't
They've
count
got a
them out,
rat.
Genome.
The zone will start closing soon. 15
They've got a rat.
seconds or so
So the two
until
teams
these
that could
teams
win
have
have a
to make
chance.
their next move.
Look at the wall.
Unite have it's a whole oval to themselves here right now, as well as
Those
an
Watson
EMP
walls,
on
though.
the
Love it.
way.
FGen has created a northern wall for the
pretty
APAC
fucking
North
funny,
team. NRG,
Oh.
of course, above Team
Flatline, baby.
Liquid. Empire, they're gone. They're out. Now Nathan has to heal up.
They're out on 48 points as well, Xenox.
Oh,
They were
no.
2 off making match point, but will it even
Wow.
matter? Because Team Liquid have found
JMW.
JMW. They are the
Ooh.
only ones
Okay,
now
they got rid of
who
the
can
other
take
team
this
that can
out.
win.
He does manage to get it down onto Gilderson's, though. The young player has done so well to get Team Liquid into this winning position in the playoffs.
Oh,
Missile
no.
Swarm from NRG,
Okay,
now onto
now
Team
NRG
Liquid.
is
That down
focusing
onto
Liquid.
Gilderson's could be the difference maker in maybe giving Reignite another attempt at things. NRG, you have to wipe out Team Liquid if you want to
You
be
have to
able
kill
to win
them.
the championship on the 45 points as well.
4 squads left alive. TSM for Hulse just by himself, as then we've got
Darkstar.
Team Unite, NRG, and TL had time to reset here. It looks like they might
One
have got
Valk
them
team
up,
just
and
flew away.
NRG are pushing.
Unite can third party this as
Yes.
well. NRG get the knockdown onto Nocturnal as well. Spun.
Wait.
There's only one left up now for Team Liquid.
Okay,
They're
Team
out,
Liquid
they're
died.
gone.
Okay,
We are
okay.
going to continue on here for Championship Sunday. NRG, though, should fall at the hands of Team Unite. They created that northern wall of the Watson fences. Now, surely
Watson
find
wins the game,
victory.
baby.
Our winners of match 6 from
Watson
APAC
wins the
North, it's Team
game.
Unite.
Look
This
at their
has
coach, though,
huge
with the fucking
implications for the
suit.
scoreboard as well.
Styling.
Xenox. TSM were
That
at
flex.
47 points there.
Style, he looks like a fucking
in the
Yakuza
dying
member, dude.
seconds of our
The
sixth
fucking tied
game
back,
today.
like clean hair, too.
You know what the
Ooh.
difference between first and second is in placement points, Xenox?
It's everything.
It's 3 points. 12 points for first, 9 points for second. And if TSM had have been able to clutch that out, I mean, as we touched on, Verholst was a solo at that point,
That's
I
true,
believe.
that's
So
true.
it's a little bit of a hard ask, but they were
Man,
that
it's crazy.
close. And
These
you know,
smaller regions
Empire,
are winning a lot of
that
the games. The
Close.
North American
I think
teams
when
are
we
getting
go
a
back
good
and have
amount
a
of
look at the
average points, but
scoreboard,
they're not
we're
winning
gonna
the
see
game.
so
They can't win
many
the
teams
tournament
that
without
are
winning.
just heartbreakingly close to getting onto the match
Oh.
point.
NRG's at
Okay,
49.
NRG
Oh,
with the
look at all these
winner
teams at
actually gonna
40.
pull
Oh
it
my
out
God.
and
Yeah.
get
You fucked
their
up, dude.
57 points for them.
All
but
those
so
teams right
many.
there above
NRG,
47.
Empire,
Anyone above
TSM,
45
game
right now?
with
Oh.
Optic Gaming as well.
That sucks, dude.
Just a couple of kills, just a couple of rat strats away from making it there. And okay,
I mean, 1
game
kill,
6,
2 kill, 3 kill.
we're going into game 7 next, and there's still only 3 on match point. Xenox, that's still only
Look at that
3
haircut.
out of 20. There are so many other teams who can still take this away and make this one long epic day of Apex Legends Esports.
I mean, it already has been such an epic tournament thus far, but it is really heating up here. Match 6, providing so much entertainment. Was that the opportunity for Team Liquid? Will they be ruining that chance? They were arguably in a winning position, Genome. That was a championship on the line, and they have not been able to come through. It was Team Unite, puts them into match point status, and so many teams knocking down the door.
And remember, we talked about Xenox World's Edge being the opportunity for
right.
Team Liquid and Rig to get through there. Not only that, the ring pull for Team Liquid. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Reignite, less happy with that one. They tried to make the most of it, but unfortunately, the rotation was too much to ask of the APAC South #1 seed.
Now, I will say, of course, it's a very hype moment, and we settle things down a bit. Still 13 points for Team Liquid does put them in a good position overall, because if they don't walk away maybe as the winners, the more points you get to, you know, at least second, third place, etc., it could still go your way. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of player points as well, but massive. And as you mentioned, of course, the difference, World's Edge, Storm Point, the only problem being we didn't really get the teams that we thought could do well on Storm Point reaching match point status. That is the big issue.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the cash on the line here, Xenox, I mean, it starts to really skyrocket once you get to that top 10, right? I mean, every player, every team that made it here is going to be walking away with something. Team Unite, they're going to walk away with the kill. F-Chan on the Watson there,
baby.
picks up a handy 6 kills to help them close it out. And they close in on that first prize of $250,000.
PPP loans and not student loans is a form of class violence.
18, and from there, it really starts to climb rapidly. 150 for second, 100 for third, 80,000 for fourth place. Life-changing amounts of money, and not only that, but the pride of being the champions of the first LAN.
I saw like so much
in almost 3 years.
And guess
of
what?
that
APAC
abuse,
North
like when I was
on
working.
top, baby. Could very well happen. A lot of regions still with a
Like
chance
in
of being
sports
the champions
gambling,
here for the
because
ALGS
like you verify source of funds and be like,
throw it over
got
to
a
our very, very
PPP
special panel
loan.
where they can break down everything that's just taken place
Send
over
it
the
to my
last 3
personal
matches.
account.
Oh, and what a special
Gonna spend it
last
all
3
on
matches it
gambling, I
was. I
guess.
want to welcome, of course, our panel back. We've got a new face on our panel right now, Fish. I want to talk to you real quick what we just saw. I mean, really, what was the reaction you just had back in our green room?
I thought it was going to be over, to be honest.
Yep.
I mean, Team Liquid right inside the center of the circle. They've got a core 6 sitting there. They're looking pretty good. They were not taking a lot of those early fights, but ultimately not quite able to get it over the line. So my initial thoughts were we might be done and dusted there in Game 6, but I got to say, I'm glad we've got more.
I'm glad we have more as well. I have a sneaking suspicion. I have us at 9, Evan. I have us at 9. Call me nuts. Call me crazy, but I have us going 9 games. What are your thoughts?
I have 8. I think 8 is the number right now, though. It could be more. We have this weird thing that happens on LAN where we somehow go longer in any match point system than we ever do. It's typically 7 games on average that we equal out to, but there's something about this environment that makes it that much more tense.
There's this fucking
post
post on Reddit where this woman is complaining about
You're absolutely right. And
a
one of
top
those
she
things
bought for
has
her
got to
daughter on
be
Amazon.
talking about TSM
And she's like,
and
it's
match number
hilariously
4 games.
small.
11
Legally, I
kills.
can't show you
This
what it
is
looks
the
like on my
game
daughter,
they were looking
but
for.
here's
One
a
of them
picture
maybe
of
a
my
bit
cat
more, but
wearing
this
it.
is one of
And
the
it's like
big
a cat
games
and it barely
for
fits the
big
cat.
performance from TSM.
Oh, God.
Optic came in second place, but
That's
only
pretty
with
funny,
one
though.
kill.
But it's like the model in the
Well,
picture
as they
shows it on a
are
human.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Like,
why
how
would
did
they
this ever
sell
fit?
that small of a size ever?
But there is still
Yeah,
more to do
that's
as they are
funny.
2 points away from match point.
Fucking fit into like a 10-pound cat.
That was hot. We'll just put it that way. We'll leave it at that, of course. And Elfish, let's talk about that bloody round number 5 of match number 4. Really a great opportunity for LG to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the first game that actually put a couple of teams on match point as well, so that's a big talking point there. This was the game that put Team Liquid and Reignite onto potential winners' podium. Of course, Game Width and Optic Gaming, that was a big discussion we were having at the start of that matchup. It was really unfortunate for Optic, and
I
it's
love
something that's
Vampire
kind of
Survivors.
continued to rear its head over the
Killing
course
it.
of a couple of games. They seem to have continued to run into one another,
Making
and
progress.
in a sense of a mutually assured destruction for both of those. Ultimately, toward the end of the day, though, Luminosity, I mean, there was a big shout from John right as they pulled off the victory there, wasn't there? Such a fantastic, phenomenal win. It wasn't quite enough to get them up to the top of the scoreboard. They didn't have a great start to the day, but
look at this
that was
melee
enough
for
to
a
turn it
win.
around, get
That's
back in the
funny.
discussion.
Absolutely. And there they are, excited, bringing in that Mexican flag. You got to appreciate regionality for sure. And James, match number 6, I'm just going to say it here, Watson Fences, Team Unite.
Rain Day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rain Day. That was on you, my friend.
All right, no problem. I think, NRG was the name I thought would be saying through match point 2. They're 1 point away. But they have so well improved over the course of today versus what we saw in the first few days. And I'm excited. I think they're now contenders on TSM. Everyone's waking up. And that was kind of the saga going alongside the parallel saga of
and the flatline is deadly at these like small
Gaming
circles. Craft a flatty, boys. What is
yet
this?
Somehow they make it into a situation where they're only 5 points away, but it wouldn't be their day. It would be the Watsons coming in. And James, with Team Unite, this
I
is
love
the big question
beaming someone
I've
from
had to
far
ask.
range with
Can
career
they
1,
get
but man, these
victories?
close
They
fights,
can
that
clearly
flatline.
get into the end game, and well, they answered it for me right there.
Absolutely. We've been talking about, in the back, we've been talking about the Watsons just gatekeeping other teams. And speak about game width and how they've been griefing Optic on that map. They're going to have they're going to be relieved that the map will soon be changing. But yeah, I mean, Unite have crept up on us. In these 6 games, they finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 4th. So maybe they come 5th next time, I don't know. But they have been...
Want a dabber in this break, or are you good?
And we've seen them down bad as well,
right
stuck in corners, but they've got the Watson ults in the back, they've got the fences up, and you can't really push them. And we can see them now in 2nd place on match point, and game width could have been on match point as well if they didn't let Split Optic slip out of their hands and obviously get a bit more after that, maybe a slightly better placement. So we have to keep an eye on these guys because they're just coming in the back door, letting everybody else take the attention and then just saying hello at the best time for them.
They are, and I know, Elfish, I can see you like wanting to get in here and jump into this combo. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got 2 things to say here. I think Reignite, you can put in that same discussion with Unite.
Oh
They've been
my
having some
God,
really consistent
this
top
guy gets
placings.
permanently banned.
4 out of the 6
This is
games
what he
we've seen
says.
so far today.
Stop
They've been
crying about
inside of
Asian
the
hate
top
and
5.
start
Obviously, they've won
frying
one,
me
a
some
couple of
egg
third
rolls.
places in there
And
as
then he
well. So
uses
they've
"come
been
on,
consistent.
bruh,"
But what
which
I
is
really
like
want to touch on here
a
is the
black
scoreboard
face
at
doing
the
like a
moment.
weird
Look at
face.
how many teams are
Yeah.
so close to getting
What
to that
the
point number. The
fuck?
magic number 50 is what we're looking for, all the way down to
Dude,
Optic
you're so
Gaming,
racist.
a
What is
discrepancy
wrong with
of
them?
only 5 points. So from game 6 to game 7, if even any number of those teams get a couple of points on the board, we might go from 2 or 3 teams that are on match point to up to 7 or 8.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the thing is that, though, there is no sleeping. Even I recognize what I'm about to say is going to sound silly, but V3, don't sleep on any of these teams right now.
No, One Tappy's been involved. They've had some unfortunate occurrences in fights way before they've been able to rotate, and so they haven't been able to get to the end where most of the points are stacked. However, look at the names in that 10th to 16th place. You have Cloud9 only a point away from actually 10th, which means that this is still anybody's game. And that's the kind of beauty of how this LAN starts to work. It works not just in terms of how you're playing and rotating. It becomes a mental thing. We just got on match point, but then we lost barely. How do you bounce back from that? I'm really looking at Liquid. I'm looking at NRG kind of taking these I guess, hits in stride and seeing if they can keep performing well.
And to be honest with you, we're also changing up the map on them, so why not?
Yeah, exactly. Let's
Just like to throw that in. At any rate, you can throw something in yourself. You can possibly help us choose the Monster MVP. Here's what you're going to do. Use the hashtag of your chosen player. You're seeing them on your screen. Go ahead and screen grab if you need. Take out your phone. Choose your player. Use that hashtag, and then along with hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP.
I don't know anyone well enough individually to say who.
Put that in our Twitch chat. Put that on Twitter. Spam it as you like because we want to hear from you.
Just like U.S. presidential elections, you're going to sit this one out too?
James has made his vote known on who is going to be going to that Monster Energy MVP spotlight, who is certainly going to be brought up onto the stage here. We're excited to see that unfold, and I know you are as well. James, I have got one last question for you. We were hearing in the back here, and you've talked about Team Unite, certainly, and you've talked about your love of the Watson fences. Game with. I know if you had your choice, you would change your prediction right now. Is that correct, or am I putting you on blast?
Of course, absolutely. You might think I'm lying, but something in the back of my mind was saying game width when I woke up today. But it's just so, like, it's unprecedented based on what we've seen in the past. It's very hard to make a prediction like that. It's kind of crazy. Again, you've got the big names. There are so many names here that not everybody can do well. But of course, like a team like Team Liquid have been steamrolling, and they are threatening every game to win this. So of course, it's one of those like 500 to 1 chances, it feels like, based on the information that we've had going into today. So it's a very hard pick to make, but then so was Suter Raikou as well. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Evan, let's talk real quick about seeding points while we get our players back to their perspective.
Great point.
PCs. Seeding was an interesting element. Remember, the top 10 teams.
I'm gonna do that.
10 all the way down to number 1 in terms of bonus points. Have we seen that here in our match point now that we've got those 4 teams on match point?
I went with Optic today.
Yeah.
And they're in the running, but let's not forget they have 10 points from seeding more than anyone else. So if you take 10 points away from their score, I don't even think that they're in 16th
35.
place.
They've got side quests.
Yeah, they did. They earned some extra XP on that route they took. But I do think that makes what Liquid is doing even more impressive because they came in 8th, I believe, heading into this one, and they were able to really, move forward in a way that says we are already at the top of the lobby, clearing a lot of other teams near us, and we didn't really need that much help to do it.
That's right, indeed. Well, hey, you know what? Here's some help for you. If you are interested in a Lenovo Legion 7 gaming laptop, head on over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion because we're going to be giving one of those away a little bit later in the show, and they're awesome, and you could be awesome with that. So twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for sure. And hey, you know what? Something else you could do while you're on Twitter anyway. You know what is the coolest, absolute best Twitter account out there?
James Bottle.
Rain Day Gaming?
It's on your screen, gang. At Play Apex Esports. We're also on YouTube. Of course, we're on Twitch as well. A huge thank you to our social team. They have been throwing down. They have been keeping up with the stats. Rain Day, I know we have all been retweeting them, and they have been doing such an incredible job of keeping everybody in the know.
If you haven't seen the photos, go right now and see them. There's incredible content coming from this LAN, giving us looks at player celebrations behind the scenes, slow motion fist bumps, screams of emotion. I mean, I feel like we're really capturing some epic esports coverage here. It's amazing.
100%. If you can't be here, go be there because they are everywhere. At any rate, we will be back here in the pursuit of this $1 million prize pool of that playoff trophy just in a few minutes. Come back. We'll see you in a bit.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Bum, 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 bum. Man, it feels like they're hyping. Remember how like Maggie's season kind of felt like rushed and it was like everything last minute?
Yeah.
This next season seems a lot more prepared. Like they already got the gameplay trailer ready. They're ready.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe it'll be good.
That shit's coming out tomorrow already. Like what they planned as far as changing. I'm guessing like the rain changes and stuff like that.
They're gonna announce like the details.
Yeah. For last time, what they did it like 3 days early. This time it's like a week early.
That's good.
I think the only thing they announced last patch early was the whole control thing.
Yeah.
That was like the only thing because it was just a new mode. It's funny. I feel like control was done way better than arena, and they kept fucking arena.
Yeah.
Design control maps like you did Arena, you know?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Then just replace it. Fuck it, you could even turn some of those arena maps to like the middle of a control map, just put 2 ends to it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder who's in charge of map making. It seems like a crazy ass job for these type of games.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Welcome back,
I wouldn't
everybody.
think it's
After a short
easy
break
either.
to give our players
Nah,
a
it's
chance to
probably
breathe here in
extremely
this
nuanced
insanely
and, like,
intense
there's, like,
series.
rules
I'm
you probably have
Fallout,
to follow,
joined
otherwise your
alongside
game
Vicky
sucks.
Kitty. We'll be riding with you the rest of the way here in this match point format. And of course, a major shout out to all of our Aussie casters who came through and crushed it all weekend long. Genome, Xenox, and of course none other than my boy Elfish Guy. Absolutely killing it on the mic all weekend, Vicky.
Love it. Love hearing from them. Love hearing them say aluminium. Okay, gotta give that a shout out right here. Love is my favorite. I love
Mates,
actually
other bad words that are like mates, but I won't say on broadcast. You know, Australians, y'all are crazy, I've learned.
Love
I love it. Love every
I
second of
love the community over there. Love the casters. Love the teams that we've been seeing here too.
You know what a bogan is?
No, I don't
You have
actually.
if you had to guess what a bogan is, you guess what's a bogan.
Is that like?
Guess.
I don't even know.
Take a risk here, Vic.
Like it's an animal. It's a type of kangaroo.
Kinda.
Wait, actually?
Yeah. No, it's not.
Oh,
actually, no.
damn. I got excited.
Anyways,
I got excited.
I digress. Hey, anyways, look at Australia is represented. And represented well, both on the casting desk, but also, of course, on the main stage. Reignite the second, actually first team alongside Team Liquid to reach match point, and they're doing it without Jen Burton. That's the biggest storyline here. If you don't know who Jen Burton is, well, you better know who he is. He is arguably the best controller player in the world, considered by many, and he, unfortunately, was not able to compete in this competition this weekend after flying out due to COVID protocols. So, substitute of JMW comes in, the player on Kangarna who barely missed qualification from EMEA. He's British. And you know what? Sister countries, they're both playing for the Queen right now, Vicky.
Love it. You love to see it. And, you know, I want to just highlight a little bit of what's at stake here for Team Liquid. Team Liquid, let's just say, during this entire finals group has been fragging out. I think in total what we've seen from them, they've been able to obtain 40 kills. The first team alongside Reignite to hit match point, which was 50 points. Now, after that last game, they're currently sitting at 69 points. I love to see this from this team because now we're moving on from World's Edge into Storm Point. Storm Point, where we've spoken to Hotzik.
He's like dancing, almost hitting the guy, trying to help him with the computer.
Strongest map, but we have not seen that from them yet today. Now, what I'm predicting here, Fallout, we only have 3 teams currently sitting at match point. It's Reignite, Team Unite, and Team Liquid. If they really are going to shine on Storm Point, now is the time to do it. Because if you find yourself with a lackluster performance like you did on Storm Point before, for the next 2 games,
what is that
you're
dance?
allowing the likes of
The
NRG,
Egyptian?
Team Empire, TSM, Game With, Optic Gaming to climb their way through the ladder.
Oh my gosh, I love that fire. You just spit right there like a dragon, like the dragoness you are. I mean, wow. F-Chan, Mr. Swag on Sure. I don't know what that dance was. They call that the puzzle piece. I don't know if it's called the puzzle piece, but I'm going to call it the puzzle piece. It's officially coined F-Chan and Gilderson's comparison side by
He's so
side.
animated.
Of course, Gilderson's the young goat in the making. What's a baby goat called? I don't know, but that's him on screen right now, dominating in that stat comparison.
It's him. That is what a baby goat is called right
A
here.
baby goat's a Gilderson?
Yeah, a
That
baby, there you
explains it.
go.
I always wondered what a Gilderson was and why.
Yeah. Now we have more input right there, too. But I would love to highlight Team Unite, F-Chan. What a representation of Watson Mates. He's so animated, and I love it. I love the personality that we've seen from these players. Love having these live player cameras as our legends get set up here. They're just getting ready, taking a breather. And, you know, just been nonstop games here for these teams. And you have to imagine that at this point, they're warmed up. They're ready to go. So many teams are already looking to get a match point.
That's right. That's a big part of match point. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You gotta be able to do it for the long haul. Longevity, stamina is key. But of course, these players are used to long streams. They played on Friday, and well, that was 18 games. So as long as we don't go to 18 games, which by the way is the mathematical maximum. It's literally mathematically impossible to go past 18 games. I think these players are all right. Valkyrie, #1 pick, 95% pick rate. We saw though AD Raccoon move off of Valkyrie, picking up Caustic instead, which is really, really interesting. The fun fact here.
No team has won a game without Valkyrie yet in this competition, I believe.
That's beautiful, and that should say something about those last-minute rotations.
No team has
about
won a
Stormpoint
game without
in
Valkyrie
general,
yet.
actually, because I feel like Valkyrie is such a necessity. Even
The whole
though we've
playoffs.
seen teams like 80 Raccoon not rock the Valk,
That's
it's
crazy.
so important for those northern squads to be able to rotate quickly into the southern zones because they have the elevation to gain the distance.
That's right, Valkyrie a must pick. Costing only 34%, 35, a little bit higher, so we want to show some diversity here, but most importantly, look how healthy the Apex Legends meta, or legend meta is. I mean, 10 different legends on the front page. Octane makes it to the first page here. Represent Octane stands. Where you at, by the way? You know what? He bursts on to the top 10 with 5 picks overall. We like to see Octane represent.
Gotta give a shout out to Team Empire, who've been rocking so many different compositions, having the time of their life. Even Team Unite a little bit, when they saw that they were at match point, they had some fun with it too. And even though this is a competition, even though this is $1 million prize pool here for
They
this
should just give
competition,
everyone jetpacks.
you have to remember that this is a game and these players need to have
Right.
fun to put themselves in a nice, healthy mindset to build up that confidence here. Because yes, you are under the heavy lights in terms of competition on this stage, literally, but you need to keep your cool. At this point, you've already played throughout the entire weekend, so you're feeling and building up that momentum.
Speaking of keeping your cool, this one player that has ice in his veins on land, it's Albrelelli Mac, former TSM Dynasty team member. No longer on that team as of obviously over a year ago. Everyone's aware of that big breakup. They tore up the Dynasty, and since then he's jumped to a few different
I think they
teams.
should just add a survival item that acts like Valkyrie's ult.
Cloud9, of course, still
Yeah.
So that way your team is like,
Team
now you can
Liquid,
hold
or
3
sorry,
different
Cloud9
survival
overall,
items. A
and,
heat
you know,
shield,
he is also a reigning champion.
a
You have
Valk
respect
ult,
on his name,
and then a respawn
respect.
beacon.
Sweet Dreams,
Yeah.
the most respected, one of the most respected IGLs and players in NA.
That
I
would
actually
be cool.
want to highlight energy from that last game.
Because right now
real
there's
quick.
2
You saw that energy-
choices and 3
Saying
players.
hi to the
It's like,
camera.
You're just gonna stare us
Yeah,
down.
he's in it though. You could tell that he's got a game
beacons or
plan
2
ready
heat
going
shields,
into
right?
Stormpoint. But just to highlight Energy's performance in that last game, we saw them fully sent on Team Liquid. They did notice that it was Team Liquid 100%, which is why they fully sent it. But
If it's
could that
something
1
meant to
point
get you out of
difference
the
that would've
zone,
set
I
them
don't
at
see
match
what's
point
the big deal. I mean, you
actually
can't
set
really.
them back because
You don't
they
get
gave
Valk
away that position
scan,
in the
so
end
it's not as
circle
good
for
automatically.
that last game. It makes you wonder because they're here sitting at
I think that's what
49
makes
points.
Valk OP is on top of flying, it's the scan, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
After
Oh
underperforming Friday, Saturday, showing up today.
That's.
though,
I feel like that's the
sounds
only way they
like
can
it's
nerf
close
her
to
is
match
the
point as
scan.
well. Still nothing but good vibes and confidence.
Yeah, maybe they'll get rid of
from
that
the
someday.
CEO and his leadership.
Not
team.
get rid
You
of
know, we
it.
got
Maybe just
Vice
shorter
President
vision.
of Valkyrie.
Like you don't
And we
find
got
out
Vice
until
President
maybe it's like a
of
second too
hit
late
shots,
kind of deal.
but not getting as much
So if
credit
you're
as
committed,
Al
you're
for
kind
it.
of fucked. But at
AKA
least you
the
know.
one and only Reps. Not shout,
Right.
shout out to my man Reps. Shout out to Verholst, and I'm excited for what's about to come here. We of course have the game loading up here in just a moment, but we had to bring it back, you know, because we had to hit the puzzle piece real quick.
I feel like the problem is
You ready
it's
to hit
like.
this live?
Oh, here you
This is
go.
the puzzle piece. This is the
Oh,
Team
yeah, the
Unite-
Oh, it's the
Team
puzzle
Team Unite
piece.
puzzle piece.
Look.
Imagine
And
we
then,
did
oh
it-
wait, you have to do that. You have to do this. You have to do this
Okay,
too.
what's up? What's up? Oh yeah, my man with the curling the 15s. You can't see right now, but I'm
Yeah.
also curling 15s. Shout out
Saying,
to
no, I'm
F-Chan.
curling 5s.
Oh.
I don't know if you saw, the players
Got
are
the
going
puzzle
around
dance.
finding him and taking pictures. This is like they're like,
Oh,
can
I
you
love
flex
it.
for us?
I
We can take a
love
picture
it.
together.
It's like-
Like typically you flex if you got something to show. You know what I'm saying? If you're bulging in muscles, but my man still has that confidence. All right, F-Chan.
Yeah.
The one and only. Come on,
Yeah,
you
this
gotta
guy
do something.
keeps flexing on the camera. Look at those arms.
There, just the fist. The
Yeah.
Nick Merckx
It's
fist
okay.
right there.
He's
You
in
know?
it though.
Look
It's
at those
because he's
arms, man.
completely locked
focused.
in right now.
Gonna hit you
No,
with the
he still
noodle
gives a
arm.
little something, though.
Yeah, because he has to be animated. I'm telling you, like it's perfect. It's perfect. You know, like he's the type of player to make those Watson jokes on the comms and just laugh about it afterwards, just like Watson would. So it's beautiful though. Team Unite, a team that is at match point 1 of the 3, like we were
Man, the
highlighting
trophy
before.
bling-blinging.
They're looking to take this dub. They're very consistent in these end circles. I'm looking at F-Chan, who's been popping off. I think overall in the lobby, he's been able to obtain 10 kills just by himself here. So now as you move on to game number 7, how long, Fallout, will it be before we crown our winner?
Oh my! I hope we get at least 12. I want
20. No,
It's not possible.
actually, but I'll be so broke.
I'd be
Super.
somehow. You need to find
Somehow.
logic.
Somehow.
You need to find numbers. Good luck. I would honestly be so excited to beat the record we had in Poland. If you didn't watch it, watch it on YouTube. On the
Yeah, that
official
was
ALGS
crazy.
channel,
I think they did 12 games before they had a winner.
YouTube.com/PlayApex.
So they
It
doubled the
is
whole tournament over.
insane. Poland went 11.
Will we go 12 today? But obviously now teams have a 10-point advantage. That's something we did not instill until after the fact here. And
I feel like the top teams are actually playing really well.
Storm
So I don't
Point
think it's
changing
gonna happen.
things up. It's
I
match
think it's
number
gonna happen
7, and we're
either,
loading in. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, blow it up right
Game
now
8
and
or
let us
game
know
9. I don't think
who
it's
do you
gonna happen
want
this
to
game.
win. Are you standing
But
with
game
the
8 or game 9 it
Japanese
will.
and game with Team Unite? Are you rooting for the
'Cause all those
European
teams on the cusp
multinational
will
team led
qualify
by the
next month.
Danish man himself?
And then it'll be like 7
Or do you
teams,
want
and then it's
North
definitely gonna happen.
Americans to close this out? Team Liquid reignite from Apex South with an opportunity.
Because I feel like the
here
people on the
as
bottom, they're
GMT
having a
is
bad day.
glad
They ain't
that
coming
Fennel is
back.
not in this lobby. Drop it in the wall.
Let us know, guys. Hashtag ALGS. Which teams do you want to see take the victory, take the trophy?
Because that's like the crazy thing about this is they do have a hot game. You know, they get lucky early engages or the teams that are in contention to win, kind of
Look
deal.
at where the circle's taking
They
us,
could
though.
change
Follow
the
up
whole
energy. You're gonna
tournament
have a
right
field
now.
day with that beacon out over by checkpoint.
All right, I incorrectly said quote me and called on Twitter that Team Liquid was going to caustic their way to a win last game. I will say it again. Quote me. As sad as I will be, because I want to keep watching Apex, I'll be happy for my man Hotzik knocking the boys. Team Liquid's winning this game. Why? Because the zone is so close to them. They love this
look at that.
exact zone, which means they can early rotate.
Yeah.
They can find themselves God spot, the best position on the map, and they could use their Loba just to collect loot and farm up loot.
Oh,
up
they're using a
and get
Loba on
ready
this
for
map
late
too?
game
Yeah.
to win this one. They don't
Huge.
care about
Choice?
kills at this point, although you got to be thinking about the
When you don't gotta
longevity
move,
macro of
Loba is
kills,
just so
but
much
they
more
just want to
valuable.
win, and this might be their best chance, Vicky.
I mean, they're going to be sharing some of that close quarter space with V3 Vega, who are also right there. Not sure if V3 have a beacon available to them, so that way they understand that information of where the circle is going to be pulling. But hey, if Team Liquid could clean up some kills along the way, that's going to be a great situation for them, because then they're going to be able to clear that space, clear one squad out. But that is to say, if they could take that, because V3 Vega could easily flip the tables on them.
In this grand final, we of course have no teams 50-50ing any spots. No one's fighting for positioning. This is it. They're not trying to prove a point. They want to make sure they can give themselves the best chance to succeed. So that means everyone has loot. Everyone has a drop spot. It'll be a slow start, a crazy mid game, and that's what I like to compare Apex to. As you see it right here, it's almost like a roller coaster. It starts with a slow build up. Not much is happening. Then you hit your first drop. Teams like fights like this. It's a little exciting. It's a little baby drop, but you get ready for the middle drop, which is a little crazier. Mid-game, third parties, lots of fights. And then, of course, you got the third and final drop. It's the late-game circle, which is absolutely bonkers. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Strap into the roller coaster that is competitive Apex Legends, because this could be it. Team Liquid with 69 points. Nice.
And they're looking fantastic. You've got to look at the composition that they're still rocking here. They got the Cossack out and about on Storm Point. So it makes you wonder, what did Hauntic tell them, the Team Liquid coach, after their performance on Storm Point before? Did it just not work out here looking at this? They're taking the Cannon Blaster, though. Team Unite understand that they do not want to pick this fight. They are dipping from the situation as Saku falls so low. They're just giving the space over to Team Liquid, because I wonder if they know that V3 Vega is in the area, so they don't want to get third-partied after that fight.
One thing that's important to note here, Team Liquid knows that Unite is on match point, and perhaps saw the Watson and said, you know what, this could likely be Team Unite. They're one of 2 teams, I believe, running Watson in this lobby. So that's an opportunity.
Like, that's the shitty part when you're in winning position. If you're running a weird comp, they can just identify you so easily. Like, oh, this Watson team, they're in second. We could kill them and eliminate them right now.
Really close to Cascade Falls in the southeast of Cascade Falls.
But there's like 2 teams running Watson. You have a pretty good chance right
PY
there.
any map, by the way. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I'd love to vacation there. Maybe get a build a house there, get invest in some property, some real estate. Right on top of the waterfall, you know.
You know, I talk about real estate. I got to look at Olympus. I mean, we got to live out the dream here of luxury. We don't get that here, though, as Optic Gaming. Can we highlight the fact that they are also not Loba composition, but
Man, her
looting
voice
all
is
along
dead.
the way to that next circle? Fantastic. Purple Evo, Gold Evo, Skittle Cakes on the horizon, prioritizing that verticality that we were highlighting when we first jumped into Storm Point. I'm loving this. Already having the black hole. They're going to hold up the top of that zipline in case any team are going to want to rotate onto the high ground.
That's right. C9. Well, they need a big game here. 18 points away. They can do it with a first place finish and 6 kills is the goal, at least, for Cloud9 to hit match point for their chance to succeed. We'll see if Cloud9 can do it. But on the flip side, he did say Optic Gaming. There's not a single team in this lobby with more pressure on them than Optic Gaming right now, period. Because, well, a lot of speculation, a lot of criticism online. Can they perform? Are they going to choke? They've proven people wrong. I think we're past that at this point. But no one's going to remember their Saturday and Friday performance.
Right.
No one remembers the NBA playoff semifinals. You only remember I'm going to keep referencing the 90s Chicago Bulls, the greatest dynasty in basketball history. By the way, Michael Jordan is clearly a better player than LeBron James. But nonetheless, you only remember the two winning teams here, and Optic Gaming has to close out now that they're representing the green wall.
And C9 now moving in, another team just rocking such great Evo shields. Slow pacing of a match, and that's actually what I want to ask you, Fallout. As we get more teams sitting in match point,
Spam is unreal now because now they have so many viewers on this Apex because it's getting close to the end.
Those buildings, those final circle positioning, without putting themselves too much at risk.
Although I'm realizing
like TSM posted on their Twitter or something and got all the Twitter heads in here just spamming TSM shit.
MJ's better? No, I'm just kidding. Jokes aside, on board with Team Empire right now as we're watching Ranches. Again, same exact team comp. First off, I just love this team. They've been so kind, so optimistic, and more importantly, they're really true to themselves. I was talking to them yesterday, and they said, we like to have fun, and we like to show that in our gameplay. And we might not run the most traditional team comp, but it fits our style. It fits our personalities. We like to meme, and you saw it when they were, animation canceling on G2. And by the way, G2 said, I can't wait to get to the losers bracket finals to absolutely destroy them. Unfortunately, we're not able to get there. Team Empire has been pissing a lot of people off this weekend, but they're having fun while doing it.
You got to sprinkle some of that fun BM on top of everything, all right? You got to have fun with the game at the same time. Put yourself.
I have a feeling you were toxic as a child playing.
Listen, I don't need you to be adding me like this.
You showed me your Xbox Live messages.
Oh yeah, I mean, come on.
Let me tell you, I think you're still toxic. I love it. I love every second of it. No, I'm just kidding.
Got it. You have to flex on them sometimes, and that's exactly what Team Empire was doing with the Mad Maggie before. Alliance was definitely flexing on a lot of groups during the group stages. Talk about Optic Gaming. This squad trying to be a little sneaky out here.
Some people are like thirsting in chat. It's so weird. Reps is so hot. It's like, what?
Optic. Rotating from the mill, so they have really good loot. I'm a big fan. That's actually my personal
drop spot. He's not a good-looking guy. He's not amazing.
My team is the mill.
Yeah.
You're going to be well looted almost always because you have those middle pills that guarantee some solid shield.
Not that I care or anything.
Also, use that Trident to rotate if you want to. And obviously,
not that I was like looking at it.
Competitive Apex, the Trident's kind of a death sentence. From the standpoint, obviously make a lot of noise, you're going to get focused in beams, so you don't really see Optic use the Trident too much. Sutaraiku actually likes to. They drop the Donate Village right to the right of the mill, but Optic doesn't really use it that often, but you do have the choice.
Yeah, and usually teams that do utilize the Tridents because the ring is pulling really far away.
8th place team 5 points away from match point.
With those Tridents, looking at
happen next game for sure.
who love to rotate on the outskirts of the circle with the Trident actually going through fish farms. But the meta's kind of evolved here on Stormpoint. Look at this. FSV, they're moving in. I don't think they knew.
Oh, no.
GMT Esports are
they
here
ran right into another team. What the fuck?
And they took out Sangjun so quick here. They knew. Now they're going to be able to take the zipline. They immediately were able to jump off.
That was a good little super jump.
These players moving out here.
Nasky, my man. In the words of my man, CD in the third. Nasky's going to hit his shots, actually.
Those are shots,
eliminated. And also, in the words of my boy Chris Bucket, sneaky, sneaky Beavers here on Stormpoint. GMT just got the easiest 3 kills they've ever received. Nice job for them in this ultra-competitive lobby, but look who's under pressure.
Yeah, that team that ran into them blindly, they're fucking...
Team Liquid, C9, they're all making an appearance here. Hawkins gets taken down. Team Liquid have the high ground. They have a way better position than the other 2 squads right below them.
Sitting on top of the Parthenon right now, looking down, and it's going to be Team Liquid doing such a good job maintaining high ground and control. Alliance, unfortunately, is the meat of the sandwich right now. You never want to be the meat. You always want to be the bread. On board with Stay Naughty, Paris Guzoulis, representing, if you can, all of the United States. But not only that, Greece are only one of 2 Greek competitors in this lobby. Big shout out to Paris and his entire family, the Guzoulis family, watching from home. On board with Weiss, last alive, the Swede for this team. Also manages to find a little high ground.
It's crazy to see how much of a difference the last 2 days have been for Alliance. From going from being dominating in all the lobbies to now sitting overall in 16th place, struggling a little bit with our heavy-hitting squads. Team Liquid still now controlling some of this high ground, controlling this building. They knew that there was other squads in the area. They cleared one out. Now it's C9 giving them the respect and just playing off of the low ground.
Well, well-prepared teams right here have to have an idea that this is Team Liquid. If you know that Team Liquid drops Cascade Falls, if you know their play style, they like to play super, super early rotate on Stormpoint. They can pinpoint who this team is, and they can grief them. Obviously, Anonymous mode is on. That's a difference between Match Point now and Match Point last time around LAN. You can't just find a team in the kill feed and grief them. It's Anonymous. So that's important to understand in the grand scheme of things here, but especially the North American teams, Cloud9 has to know that's Liquid.
C9, talk about C9 a little bit. Graceful is going to be able to heal up. They were able to clean up 2 of Alliance here. 1 still left, wondering where they went. Being able to have some of this KP is necessary here for Cloud9 because they were sitting over on 14th. They also want to be careful because this is a lot slower pace lobby on Stormpoint. At the start of Stormpoint earlier on today in game number 3, we saw a lot of these players off the rip immediately try to take fights. We saw 2 squads actually drop within the first minute and a half, and it's a completely different story now that we're back on Stormpoint.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to be very well resourced here for this late game. They're going to get all the loot of Alliance, which basically means you get all the loot of Stormcatcher. Very, very solid loot. It's actually my backup drop spot overall as Alliance drops Stormcatcher. So, C9, who actually splits loot with launch pad or near launch pad with Space Station Gaming, which means they're not going to have the best loot. They find themselves
Cats want to come in, you ain't coming.
For Cloud9, Graceful from Kangarna substituting for Zach Laser. Unfortunately came down with COVID, watching with Clara from the hotel room, trying to hope his boys can do it big. Shot from Manzak.
AD Raccoon, they know this is a team right in front of them. They're trying to destroy some of these Watson fences, closing in the gap. The dome has already been called out, though. AD Raccoon now trying to take control over the real estate. It was actually just given to them for free. Free 99, as they're just going to be able to rotate off to the side here. They're getting pinged by another team, but look at where this circle is taking us, Fallout. This is going to be out in the open. TSM's already sitting in the middle, where they're going to try to circle keep after the next circle.
That's right. I'm not sure where Team Liquid went. Were they able
Just still off to the south a little bit, by Jurassic Park here. You see Luminosity actually playing. Yeah, they did.
An interesting decision here for Team Liquid.
I'm wondering if that's because they want to take a slower approach into the circle. They don't know that Luminosity is off to their left by the other bunker door towards Jurassic Park. So when they make this rotation over, they're going to be able to try to see if they could buy in some time. They know other teams around them with 19 squads left are also slowing down their gameplay.
Team Liquid needs to play perfect here. They want to close this one out. Team Unite also a match point alongside Reignite. Not sure where Reignite currently positioned. We'll find out here in a moment. But Team Unite find themselves in a pretty good circle. Zone pulls their way. Chilling, sitting pretty. Watson fences to their name. And one big thing that's important to understand is actually Watson is a much better legend, in my opinion, on Stormpoint. Why? Because many of the buildings make it very difficult to kill and destroy Watson fences on this map, just the design of the building, whereas in World's Edge you got a little more of a wider angle. There's windows you can use. Gildersons, though, and Team Liquid find themselves under duress. They find some respite for now as they'll have a chance to heal up, but guess who's nearby? Empire loves to play spoiler. Gildersons is almost going to get down. They barely survived, but they got to heal.
They know they're solo too. This is formerly known as Major Pushers, Luminosity Gaming now, or rather Team Empire. Now moving in, they know right here that this is what they love. They love playing outside the circle a little bit too, but they're not going to overextend because they do know that there was another team that was rotating around Team Liquid.
This is insane. You ever been to Shambles Town before, Vicky?
Shambles Town?
Yeah.
That's whenever I get griefed all the time.
You know who the mayor of Shambles Town is?
You?
Nocturnal right now.
Oh.
It's Nocturnal.
Shambolic out here.
And exactly. An absolute shambles as it currently stands. They got 3 teams absolutely gatekeeping them. Nocturnal, the IGL of this team, all eyes on him. They're going to hit another Valk ult, and can you turn shambles into riches? We will find out. You got to invest in the economy of the town. You got to build some infrastructure. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see what Nocturnal can. I'm taking this way too far. We'll see what Nocturnal can do right now on this rotate. Empire knows that they're going to be hitting this. Yes, they do.
Right in front of them?
Oh, but misses a couple shots there.
Okay, well, they were able to get away here. At least
like right there?
does
Like
take
that
some
was a
pressure,
tough-
but they need to heal up.
For some
They're out
reason,
the
Val
solo because of
couldn't
the
scan
circle.
them correctly. That's the
And
kind of
now
shit
the
she needs
bombardment
to...
getting called in right now. Team Liquid trying to buy some time for
That should be
themselves.
like the regular
As fun has
for
to
her.
heal up
It's
with
not
only
as
syringes, which means
confident
that
as
they're
the
probably
scan.
low in terms of big meds.
Here comes the Bangalore Ultimates, and it's Team Liquid with Empire looking to end their potential tournament win. Let's jump into a listen-in with Team Liquid.
Arcs. Loop left on me. Loop left. Oh, hold on. Wait scan. Are they anything behind?
I think so.
What's going on? Yeah. Move up on this.
Move into the gas.
I'm healing. I can't see anything.
64,
I'm moving. I'm
64
watching
back.
right.
Hey, Arcs on a nasty heady.
Yeah. Another team landing north. We just gotta hold our ground. Hold our ground. I'm gonna pop an ulti cell. We're gonna have Valk ult soon.
This team's moving.
I'm one cell. You gotta take space.
They went.
Yeah. Okay.
They went into the door.
Careful. Come back.
I'm 1-1.
Okay. I have none.
Damn, they're out of heals. They might die.
I have 1 cell. Do you got ulti cell? Ulti cell or no?
No.
Okay. We just need to start walking. Then follow me. We need to play quiet.
I have my 1 bat.
I have 1 cell to my fucking name, dog.
I have 6 cells and no bats.
Someone's Valk ulting to our left.
This spider fucking shoot, dude. This spider. We should walk with zone and we third party.
I'm looking for the triple fill. Looking for triples.
Yeah. Can we sit in the pill?
No.
Is that possible?
Cells.
Cells. I grab 2.
I got 2. I have Velcro. We can walk up the right here.
No, we don't use it. Is this him?
No. No.
We play here.
Right here. Yeah, let's walk across. Walk across. Go. Fuck.
I'm starting to shoot. I'm batting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No red heals. No red heals.
Interesting. They're gonna play this fucking
We have to
pit.
bubble this.
Yeah.
Or right. Go right on me.
I'm stunned.
Oh, fuck. I'm just dead. Above you, Brennan. Play my shield.
Team Liquid is out. I'm over 2 with my quote me predictions. I gotta stop.
They rotated way too early.
Team Liquid, I love you. I'm so sorry.
You got to stop here, John, because now they're pinched between 2 squads. Sutu Raikou reignite, the winners of game number 1, sitting at match point now, trying to move in on Sutu Raikou. They're playing off of the natural terrain here with the rocks. See bullets still on the crypto. I love the follow-up with the EMP, but they're getting pins from all the way from afar. The barrage now coming down.
LG Mexico doing a great job over GMT. Meanwhile, Empire, the CIS boys, taking out game with Matsutasu is out. ADR, AD Raccoon. Obli is doing a good job with some great shots from afar. Sutu Raikou is in a scary spot, and guess who's in front of them? It's their boys, Reignite. We have STK versus Reignite on match point, of course. STK has a chance to play spoiler.
Also seeing on the kill feed, Optic Gaming popping off. Team Empire still alive. They were able to ease their way into that next circle after we saw that Team Liquid gave them some of that extra space. Still, now they're rocking the Valk. They got the blood and they got the bank still out here, and now they're going to be able to try to ease their way in. It's about that Storm Point Valk meta that we were talking about before. TSM, also another team that has been cleaning up some kills in the feed.
Yeah, again, it's Empire versus TSM. Last time Empire gave them respect. This time we will see Verholst, Hal, Reps on Ash, back on Ash. No more Caustic madness for them. They've given that up. Spent their first two games with Caustic. Despite having no practice on Caustic, trying to adapt to this lobby, and if you can't beat him, join him mentality with Caustic. But no, Verholst puts himself in a bad spot here. He's trying to make a play, but he should be okay.
Yes,
he got a knock
right here. Oh, now he can move in. That was crazy. Verholst immediately diving back in. He was able to pop the shield back. Now this is their opportunity. The bombardment getting called in as TSM want to clean up Team Empire.
This is insane. TSM pushing the res, came through. They're all in shambles. Cleave goes down. Hal.
Oh, the Havoc spray.
Right, misses the first, misses the second, but his teammates do the rest. Verholst, Reps, Hal, pick up 3.
TSM sandwich out here. The Bangalore smoke out here too. Did they hit match point after that?
ADR's above them. The shield swaps come through. It's North. It's Korea, APAC North versus TSM USA, as Karanpu is above with high ground. Caustic ult coming.
Oh, the Caustic ult inside the bubble.
To get a little bit crazy, as Karanpu is doing such a good job. No Caustic on TSM, and they're just getting melted. But somehow they're winning the fight. Ish, all up to one last alive, and TSM goes out.
And there's another team that's shooting at them from afar too. AD Raccoon now have to back up. Oh my goodness, it's STK, Alliance coming out of the side. Wise now moving in, he needs to go for a shield swap, but he's the last one alive from Alliance.
Wipes, last alive for his team. Let's see what Wipes can do. Wipes, reignite, Zero with the Kraber, hits the shot. Parka is down. Zero connects. He knew that his teammate did damage, knew he only had to hit the foot. Connects on the big toe, I think.
Gotta love it. Kraber shots in the hands of Zero. I don't know how he does it. He always has the Kraber in his hands. He's got the crate right there. The loot box says Optic Gaming now are going to be able to find the opportunity. They dropped down from the high ground. They were holding on to the high ground for so long where the zipline connects, but force off at this point as Reignite. Zero still having the Kraber. We've seen Zero do such insane plays with the Kraber throughout the rest of the weekend.
Ooh.
He was sitting still.
Shot. He goosed it.
He fucked that up.
Zero, the best sniper.
Could have been a kill.
Actually, probably the best sniper in APAC South. Undoubtedly, we've seen him do some disgusting things with it so far. Chance for redemption. Misses again. Zero not able to connect.
Just gotta walk away from that. Zero's gonna be able to move into the side. The bombardment getting called in front of them here too. They have Optic in their sights, but it's also Unite sharing some of that space. Luminosity Gaming on the high ground too. They could actually jump down if they want to go for a third party, but they gotta look out because Reignite still's got that Kraber in his hands.
Look at the wide left flank. He connects.
Oh,
Zero knocks legit. That's huge. Saku goes down, and Zero trying to secure the win for Australia. Hits the shot against the other team and ends their reign.
Poke one more time. Poke one more time. You may learn your lesson. He misses the last shot. Reignite are just going to reposition, hold this southern part of the zone here. This is a great spot for them because they know that there's no other team to their left to try to pinch them.
6 teams left in this game. Reignite can do it.
they can do the
What?
unthinkable
No reg.
shot again, but they can
No
close
reg.
this out. Here comes the wide right push. I like their positioning in general. Nice good shot with the PK. Oh my gosh, flicks the wrist. Hits the
How do you
second.
get a no
Won't
reg
see.
on
You're outta
land?
here.
Sutoraiku being
You get a
the
no
solo
reg
right
on
there.
land?
Unfortunately, Reignite knew that they wanted to
That doesn't make sense.
Deploy is actually coming off to the left.
Here's what's so important to understand. LG
There was
and
a
Optic
Kraber
could
shot, didn't
potentially
register in the
grief each
game,
other,
like,
setting
but he hit him.
Reignite up for success. But
You even heard the noise.
100 Thieves comes out of nowhere, flies from the sky, and engages to a 3v3 fight. Anmu flanks wide right, but needs to be careful. Oh, Zero's gonna miss the shot again. This is not looking good.
Oh, he hit him with the
400
Dragon Ball
Thieves,
Z,
'cause
the rare
LGs
animation.
Keeps them alive, keeps Reignite alive.
Another stuck right here. Look at C9, stay naughty, getting paid.
Oh my
by
God, the rare
everybody
animation.
In the lobby here.
Did you see
they
it?
jump right on top of 100 Thieves. Reignite safe away from all these
Oh,
different
that's so
pitching
cool.
locations. C9
So
get
Valve takes a
eliminated.
Kraber shot, jumps into the jetpack, and then falls to the ground, but she does this rare thing where it's like she throws like a fake Kamehameha with her hands.
To keep this tournament alive.
Oh, dude, it
Mexico
looks
can
so
play spoiler
cool.
for Australia. Feels like the World
To get it
Cup
right there,
now.
right in
Feels
the
like
rare
the
animation after a
Olympics
Kraber
with
shot.
all of this
Oh.
international representation. OG
That's so
trying to do it for
cool.
the red, white, and blue to keep this tournament alive.
3 squads left. Reignite, the only squad here in this lobby that's at match point, having the opportunity to try to close out this entire finals. Optic Gaming having
Okay,
to play
Optic
from the low
Gaming could
ground
win it all right here.
You know, Luminosity's holding on to the high ground too.
This
So
could
they
be the
have
end of the
great view
tournament.
Of all the remaining 2 squads right below them.
Wait, 2 squads could end the tournament right here.
For the Storm.
There's only one team that could win that keeps it going.
Coming from City, so much adversity.
They're all
JMW
full squads of 3.
substitute zero.
It could end right here.
Such a talented IGL, the strict hard IGL for this team. Made the decision to pick up Sharky, his old.
If
duo
Luminosity
teammate,
Gaming
replaced Templix,
wins,
the Indonesian,
they have the
Australian.
high ground. They should
Now,
win.
They have an opportunity.
The tournament
to put
goes
Apex
on.
out from the map to put
But
Australia
if the
on
other
map,
2
maybe
teams on the
another
ground
game.
win,
Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
Here comes the Caustic Ultimate.
oh my God, this Caustic ult.
Tuck. Goodbye, potentially. And
Oh my
they
God,
get
this
that for
Caustic
second
ult.
damage, but it's not enough yet. They need to move. The Storm's behind them. Reignite is
Oh
gonna
my
have to
God,
take
this
out
Caustic
Shirley.
ult.
Reignite is
Oh
dead.
my God, it
Caustic
killed him.
Yes, you see them right here. Sharky gets taken down. They are
your shot.
repositioning right
Oh,
now.
your shot.
This is so difficult because now they're going to be in the line of sight of Optic Gaming.
Zero has
Yo.
a chance here. He makes it. GMW makes it as well. Down to 2. Can Reignite do it with
This
2?
high ground is like God
That was
tier.
obviously a car long range right there, so I wasn't intentionally making fun of my man. My man's been hitting shots all day long, all right? I'm sitting here just talking. That's all I do. My man, it's more than enough. On board with
No way they get the
overhead
res.
view right now. Optic Gaming on
Punch
the
him
side.
back. They're punching him back to the
We're
rock.
gonna actually
Oh,
hold
dude, this is going to be 3 on 3.
Maybe mistakenly
Reset.
ruining this opportunity to keep Reignite out of this.
The mobile respawn beacon to act as makeshift cover here for Reignite. They get the res onto Sharky. They couldn't get the dirty. This is still
Wow, this is huge.
winnable for
3v3.
Reignite.
They res Sharky.
This
Sharky
is
is back in the game.
crazy.
Full forces now for Reignite. Ganja has to drop. It's all up to Optic Gaming as LG
Oh, he got
is
melted in the
jump shot
jetpack.
comes. Reignite is hiding and waiting and hoping that they can ride this wave.
Yeah, they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the
Don't
mobile
tell me the
respawn
team that
beacon
gets
to
the
play
res
off.
is going to win.
Optic Gaming
The
is
team that
engaging
gets the
with
res is going to
Luminosity.
win. They're
Reignite to
not
full win
facing
for the
them at
third
all.
party and
Oh
take
no.
this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill case goes out as well. Zero.
Oh, this is it. This is the tournament. This is it.
Reignite is going to do
Yeah,
it.
Reignite
They're
won.
your champions. Australia.
Australia
comes all
won.
the way to Europe
Australia
and wins
won. That's
the
huge.
ALGS Split 2 Playoffs Championship.
Put respect on these Australian teams.
Wow.
APAC South. They do
Wow.
it. They do it. Fallout just took 7
Australia just
games.
won
Are
it
you kidding me?
all.
What is this?
The pure emotion,
Wow.
the disbelief.
Dude, they got the
On the face of
fucking.
Reignite.
They got killed first. They had to get the res off.
They had the most clutch
Yeah, that's
mobile
crazy.
respawn
They got
revive
the
in
clutchest
Apex
res ever.
history for $250,000. The way they did it.
Look at that old
the
guy. He's like, yeah,
adversity they
guys, go
faced.
crazy, man.
Jen
Just won.
Burton out, and everyone thought that was it for this team. Everyone thought that without the
Damn.
controller god in Jen
It's
Burton,
crazy
they
because there's
can't
like
do it.
so
But
many.
Zero
There's like 60
proves
people on stage.
why
And
he
only 3
is
people are happy, right?
Undoubtedly the best in the region, and undoubtedly now the best in the world on paper.
Yeah.
Put a
that just
stamp
sucks,
in it,
'cause Like I said,
put a fork
in
in
that
it,
last
it's
fight,
cooked.
no one was looking at him.
Just
That
like
was really,
that.
Yeah.
Reignite are
Really,
your champions.
really
They had
lucky.
an advantage.
I know for a fact that Kate on the desk is hard cheesing from ear to ear. This was a team that she had on her radar. But can you imagine, before we even had any of our other teams make it to match point,
Look at
this is actually
Luminosity
insane.
game, like, yeah, nice one,
actually
dude.
insane
Dap,
that we
dap,
only
dap.
had 3 squads qualified with match points, and it only took 7 games 7 games for Reignite to take it.
And the difference was the car long range, not
the impressive part. It was only 7 games.
Damage.
So they only had to go one
Optic
game over.
Gaming, for some reason, not having angles, I don't know, but they did not contribute to the Luminosity
They played
gaming
well the
great
whole
thing that
time.
was happening. I mean, a full-blown Caustic ultimate should have wiped the entire team. Reignite their bats against the wall, and ladies
Let's
and gentlemen,
go.
Reignite are your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Look at that short
Split
king.
2 playoffs from Stockholm, Sweden.
Congratulations to Sharky, Zero, JMW.
It's funny because they're
I
literally
love
like
it.
small,
Look at this
medium,
wall
like
motion
kind of
you follow.
large.
Yeah. So one of the players, he's just a stand-in.
Is he on this team? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so, because they keep
Oh.
only showing 2 players in that, behind them.
Could be a coach, one of them.
Off. I didn't know. I didn't hear.
Yeah, no worries. Joe, didn't tell you earlier?
No.
One of those people standing behind him.
Joe told me yesterday the only feedback he had for us was let know.
Probably coaches. They do like all the research for the chairs.
Well, what a moment we have here. We're letting them
Oh well, yeah. The
enjoy
other guy's
it.
just not
Fellas,
wearing
I
his
know
Reignite shirt. He's wearing a sweater.
It's hard to put into words what you're
Probably
feeling,
cold.
but please,
No,
help
I don't
us
think you
back
know
at
what I'm
home,
talking
help your
about,
fans. Tell us
but-
what's going on.
Honestly, like, I have no clue. It feels like we're naturally just
Damn,
playing
that guy
together,
took off his
honestly.
Team Liquid jersey. You
Like,
can't take off
it
the
feels
branding, dog.
Fantastic. Zero here is like hard idling us, and me and Sharky just listen.
No,
to
these are
him,
the 3 players that
and
played, for
we're
sure.
literally playing it calm.
No, I
and
know,
step by
but I
step,
mean,
we're
I
just
think-
closing out games. Today we probably played
Yeah, you don't know what
some
I'm
of the best
talking about.
Apex we
I'm
played
not gonna-
together. Zero is making absolute outrageous calls. This guy deserves so much more recognition out there. It is insane. Sharky here is one of the best gibbies.
Best QB in the game, baby.
Wow, Sharky, I'm gonna come back to you in a moment, but Sharky, I want to hear from you. How's this feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I definitely picked it up from the last 2 days. I wasn't the best, but I'm glad I picked it up today. We just definitely deserved that win.
Best gibby in the world, but hey, somebody's got to help keep the calls under pressure, and somebody's also got to have a Kraber in their hand. Zero, how are you
Yeah,
feeling?
this guy had a
man?
lot
That
of good
trophy
Kraber
looks
shots.
good.
Damn.
Just an unbelievable experience, really. We did this for Jen. Best controller player in the game. Got COVID the day before, but with JMW.
Oh,
best I've
this
ever
is
seen
the
in
Jen
game.
Burton team.
Has
Yeah,
to
you're
get
right.
picked up from me. I can hear you.
That's
the
why I'm
story
telling you in the
you've had as
background,
well,
they keep
and a lot of
showing the 3
Congarda boys
panels, and one of
spreading
them is
out to
empty.
multiple teams here, GMT, Cloud9.
That's not what
I
I'm
do
hearing,
want to
'cause
get
your
a little
mic is
bit
so low, and I told
from
you
your
twice,
eyes. What was the
so I don't wanna tell you
challenge
a third
fitting
time.
in? Was it so simple right away that you guys knew you had something special here?
I have you
think
at
we do have
200% on
something
my
special.
Discord. I
Like,
can't do anything
I'm
else.
a player that can literally flex on the spot. I can listen. I can give opinions if they want calls. I can play any character. I literally
This
recently
guy is
swapped
just
the
like
controller, not
patting
having
himself
been
on the
it
back.
for
I can
barely,
play any
6 months.
character. We can
And
do whatever
to
we need.
come out, to come out here, I was an MK player in the start of Apex with our first year farming as Nessie, and I decided just to give controller a go, loved it, and continued to try and grind on it, honestly. And look out now, winning the first line in 3 years.
I think that's the feeling that we all have. It's surreal. Right,
Damn, he
Zero?
switched from MNK
3
to a
days
controller.
ago, he's sitting in
Ended
his
up winning.
bedroom in London. Never talked to him before. And now this, I just can't believe it, really.
What a story. I mean, Sharky, is this everything you imagine? 957 days since we've had an Apex Legends LAN, and now you are holding this trophy?
Yeah, it was definitely a great experience. Everything I could have imagined, especially winning, is unbelievable.
Well, this is one of the, I bet, highlights of your career competitively. I want to give you all a chance to shout out those in the region, those at home. Anybody you want to say any words to?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to my family. Literally on the day, I called my mum and I was like, I need to get to Sweden. A team needs me as emergency sub. And she literally just said, yeah, we'll get you there. And my dad literally came home from work that day and just drove me up to the airport. And yeah.
Damn, he's
But
not
yeah,
even old
big
enough to
shout
go
out
to the airport
Grace
by
and May
himself.
coming in as subs, doing really good. Especially Grace IGLing C9 and May just absolutely fragging out, considering he hasn't played Apex in 2 months, to think that he was going to quit and comes back and makes finals. But yeah.
Sharky, one more from you. Anybody you want to shout out?
Oh, definitely my family. They support me through this, and it was great. And shout out to Team